Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hi, everybody. Y'all are the best. Some of you guys have been here since the first live stream. I love it. We're just having the best time. I love you guys so much. I just am so grateful. We have the most fun ever, and I just love it. And you guys are just the best. So happy Annie got off work just in time for this. Love it. Remind me where you're joining us from. If you haven't, I don't think you don't have to, of course, always optional, not trying to make anyone feel like they have to do things. But I'm assuming you're probably in a different time zone, which is why I'm asking. So, excellent. Flash says Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas for sure. Yes, absolutely. Oh my God, y'all are just so fucking funny. Yeah, and this is very appropriate now because now we're in the right trial for DSN's command. Shout out DSN and for all of these fun ones here, such as
hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
This is a chicken.
It's a guinea.
Also,
it's a house.
And also,
bring the jury.
Oh God, y'all. Oh, okay, you're Vancouver. Oh wow, hold on. We've got a lot of Canada squirrels, which I love. I'm trying to remember if we have someone in Vancouver. Is Victorine in Vancouver? I think. I know we've got a squirrel in Nova Scotia. I know we've got another squirrel who is, I can't remember where, but there's a lot of Canada squirrels. Tonka's in Alaska, for anyone who doesn't know. That's pretty cool. That's awesome. We freaking love DSN. Yes, that's exactly right. Yes. And so as far as the commands we have here, we've got the USC, we've got sled, we've got truck, we've got, I think it's trip. I'm trying to remember all these off the top of my head. So here's sled's command, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. This is from our What the Truck series. A number of emojis rivaling Lori. Honestly, it's probably second place here. And then here's the road for the road trip crew. Let's do our little swoop just to commemorate them as well. It was my very first swoop. Where is it?
It's a house.
For anyone who also isn't aware that it's a house, that's literally taken from the 911 call. That's Alex saying it's a house. Flash has to go to bed. Good night. We love you. Is there a keyboard shortcut for channel commands? What do you mean? Like to pull the list up or? Yeah, there's the link. Oh yeah, Weasel's a good one too. Thank you. We love you, Flash. The link is the only thing I can think of that probably, if you're wanting a list of all of them, that would be the link. So that link should take you. Thank you for that, Twiz. There's the Weasel alert. Yeah, because there's a lot. Now, when you pull it up, I think it's going to show you 20 on a page. I think you can do the thing where it says show all. But I do. I mean, so for me, even like, for example, like for me, if I can't remember a command, I have to go to the commands the same way you guys do. So I tend to remember a lot of them, especially because I typed them all in, right? Obviously. So yeah. And the more you use them, the more you can remember them. But yeah, the list. So like the link that you guys click on, it probably goes to the same link that I go to, I would think. And I think that it's just, you can try to make it do like show all or maybe 100 per page or. Oh, put that in the members only suggestions thread. Thank you, James. Thank you. You guys are awesome. For what you want for your trivia. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm curious because I know you've got a number of different things. It's going to be food related, I would imagine, or vintage trial related. James wrote them down. Bless your heart. That is amazing. That is absolutely amazing. And I love that. I love that you wrote them down. That is amazing. Yeah, it should be there. It should be like members only. Thank you, James, for that. Should be under like members only suggestions or something like this. Should say members first. That's the key thing. Look for the word member. So yeah, so we are back in South Carolina, guys. So what we're going to do now is we didn't get to finish Tinsley because the day ended. I think it's okay. Honestly, Tinsley's best testimony came from the proffer, which we heard not last time, but the time before, because in the proffer, there's fewer rules. And in sort of South Carolina courts in general, the rules are either don't apply or they're just completely different than everywhere else. But in the proffer, it's like even less rules. So like literally it was all of the spice and it was amazing. So, so he's leaving and now we're going to hear from Blanca Simpson. This is some of the most important fucking testimony in this trial. She was their housekeeper and she's also Bubba's mommy now. Okay, guys. And she has all of the tea and she's also amazing. And so we are going to hear from Blanca. And then after her, we hear from Ellen Reamer, who was the forensic pathologist. We may not get to Ellen Reamer. We'll see. But Blanca is on the stand for like the majority of this entire day, I believe. So, okay.
On this time, the state of South Carolina calls Ms. Blanca Simpson.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. Please do it. From the testimony. Okay. Let's go, Blanca. She's a shit. When y'all hear her background, y'all, if you haven't heard her testimony, even if you had, her background is incredible. She's a boss bitch. I love it. She's really impressive.
My name is Blanca Turrubiate-Simpson, TURRUBIATE-SIMPSON.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is this difficult for you to be here today?
Yes, sir, it is.
Will you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury, Ms. Simpson, about yourself, where you're from, your family, if you want to, and just kind of what you've been doing in life leading up to today, generally, please?
Yes, sir. I'm originally from Brownsville, Texas. I joined the military at the age of 17. I was in Norfolk, Virginia for almost 9.5 years. I was stationed on the USS Puget Sound, USS Shenandoah, Naval Air Station Oceana right before I left.
What'd you do there?
Heavy equipment operator.
Okay.
Wow.
And
Right?
my husband was also a heavy equipment operator. We were both in the same field. We decided that the military was just not going to be a good environment for raising children. So we made a decision, instead of moving to Texas, we moved to South Carolina, where he was from. And we have 5 children, 34, 31, 23, 21, and a 17-year-old. They're all been raised down here in South Carolina.
Any of them still at home?
Yes, sir, 17-year-old.
Where was your husband from? You said he moved back home. Where was he from?
My husband's originally from Gifford, South Carolina.
Say it again.
Gifford, South Carolina.
Okay. And
Did that
what does he do?
pin in the chat for you guys?
He's a police officer for Hampton.
When you came to South Carolina, you never been here before, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you do when you got here besides the hardest job in the world, being a mom and raising kids? What else did you do?
Awesome.
When we moved here, we had enough leave built that we didn't have to work for almost 2 months. So I went to, after about a week, I kind of got bored because I'm used to having hands-on doing something. So I went to the local Piggly Wiggly store in town and I asked I didn't know he was the owner at the time. I realized he was the owner after, if I could get a job because I was bored. And
How many kids do you have?
I have 5,
Okay.
but I only had the 2 oldest ones at that time. And so he said the only job he had was a stalker. And I actually had no idea what that meant because I had just graduated high school and went in the military. So I didn't know, but I told him I would take it as long as it would get me out of the house for a little bit.
That's so funny.
So I took that job, and then within a week, I got a call from another job that I had put in where it was brazing or welding at Scotsman, which is in Allendale County. And I figured, well, it offers benefits, and it would be better transition for the kids, dental, that sort of thing. So I went there. After about 2 weeks, another job called me and had better dental medical benefits for my kids. So that was the first time I went to work for the South Carolina Department of Corrections. I opened up Ridgeland Correctional Institution. I was the first class to graduate from Ridgeland Correctional Institution. I worked my way up from correctional officer to sergeant. I managed the outside details and the road crew on the interstate. Also a crew that would go out to Hunting Island for maintenance to assist with the park rangers. In 2001, I was offered a job at the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and I accepted the job. So I left Ridgeland Correctional Institution, went to work for FCI Estill, Federal Correctional Institution, Estill, South Carolina, where I stayed until 2007. My job, basically, I started back from the bottom as a correctional officer, and before my year's up, I got promoted to the Special Investigative Support Tech Office, where I was responsible for managing, producing reports, weekly reports, and also profiling the Hispanic gangs, because there was not a lot of staff members that were bilingual. So my job basically became profiling, interviewing,
Incredible.
and associating members, the inmate population with gangs.
Incredible.
And how long did you do that?
From 2001 to 2007.
So y'all will hear that they knew each other previously. They're going to get to it here in a second, like her and the attorney, in other words, Mr. Metters. And by the way, for those of you guys who haven't watched this whole trial, you haven't seen this guy before. This is not Creighton. This is another prosecutor, Mr. Metters. He's very, 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 very South Carolina. And his daddy was a preacher, as he says many times. His daddy was a preacher. This is like, you're going to get a flavor for the old school Southern culture if you haven't seen it before. But he knew Blanca prior to this.
Not that anybody cares. So is that when I first met you?
Yes, sir.
Did you help me arrange a meeting with a
Before that.
prisoner I need to interview?
Yes, sir.
And why did you leave that job?
Just when you're the only one of the only ones in the office that's bilingual, and you're constantly getting called out for different incidents dealing with the Hispanic population that had grown up quite a bit from the time I got there, and still having to do your daily duties in the office, and nobody's helping you, you tend to burn out pretty quick. So
So if an
I
incident,
made a decision to leave.
so if an incident happened when they needed a translator,
I was
phone
called,
got called.
I had to stop what I was doing and respond to whatever incident dealing with the Hispanic inmates.
what did you do after that?
I went into real estate for a little bit, which was not so good because that's when the market crashed.
And again, for the jury's edification, what year is this when you quit the prison?
2007,
And you're living where?
I know what Tonka's
in
asking
Brunson.
about.
I'm sorry.
Brunson,
That was recently.
So how long did you stay in real estate?
maybe about a year and a half.
Your family's grown at this point, I presume?
Yes, sir.
And did there come a point that you met the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Can you
here
tell
we
them how
go.
that happened, tell the ladies and gentlemen how that transpired?
When I first moved to Gifford with my husband, like I said, I was bored, so I went to work at the grocery store. At the grocery store, and during the time that I moved, there was not a lot of Hispanic families living in that area. It has since grown in the years.
So this is how she met Alex Murdaugh.
I met a lady who I befriended. She was Hispanic, and we started talking because she was the only other Hispanic person that I had actually seen in the area. So we started talking back and forth, and it was nice to speak in your native tongue with somebody. And her son had an accident at the school on his way after school, walking to the car, and he had gotten hurt. One of the ladies that worked at the school had recommended that she use an attorney from Walterboro. And
Tonka.
a couple of months had gone by, and I noticed that she was under a lot of stress. And as I talked to her, she said, "I just have to get all these documents. I don't understand." She spoke English, but it was very broken English. So she was having a difficult time explaining what she needed for the attorney. So I told her, I said,
I see where this is going, right? Like immigration. Like now it's a thing, right? Now it's a thing where law offices, they always have to have somebody, especially if they provide immigration services. Yeah, multiple people, not just one, right? But bilingual, right? But this was not a thing. And so she has someone who needs help with legal documents and doesn't speak English.
I said, "I'm going to find you an attorney. I'll look around." I said, "And we'll go ahead and fire that attorney and hire you a new one." And because we didn't want the statute of limitations to run out on her case. So at that point, I started looking around and I happened to walk into the law firm. And it was the old offices where I met Alex.
Just walked in and that's where you met the defendant, Alex Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were trying to assist this individual who was having trouble communicating with her prior attorney. Don't mention whoever that attorney was, but you helped her get a new attorney.
Yes, sir.
Did you help with that case, that particular case with this friend?
Yes, sir. He told me he would take the case.
Who is he? Who's-
Alex told me he would take the case as long as I translated and helped him with the
Wow.
details. Because he didn't have anybody in the office that was bilingual, and I agreed.
You were a hot commodity, weren't you? I mean, there was a need for translating.
Yes, sir.
I bet there was. Yeah.
So you helped with that case.
Yes, sir. I did.
Did you assist in other cases with the?
Yes, sir. I did. At times, Alec would call me and ask him if I could assist in translating or when there were accidents and the folks were injured. And if they were not, if they did not speak the English language, he would ask me to translate.
And were you getting paid for this service?
Yes, sir. He would, it wasn't a set fee. It was just depending on the case, you know, whatever I did, whether it was to,
Just to reiterate, right? We know that she's here as his housekeeper eventually, right? But prior to that, that's what's so crazy. Prior to that, she worked for the law firm, basically for Alex as a translator, right?
get him signed up with a law firm. Basically, you know, or if I had any type of, in the Hispanic community, when you are in trouble or you're in need of something, and a lot of times those accidents, when they happen in the area, they are not from here. The language barrier is a big thing for them. So my instinct was more to make sure that they were well accommodated and whatever they needed. So sometimes he would reimburse me for my out of pocket whenever I helped the individuals, you know, who were in the accident.
And that went on for a period of time when you were assisting either Alex Murdaugh or the law firm. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did that change into a caregiver, if you will, or respectfully, I don't mean housekeeper or whatever term you'd like to call it, for Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, sir. Alex had called me and said Maggie was looking for a person to help her in the home. And at that point, real estate wasn't really doing much for me. And so I couldn't find anybody. I had asked around. And at that point, I told him, I said, well, I'll help her. And he was like, are you sure? I was like, yeah, I'll help her. I said, it's no big deal to me. It's honest work. So I said that I would help her.
You were clearly qualified.
Yes, sir.
So what did you start doing for either the Murdaughs or Maggie Murdaugh?
I started helping the other ladies in the house with the cleaning, with running errands, running to the bank for her, whatever she needed me to do.
When did that start, Ms. Blanca?
In 2007.
I just want to
And
know,
were the two young children, or
this is before Gloria Satterfield passed away. So remember, they had 3 properties initially. We're going to hear about that. In fact, this is the first time that anybody knew about the house fire. We hear it from Blanca's testimony. But my point being that, like, in other words, she didn't take over after Gloria Satterfield, quote unquote, tripped and fell down the stairs, but she was also a housekeeper. But, you know, they had the different properties. So sounds like Gloria, I think, was more at Moselle. And so she might have been more at the house on Holly Street, which is the one who burned down. And we will hear more about that.
2 children, Paul and Buster Murdaugh, were they younger? Obviously, they were younger.
Yes, sir, they were young.
And would you have interaction with them and or Alex Murdaugh during this time period?
Yes, sir.
How often were you working for the Murdaughs?
At that point, it was maybe every other day, depending on how often she needed me.
And where was that? Where specifically were you working? Where was their house?
At the house on Holly Street in Hampton.
Okay. Yep.
How long did that go on before you stopped? And tell them why you stopped.
I worked there with them on and off, like I said, not on and off, I shouldn't say that. Every 2 to 3 days, you know, or it wasn't a daily thing at that point. Then I did go probably about maybe, I can't recall, it was a few months later or a couple weeks later. There was an incident at the house and somebody had tried to burn the house. So that's when I actually went and started helping her more full
That's the first time that we learned about this fire.
time, because she had to go through a lot of A lot of the damages and all that helped her. I helped her document a lot of whatever damages were done from
The
the diesel and
insurance
stuff that
money,
was spilled all throughout the
For
house
the insurance
by the
money.
individual.
And maybe I wasn't clear in my question. Did there come a point where you had some health issues?
Yes, sir. At one point, I suffered a stroke and I had to stop working and go through rehab for a while.
And what year was that?
Fif-
17 and 18 maybe?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So prior to your stroke and you had to go to rehab, how long did you work for the Murdaughs?
That was a few years by then.
How long were you out after you had your stroke, Blanca?
Maybe almost 4 years.
Did there come a point where you went back and started working with Alex, with the Murdaugh family?
Yes, sir.
And tell these folks when that was.
Might be after Gloria.
Shortly after the boating accident,
Oh. Oh.
I reached out to Alex.
So shortly after the boating accident is also after Gloria Satterfield. So it's both, but it's not because of what happened to Gloria. We're going to hear how she ended up coming back. But again, she had a stroke, so she was out. But so after the boating accident is now where we're at.
And Maggie, and I told them if they needed anything that they could call on me. And at that point, Maggie said that she would like for me to come back if I was able to. So I told her I would. At that point, I was feeling better, so I told her that I would go back. And once I went back, it was like I actually never left.
I was just informed the stroke was in 2015, not 2017. I
Yes, sir.
apologize.
Yes, sir.
So after your recovery, you started working and actually called them, the Murdaugh family, and said, if y'all need anything.
If y'all need anything, I'm here.
And I don't think anybody will dispute that was in February of 2019.
Yes, sir.
Time period.
Yes, sir.
So when you went back to work with the family after the boating accident, tell these folks, what were your duties then? What was your job?
I started right back at the same thing. I was helping with the cleaning. I was helping running errands. I would cash checks. I would, and what I say by cashing checks for Maggie, sometimes she didn't have time or she was busy doing other things. So she would send me to the bank to cash checks to pay the people that she had working around the house. The main,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
yes, sir. The maintenance line, that sort of thing, whatever she was doing around the house.
And where were they living, the Murdaugh family, at this point in 2019?
Both places,
Okay, tell the folks where both places.
Moselle and Hampton.
So you're working at both residences?
Yes, sir, both.
And did there come a time where they moved exclusively for the primary residence to, where was their primary residence?
Their primary residence was Holly Street, and once they sold the house, they moved straight into Moselle, full-time.
We hadn't heard much about Maggie, limited what I can say in her case, but did y'all get fairly close?
Yes, sir.
And when you had quit working for her and you had your stroke, did you ever see her during that time period when you weren't working for her?
Yes, sir. Maggie would, I would see her in town, and she would often signal me to pull over. So we just used to stop sometimes
Small
and
town.
just talk and see how things were going at the local CVS,
Just to catch up?
just to catch up and see how everybody was doing.
And prior, when you were working and after, would you, and I'm not asking you to say what, but y'all got close and would talk personal things?
Yes, sir.
I'd like for you to go back in your mind now and take this jury back to June 7th,
Okay.
2021.
Day of the murders, people.
You were working there for the Murdaughs then?
Yes, sir.
That's a Monday. Do we all know that, June 7th?
Yes, sir.
When had you worked prior to that? At the Moselle property for them.
Friday.
And at that point, had you seen, what family members did you see at Moselle on Friday, which would have been the June 4th of 2021? Do you remember?
Paul.
And what was your interaction with Paul that day?
Paul walked through the door, his usual self. I was walking out of the laundry room, coming into the kitchen, and Paul came in the front door and he was holding a laundry basket full of clothes. And as he was approaching me, he saw me and he said, what's up, Miss B? And I just looked at him. I said, boy, I said, if you got all them dirty clothes and you want me to take care of that, I said, I'm getting ready to leave. He's like, oh, come on, Miss B, you can help me out. He said, I need them for the weekend. He said, I said, well, just pull a couple of them out, what you need, and I'll take care of it. And I ended up staying late to make sure that he had his clothing ready for the weekend.
So did you wash the clothes for the entire family? Was that part of your,
Yes, sir, I did.
Now that matters. That's going to come up later.
and did Paul leave that Friday?
Yeah, I saw him leave. I don't know whether he was actually gone for the weekend or if he was still.
Did you ever see him again?
No, sir.
Did you have regular hours in June of 2021 that you worked at Moselle for the Murdaugh family?
We weren't really set hours. Maggie was pretty, she was just easygoing. If I had stuff to do, if I had stuff to take care of, she wasn't really too keen on any specific hours. So, if I had a doctor's appointment or if I had anything, she'd be like, okay, no, her main comment to me always was no worries.
No worries.
Amazing.
No worries.
I love that. I love getting that. We get from Blanca something we haven't gotten yet in this trial, which is a real feel for, we got a little bit of a feel for Maggie as a person from some of Paul's friends and stuff like Rogan. And you can just tell they love her, but we get a feel for what life would be like around her from someone like Blanca here, really more than anybody, where like, for example, this saying, no worries. I think that's a beautiful way to think about a person. And like, that's a beautiful saying to have, right? Like, I feel like that you can get an idea for her that way. So.
Well, June 7th specifically, were you scheduled to work at Moselle?
Yes, sir.
Did you have contact with Miss Maggie Murdaugh sometime prior to getting to Moselle that morning?
Yes, sir.
And I think it's in evidence, but tell these folks what contact you had with her.
She texted me and asked me if I could stop at the grocery store on my way to Moselle because Alex wanted some Capri Suns. Capri Suns.
Okay.
And she said apple, and I believe she said pineapple first, and then they changed. She came back with another text and said, no, he wants orange. I believe that's what he said. That's what the text said.
And did you try to get some orange Capri Suns?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I went to the Food Lion.
And were you successful in your search for orange Capri Suns?
No, sir.
So I'm telling you guys that the last time we covered this, I actually went out and bought some Capri Suns. I was like, I haven't had Capri Suns since I was in like 5th grade. And like, they still make Pacific Cooler. And I was like, I have to get some Capri Suns. So like, I had a box of Capri Suns that I was drinking and they were delicious. Now I want more Capri Suns.
Michelle was March States 54. So I could, excuse me, Defenders 54 for the record.
Get him up there for this. He's very unusual.
Yes, Maggie told me she had to go to a doctor's appointment, and she said that in the text, Maggie said, Alec wants me to come home. And
That's
she said,
important.
and in a phone conversation, she told me, she said, I left some food in the refrigerator. Is there any way that you can cook? Paul likes the way you cook. So she said, because I don't think I'll be back in time. So I said, yeah, sure. I said, I'll do it. So it was nothing. I finished what I was doing, and then I started cooking, making sure the meal was ready for when Paul and they arrived at home. Well,
The crucial part of that is where she says, Alex wants me to come home. So here's the thing. So remember this whole thing that Alex lured them there, Paul and Maggie. Now, when it's the defense case in chief, they're going to try to dispute that. And a lot of that's the timeline. So with Maggie's phone, remember some of the location data was lost because the phone was put on airplane mode, but was not powered off or put in a Faraday bag or whatever. And so some of the information, the data overrode itself, right? And so, for example, there's not actually like with the cell phone evidence, you can't prove when she left Edisto and came to Moselle. Now, because of that window, the defense wants to use that as like a way to say, well, she was already at Moselle the night before. Okay. But the text message communications are really important because that establishes that she was not, that she was not already at Moselle. There's other things too, right? The prosecution wants to establish that she was at Edisto. And there's a number of reasons why this really matters. But one of them is, again, she was at Edisto, but not only that she was planning on coming back and not staying the night. And all this comes out in Blanca's testimony, okay? That she didn't want to leave Edisto, that she came to Edisto unplanned and was planning to return back to Edisto from Moselle that same night and was not planning on staying overnight. And so that shows that, I mean, that right there is huge, right? So yeah, he is a G. Do you mean a dick? I'm not quite sure.
That afternoon. And we had another conversation on the phone where she told me, she said, Alec wants me to come home. And she kind of sounded like she didn't want to come home. And because she really liked being at Edisto, and they had a lot of work that was going on, and she was trying to make sure everything was ready for the 4th of July gathering that she was planning. So she was very detail orientated. So she wanted everything perfect. So she was she sounded like she was a little disappointed. And then she said, well, Alec asked Paul to come home too, because he's got to fix the mess up out there that
Y'all hear that?
CB had done.
Sunflowers.
At CB Road.
Yes, sir. And he said Alec had told Paul to come and fix it because they were planning on having a hunt that weekend. So he wanted everything ready and good to go.
So
Alex had one reason why he wanted Maggie to come home, which I think he's going to say when he takes it because he missed her or whatever. But then he had another reason he wanted Paul to come home.
he'd ask Maggie to come, and then he'd ask Alex to come.
That's what Maggie,
Paul to come.
Paul, that's what Maggie told me over the phone.
And looking at states, excuse me, Defendant 54, can you read that text?
He said, thank you. I'm waiting at doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave. Door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me. His dad is back in the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, it's pneumonia. And then she's got some emojis. She said, Alec is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Needs to take care of himself as well.
And then she
Okay, so number of things there. Let me back it up.
He said, thank you. I'm waiting at doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave. Door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me.
So she doesn't want to go, but Alex wants her to come home. But don't worry, they're gonna ask about the Mexicans thing. I believe they ask about it. But basically, yeah, at some point they ask her and she's like, I didn't take offense to that. But the part about the doors, right? So that she left the doors open and unlocked, right? And they've got all this work being done or whatever. So there's all that, right? Again, planning to return, getting things ready for the 4th of July thing.
Dad is back in the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, it's pneumonia. And then she's got some emojis. She said, Alec is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Needs to take care of himself as well.
and then she
Down there to sleep as in Almeida, which is ironic, right? Because he goes to visit his mom. But then also the last bit of this, the concern that she has for Alex, making sure he's taking care of himself. Heartbreaking.
you said, I trust the Mexicans to leave the door open. That didn't bother you.
No, sir.
And she said, I guess my question is, you said you didn't think she wanted to.
You're standing in front of drawers.
I apologize. When you had just testified, you didn't think she wanted to come home. Was work being done at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
And did she like being at Edisto?
Yes, sir, she did.
And when would she stay at Edisto?
Any chance she had.
Where was a time of year that she liked being there more than other times?
Yes, sir. Come around spring, summer. She preferred to be in Edisto.
And I guess, was she at Edisto the night, Sunday night? Do you know? Where was she Sunday night?
I'm not sure.
Unless she knows.
She can answer if she knows.
I'm not sure.
That is what you could say is one of the facts that's going to be put before the jury, because that's a huge deal. Like I said, the Sunday night thing. Remember, the murders were on Monday. And again, because the cell phone data was overwritten, they can't prove her whereabouts based on that. Alex is going to try to say that she was already at Moselle Sunday night. I would say that those text messages make it very clear she was not at Moselle Sunday night. But in other words, Blanca doesn't know for sure, for a fact, where she was on Sunday. But Poot was objecting just in case.
What time were you supposed to be there?
I didn't have a set time to be there.
After you and Maggie talked and texted, did you go to Moselle?
Yes, I did.
And when you got there, was Maggie there?
No, sir. She had just left.
Was Paul there?
No.
Was defendant Alex Murdaugh there?
Yes, he was.
When you walked in the house, was he up?
No, sir. He was in bed.
Was he there? Based on the time you spent there and your experience with the defendant Alex Murdaugh, was he a morning person?
No, sir.
No. And how long were you there working before you saw Alex Murdaugh that morning on June 7th, 21?
Probably a couple hours.
And Can you tell these folks, did there come a point that morning where he left the house? Alex Murdaugh, did he leave and go to work? Or
Yes, he
wherever?
did.
And can you tell them what he was wearing, Alex Murdaugh, best you remember when he left Moselle?
He had a pair of khaki pants, a greenish, I call it seafoam color, polo shirt, and he put a sports coat, a blue sports coat over it. And he put his shoes on, which were usually right there next to a dresser that they had right there in the living room area. That's where his shoes used to go right there. So he just used to kind of slide his shoes on his way out the door.
Do you remember what type of shoes he had on June 7th, 2021 when he left?
His regular work shoes, the brown, there was a pair of brown leather shoes.
Was it a long sleeve shirt or a short sleeve shirt he left on?
The polo's a short sleeve shirt.
And staying out of everybody's view. Do you remember anything specifically about that shirt?
As he put his coat on, he was putting his shoes on and he was putting his coat on. And he was getting ready to walk out. He turned around and I said, Alec, I said, hold on a minute. I said, your collar's sticking up. So he turned around and I fixed his collar inside his jacket because one collar was sticking up.
So you actually helped, I'm sorry, did you help move his shirt?
Yeah, yes, I did.
You touched it.
And you said it was a long or short sleeve, I'm sorry.
That polo is a short sleeve,
And did it have buttons on part of it or do you know?
just from here to here.
And was it a blue blazer
It
on
was,
top of it?
it was a dark color.
You put a tie on?
Oh,
He didn't have a tie with that on.
No, sir.
fine. So this matters because this is the outfit that he was also seen wearing in the Snapchat video with Paul, or the one that Paul took when they're in the dove field messing with the tree that's fallen over, right? And that's the video that was taken like pretty much right after Paul arrived, and he's wearing that same outfit. Now remember, when law enforcement shows up, he's wearing like a white t-shirt and khaki shorts. And the outfit that he wore to work that day and the outfit that he was wearing when that video was taken, which is the khaki pants and the blue shirt and the brown, sound like they're Sperry boat shoes or whatever they're described by other witnesses. But anyway, those are the clothing items that were never recovered. Yeah, this is the morning of the murders. This is the morning of June 7th. This is the morning of the murders. So the outfit he was wearing to work is the same. That's what she's talking about here. And it's the same outfit. Again, he was in that Snapchat video with Paul from I think it's probably around 7 in the evening. It'll come up, but it's when they're they're messing with that tree. And then again, they never find this outfit, the shirt, the shoes, or the pants or any of it. They never find that out. It's never recovered.
Now, Miss Maggie had asked you to fix dinner for the family. Did you do that?
I did.
Can you tell them what you made?
She called it steak burger, but it's cube steak and gravy, some white rice and some green beans.
You go cook, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Like this would not, that's the way,
Did you-
this wouldn't happen in other trials, but in South Carolina, this is normal. It's like what's the way to put it? The hospitality of it all, or like the human element of what's the word I'm looking for? Just talking to people. It's clearly not formal, right? But that's not with every witness, there's questions like this, right? That don't serve a purpose for the trial. Of course they're objectionable, but no one's going to object because this is normal. This is normal and both sides do it. So
You see or talk to Maggie ever again after this text or this phone call?
Before I left Moselle, I texted her and I said, the dinner was I believe I texted to the effect that I left dinner on the stove for them. And that I can't really remember the text, but I did text her and let her know that the dinner was ready and that I was leaving.
And you said one of her phrases she used is no worries. Had she said that to you that day?
Yes.
When was that? It doesn't.
I can't remember.
You got a family of your own, right?
Yes, sir.
When you left Moselle, what did you do?
Pick up my son at school.
And your husband's working?
Yes,
Law
sir.
enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And when you got home that night, did anybody call you that night?
No,
When did you hear about the murder at Moselle of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
the next morning when I was getting ready to go out there.
The next morning.
Yes, sir.
How did you hear?
Alex called me.
And what did he tell you? He called you the next morning.
He called me early the next morning.
And what did he say to you?
And he sounded shaky on the phone. You could tell he was, his voice sounded really shaky. And he said, B, they're gone. They're gone. And my initial thought was, did she go back to Edison? that thought didn't cross my mind that he meant that they were dead at that time.
You just didn't comprehend
And
what
no,
was
sir,
going
I
on?
did not. So he told me again, he said, no, B, they're dead. And at that point, I don't remember because I believe I dropped the phone. My husband got the phone. I don't remember after that.
You literally dropped the phone.
Yes,
Yeah.
And did your husband get on the phone?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
The genuine response to this happening, and then the way she tells it is where it's like like it's not even a question. She like literally her memory blacked out. Basically, it sounds like. Right?
You just didn't comprehend
And
what
no,
was going
sir, I
on?
did not. So he told me again, he said, no, B, they're dead. And at that point, I don't remember because I believe I dropped the phone. My husband got the phone. I don't remember after that.
You literally dropped the phone.
Yes,
And did your husband get on the phone?
I don't remember. I don't remember. All I remember is when he said that they were dead. I dropped the phone. And I believe I said, I'll be right over. I'll be right over.
Did he, the defendant Alex Murdaugh, tell you which way to go when you got to the house?
But he said him and Buster were at Alameda. So I told him I was going to Alameda. You know, I wanted to make sure they were okay. And so I went from my house to Alameda. And then when I got ready to leave Alameda, he said, well, when you go to the house, go in the front because there's a lot of sled agents by the kennels. You can't go in that way. And he said, just try to straighten up the way Maggie liked everything, you know, in the house. He said, you knew her the best. He said, you know how she likes stuff. So I did. I went to the house.
So you went to,
So he asked her to straighten up. Now this kind of matters. This will come up because, you know, one of the things is like, well, how well was the house searched initially? Like the house, because remember the kennels are separate property, right? We know the house wasn't really searched, and so, you know, but the thing being that Alex knew that, and then Alex asks her to straighten up. You know, yeah.
I went into Moselle
you
from
went to
Alameda.
Alameda to start with,
Yes, I did, to check on Buster and Alec.
Check on
to comfort him.
Yes, sir.
And at his request, you went to Moselle to start cleaning up and getting the house in order?
Yes, sir. He said there was going to be people probably stopping by and bringing food and stuff. He said, I just want the house to look the way Maggie would like for it to look. So I said, okay. And I went to the house.
Did you have a usual way that you went in to Moselle, entrance-wise?
From the house, if I was coming from my house, I would come in on I call it the Miley's side. So I would actually enter the property through the kennels. And if I was coming from Hampton or if I, you know, in the other direction, then I would use the front entrance. But normally I use the kennel entrance coming from my house.
When you got to Moselle, we're now in the morning of June 8th, right? 2021.
Yes, sir.
Did you see anybody in the property before you got to the main house?
No, sir.
And when you got to the main house, take us right there. Like right now, as you're walking in the house, what were your observations?
It was hard because I know she wasn't going to be coming back.
It's awful.
And I didn't want to move. I didn't want to move her stuff. It was just a weird feeling going through when I unlocked the front door to get in.
I totally can relate to this.
It felt cold.
You really cared for her, didn't you?
I did.
What'd you do when you got inside?
When I got inside, I didn't turn on any lights. I didn't do anything. I walked through the front door and I went in the kitchen. And I was kind of, when I looked in the kitchen, I kind of just stopped in my tracks and I looked at the stove and I was kind of
I don't know what the word is. When I looked and I noticed the stove, that there was no pots on the stove, it was kind of unusual because usually when they ate dinner the night before, the pots usually stayed on the stove. Very, very seldom would she put, certain meals in the refrigerator. A lot of times it was just left on the stove until the next day. And the pots were not in the sink and they were not on the stove. And then as I walked through, if you walk through the kitchen, like you're going from the kitchen, if you walk through the kitchen, if you go to the left, there's two freezer and a refrigerator, and the laundry room sat right there to the left. There's a back door to the back
It's important.
porch, and then there's the laundry room door. They're both right there. And as I turned to go to the laundry room, I noticed that her pajamas were in the middle of the doorway, right in the middle, laid neatly in the middle of the doorway going into the laundry room. It was her pajama pants, a pair of underwear, and her pajama top.
Was that unusual?
That was very unusual. Because she wouldn't lay her clothes out like that, not in the middle of the door like that. It just didn't look right to me.
Yeah. Why would you put your clothes? I mean, it sounds like it's on the floor. I mean, yeah.
And you took care of the house.
Yes,
You took care of the clothes.
yes.
And not to get too personal, but sometimes you can't help it. Well, the underwear there with the pajamas unusual.
Yes.
Why?
She didn't wear underwear with her pajamas.
No underwear with pajamas. But that struck you.
No underclothes with the pajamas.
But that struck you as unusual. They were there with the pajamas.
Yes, sir, because the underwear appeared to be clean, not dirty. They still had like fold marks.
In the pots, and I may have just missed it. You said, where would the pots end up when you found them?
After I looked at the pajamas on the
This is really important, right? And this is why she's such an important witness, because, she has an insight into their daily life, right? Their habits, the way they like it. This is the stuff that matters, right? Like the way they would normally leave the dishes, the way they would normally leave their clothes. What would it normally look like? And so things that might not look odd to somebody else, including a detective or whatever, that come into a place that might not look odd to them, would look odd to her. And not every case has somebody like this, because really what it would take somebody who was a part of the daily life but isn't dead, right? So like whether it's another surviving family member or whatever, but for example, Buster, he was like, I guess, off in college or whatever. So these little details, it's like something only she would know, apart from maybe Alex, right? But God only knows. So just that insight into how they lived their daily, and that's the whole thing, right? It's like when there's a habit and then something's off with the habit, that can be a red flag, right? Or indicative of something, or somebody trying to stage something. So these little things that might not seem like a big deal to anybody else, they really stuck out in her mind as something is amiss. And that's the key thing. Her reaction and the way she's getting emotional, even if she's not saying it may be suspicious, she's not saying it may be suspicious, right? But you can tell that was maybe a gut feeling, but that also she probably couldn't and maybe didn't want to articulate that at the time. And why? Because she, like everybody else, nobody suspected Alex, including law enforcement, right? And so it's like, in other words, it would be odd. I can see why it would be really conflicting, right? To see these things and you know what I mean? Because she was loyal to the whole family and close to the whole family. But she clearly is having a reaction to remembering these things and how it's like with the way she's describing them, I feel like she's able to see these memories in her head visually as if she's right there. They were like burned into her brain, if you will. So
the floor, the way that they were set, I turned around and I said, well, I wonder where the pots are. So I opened the refrigerator door.
yeah,
And the pots were sitting inside the refrigerator with lids on them. And I was like, who did this? I don't know at that point, but that was not normal for the whole pot to be sitting in the fridge.
Did you make any other observations in the house, the bathroom, or anywhere else?
In the master bathroom was her clothes were sitting next to the tub. It was a small pile of clothes right there next to the tub. And by the shower, if you walk in the master bedroom, there's a big garden tub, spa type tub. And then right here is the shower, and there's a window. On the floor next to the shower was a slight puddle of water, a towel, and a pair of khaki pants. And then as I went to the left to see if there was anything else that was out, I looked in the closet, and in the closet was a white damp towel on the floor. And there was and I'm pretty sure the t-shirt was white at one time, but they get kind of dingy after a few years. But it appeared that a t-shirt had fallen off of the stack of t-shirts that were on top of the shelf right there in the closet. It was laying on the floor next to the towel.
When you took care of the home, tell us how the clothes were laid out, the shirts, the shorts were, you're saying up on the shelf, or shirts?
In the closet, there was a shelf. There was some shelves, smaller shelves right here. And then there was some long ones. Maggie used to keep her clothes on these. And then there was a shorter one, kind of like little box looking, Alex used to keep his clothes, his belts and stuff in that. And then on top, there was also an area where he kept t-shirts. They were folded and they were kept on the shelf.
When you say t-shirts, I know what a t-shirt is, but I mean, were they t-shirts like I'm wearing right now? Were they t-shirts with pockets?
It was usually, they would be t-shirts, like if they would go, like when you go to a restaurant and they have like the logo of those type of t-shirts. He had a big collection of those.
That's really funny.
Would you put them on the shelf?
Common in the South.
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you iron a t-shirt?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you washed all the clothes?
Yes, I did.
Did he have a certain place that he kept shorts versus long pants?
Yes, sir. When you walk in the master bedroom, when you enter the master
It all
bedroom,
matters. They're trying to prove what clothes was he wearing when he committed the murders, and were those clothes, did they ever, because they never found the clothes, right? So it is, in order to establish that they're missing, it's like they have to be able to establish that it wasn't that they were washed. It's not, you know what I mean? And so this is again why she matters, because she's the one that does the laundry. She knows exactly how many of each thing he has and how they're normally kept and this and that. So
the bed was right here. At the foot of the bed, you had a dresser here and a dresser here. The right dresser on the top drawers were usually his underwear, his socks. The next drawer was his t-shirts. And the bottom drawer were the pajama pants that he would wear or his shorts that he would wear to sleep in. In the left drawer, and one sits on this side of the door going into the bathroom, and the other one's right here. On the left dresser, he kept his white t-shirts that he would wear under when he wore a suit. He would wear, the t-shirts were in.
And remember, the white type of undershirt t-shirt she's describing is what he was wearing in the interview with law enforcement.
Those drawers. And then the other two drawers were shorts, the dressier shorts, and then the not so dressier shorts.
So you testified a shirt looked like it had fallen when you saw it this morning?
Yes, sir.
June 8th, 2021. Okay. Was it still clean?
Yes, sir.
Did you put it back?
Yes, sir.
My boss, Don Zelenka, just reminded me that the food that you cooked, did you look and see how much was eaten in the pots?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, you said there was a damp towel. Where was that?
In the closet, on the floor.
And I know what damp means, but when you touched it, did it feel?
It was damp.
What did you do with it?
Took it to the laundry room.
And you said there were some pants there.
Yeah, so there's a pair of khakis by the shower.
Okay.
And what did you do with those?
Took them to the laundry room.
Did you wash them?
Yes, sir.
Can we go to the?
I think they're going to have her maybe identify some pieces of clothing, but they're taking a stand break. Oh, no, they have an issue to talk. I think there's a matter maybe for outside the presence of the jury. Oh, no, they're taking a longer break. Okay. Oh, wait. No, Jesse Weber. No. Okay. There's Gigi. Okay. Yeah, they're just taking like a short little 10-minute break or whatever. Okay.
think where we left off. Let me kind of try to refocus myself. I'm going to show you what's entered at state 7. Just, can you see those pants in state 7?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those
Can't
pants?
hear your response.
Yes, sir.
You recognize those pants in state 7?
Yes,
And how do you know those? How do you recognize them?
I took care of the laundry.
Have you cleaned them?
Yes, sir.
Where were these pants kept in state 7?
The left dresser and the third drawer, third or fourth drawer.
You know
They
that?
weren't in the ones where, he had one drawer with shorts that he would usually wear on the weekends, you know, the dressier ones. Those were kept in the drawer underneath that specific drawer.
Do you know what drawers these were in?
Yes,
If you know from being there and taking care of the clothes and taking care of the family, were these shorts you like to wear a lot or not? Did you see him in these shorts much?
no,
And were these shorts clean the last time you saw them?
yes,
Now, this shirt is also in states 7. Had you seen that shirt before?
yes, sir.
Where was this shirt kept in the closet at Murdaugh?
The top shelf, above where his clothes hang, the top shelf. There was a shelf up there.
And you testified it looked like a shirt had fallen from that shelf when you got there on the morning of June 8th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was this shirt kept in that same place as the shirt that had fallen?
Yes, sir.
And the shirt that had fallen, what did you do with it after you picked it up?
I folded it back up and I placed it back on the shelf.
Was it clean?
Now,
Yes, sir.
I understand that you all are here to have a personal conversation, but you need to speak into the mic.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Look at me this way.
actually, I'm going to rewind it a second because he's showing her a picture. That's a still taken from law enforcement showing up at the scene. And he's wearing a white shirt and khaki shorts there. And he's asking her questions about it. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Where was this shirt kept in the closet at Murdaugh?
The top shelf, above where his clothes hang, the top shelf. There was a shelf up there.
And you testified it looked like a shirt had fallen from that shelf when you got there on the morning of June 8th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was this shirt kept in that same place as the shirt that had fallen?
Yes, sir.
And the shirt that had fallen, what did you do with it after you picked it up?
I folded it back up and I placed it back on the shelf.
Was it clean?
Now,
Yes, sir.
I understand that you all are here to have a personal conversation, but you need to speak into the mic.
The shade from Judge Newman. It appears that you guys are having a personal conversation, dude. That's hilarious. Judge Newman, the one.
Yes, sir.
Look at me this way, I'm sorry. Had you cleaned this shirt that's in state 7 prior to June 7th of 2021?
I probably did.
And where would it have been placed after you cleaned it? Where would you have put it?
Up in the closet if there was no more room in the drawer.
Now, could we please play state 306, please? Can you see? Would you look right there at your monitor? Is there a picture that is on this one? Freeze it right there.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
They're playing for her the Snapchat video, the first Snapchat video where Alex is wearing the outfit that she described as being like, remember when she described his outfit he wore to work? This is, again, this really matters here.
Now,
Because the thing is that's the outfit that he was wearing when he committed the murders.
who's in the picture?
Alex,
And can you tell what kind of pants he's got on?
khaki pants.
Okay. Can you tell what kind of shoes he's got on from that, Miss Simpson?
It appears to be the pair of loafers,
Loafers.
house shoes, loafers.
Okay, well, tell me what you mean by house shoes.
Just his shoes that he would usually wear around the house if he was wearing shoes.
So would he usually just wear them inside?
Yes, sir.
But these appear to be those shoes.
It appears to be, yes.
And this shirt that Alex Murdaugh is wearing on June 7th, depicted in States 306, had you seen that shirt prior to June 7th?
It was in the closet,
And what type of shirt is that?
the Columbia shirt.
Columbia shirt.
Yes, sir.
And how many of those type shirts did he have?
He had a few in the closet,
And what color is that
I
shirt?
have murder loafers.
just like a greenish aqua seafoam color.
Why do you keep using the term seafoam? I'm not fussing, I'm just asking.
The term seafoam, when Maggie was looking at different color palettes to paint, that color came up in one of the color palettes. So we would refer to it as a seafoam. But that's the term that was used for that color in one of the color palettes that she had.
It is a specific color. I will say it is. There's not really a good way to describe that exact color. It's seafoam. I know exactly.
After June 7th of 2021, did you ever see that shirt again?
No, sir. There was like a pink one, a white one, a baby blue in the closet. I do not remember that shirt being in there.
And on June 8th of 2021, in the morning hours when you came back over there, was that shirt there?
No, sir.
Were these shoes that you called house slippers, were those there?
No, sir.
Did you ever see those house shoes again?
No, sir.
And where did he usually keep them?
In the closet.
There you go. It's on again.
Did he have any other type of shoes? Canvas or any kind of boat shoes?
He had a lot of shoes in the closet.
Do you remember any shoes that were canvas type shoes?
The boat shoes, like the Sperry.
Spirit shoes?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember those?
Yes, sir. They used to sit in the closet.
They used to sit in the closet. After June 7th of 2021, did you ever see the Sperry boat shoes again?
No, sir. I do not recall seeing them in the closet.
Never, ever.
No, sir.
Moselle?
Yes, sir. I did.
And did your day-to-day functions change after June 7th as far as Moselle itself?
Yes, sir. They did.
Well, tell them how that happened and what the change was.
After Maggie and Paul were killed, Alec did not stay on the property. On the 10th, when I believe his father passed away, after
Mr. Murdaugh.
yes, I believe after the service that we had for him at the cemetery, Alec called and asked if my husband and I would stay on the property because him and Buster were not going to be able to stay there. So we agreed to take care of the property and maintain it while he said until he decides what he's going to do with it.
And did, in fact, you and your husband start residing there for a period of time?
We did.
And what, will you pay for that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, do you mind telling them how much?
He would give me $1,500 a week to make sure that anything needed for the farm was taken care of. And my husband and I would maintain cutting the grass on that property, which is a lot of grass out there. And it would take in excess of 2 days to cut.
Wow.
Would you cut it?
Yes, sir. I would help my husband.
Were you also taking care of the dogs?
Yes, sir.
Tell these folks what were the dogs' names?
Grady and Bubba.
Grady and Bubba.
Ah,
Yes, sir.
You fed them?
Yes, sir.
Took care of them?
Yes, sir.
Where is Bubba? What's today? Whatever today is, where's Bubba today?
He's with me.
Bubba.
So you have Bubba in your home.
Yes, sir, I do.
Did Bubba have his own pen?
Yes, he did.
And
So, but remember,
I don't-
$1,500 though was also for them to buy everything, all the supplies that they needed on the property. That's not for them to just keep. So it seems like, so whatever else they had to buy for the dogs and for the property and whatever. So, that wasn't their net keep.
I don't know if you've seen, but at some point I'll keep going to the video of, well, could we play that now? Please, can we get the video, please? What is it? And before we get there, and I'm sorry, I'm going back to this real quick. Is that the shirt he left for the office in that day?
No, sir.
Go ahead. Had you ever seen Bubba with an animal in his mouth?
Yes, sir.
Tell them about that, please. Please do.
When Bubba was running around, I I or anybody, if the chickens were running out of the coop, he would chase the chickens and he would just go after the chickens or the guineas, whatever was out there.
And would you ever catch them?
Yes, he would.
And how would the chicken get out of Bubba's mouth? And
You have to make several attempts to get the chicken out of his mouth. And at points he would growl at you if you tried to take his toy. Basically that's what he.
in your experience and being there, was it easier for a family member or somebody Bubba knew to get the chicken out?
He's stubborn. Yes, sir.
And the reason that's funny is because literally every single person that's talked about Bubba has said the same exact thing about Bubba. Everybody has said he's stubborn.
But would it take a period of time to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Yes, it would.
Whoa, did y'all see that on the captions? Hold on. That's hilarious. Fuck yourself. That's not what they're saying. That is really funny. That's hilarious.
In August of 2021,
Yes, sir.
did you have a conversation with Alex Murdaugh about a shirt?
Yes, I did.
This is interesting.
And let's go back. Where did this take place?
At the little house.
All right. What do you mean the little house?
After Paul and Maggie were killed, Alec was not staying at Moselle. My husband and I were, and he would often stay in different places. But all his clothes
He's talking
and
about the cabin.
toiletries and everything were placed in the house that sits between Mr. Johnny Parker and his brother Randy. There's a small 2-bedroom house right there, and that's where all his belongings at the time went.
Sorry, never mind. No, she's not. She's talking about a different house.
Where is that located?
In Hampton.
Hampton. And who furnished this little house with clothes and toiletries and made sure stuff was there?
I did.
And who was Alex Murdaugh staying there with when he stayed there, if anybody?
He never stayed there. He would just go and get his clothing and eat whatever, if he would have a snack or something. He wasn't really eating.
Well, during the month of August, do you remember him having a conversation with you about a shirt?
Yes, sir.
Did you find that to be unusual?
Yes, sir.
Tell them what the conversation was and why you found it unusual. Please.
He walked in to the little house, and I was getting ready to leave. And he said, B, I need to talk to you. And he said, come here, sit down. So I went in the living room. I sat down, and he was pacing back and forth in the living room. And he said, I got a bad feeling. He said, I got a bad feeling. He said, something's not right. And then he said, well, there's a video. There was a video that was out. I hadn't seen a video.
The Snapchat video that we've been talking about with the cantilevering tree and the outfit that he's wearing with the khaki pants and the seafoam shirt and the boat shoes.
And he said, you remember the shirt I was wearing, that Vinnie Vine shirt? That's what he said to me. And in my mind, I was saying, I don't remember a Vinnie Vine's shirt. It was the polo shirt, but I didn't mention. He said, well, you know what? I was wearing that shirt. He said, in the, that day. And still, I was just, I didn't say anything, but I was kind of thrown back because I don't remember that. I don't remember him wearing that shirt that day when he left. I know what shirt he was wearing because I fixed the collar, and the collar's a different material.
And I don't know what a Vinnie Vine shirt is. But when he left that day, was he wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt? Or was he wearing the collar you described?
It was a polo shirt.
Polo. Just using your common sense, did it appear to you he was trying to tell you to say, I was wearing the shirt?
Connection is sustained. That's a phone question.
How did you take that conversation?
I felt confused at first, and then I know what he was wearing the day he left the house, and I was basically confused. I didn't really know whether he was trying to get me to say that shirt, if I was to be asked, that if that was a shirt he was wearing the day.
Did you guys hear that? He's trying to get her to answer something incorrect falsely, basically. Basically, this is him trying to coerce her into saying that if they ask you what type of shirt it was, say it was a Vinnie Vines shirt, which is Vineyard Vines, very popular in South Carolina. And that's not what type of shirt it was, but that's interesting, right?
And then I know what he was wearing the day he left the house, and I was basically confused. I didn't really know whether he was trying to get me to say that shirt, if I was to be asked, that if that was a shirt he was wearing the day.
Ms. Blanca.
So if you're Blanca, that might be the first moment that you're like, uh-oh, right? Because that's not right. Like, that's not right. He's asking her to say he was wearing something else. That must have been a horrible moment for her. Things is back, better than ever. Yeah. You can see, let me put this, you can see how uncomfortable she is to even be asked about this. This must be awful, right? Yeah.
I'll show you what's marked,
Sure.
455, 457 for ID only. Do you recognize these, and do they relate to your testimony without saying what they are?
Yes.
On September 4th,
Oh God. Oh man, this shit. I forgot about this part. This is really important. Okay. September 4th is the day of the side of the road. Okay. This is, I just could see it through the sheet of paper when he handed it to her. It's pictures of his insurance card. And it looks like it's Blue Cross Blue Shield, which is really interesting because when I called Sunrise Detox, that was an important factor. And I didn't know what kind of health insurance he had. And they never say. I couldn't find it out. This is the first time I've noticed this, though, from the back side of the sheet. Hold on.
saying what they are.
Hold on, let me go back further.
Do you recognize these, and do they relate to your testimony without saying what they are?
Yes.
There. Oh, wait, you can't see it because I'm in the way. Hold on. Wait, there's not a, oh, this must be a court TV feed. No, it's a long crime feed. Anyway, their logo is not here, which is amazing. I was like, whoa, hold on. Let me show you guys one more time now that I'm not blocking it. Okay.
And do they relate to your testimony without saying what they are?
Right there. That is a Blue Cross Blue Shield insurance card. It looks exactly like mine. That is so crazy because I mean, that was a lucky moment right there. Because when I called Sunrise Detox, for, deep diving the whole quote unquote drug problem thing, that was one of the things that I was really interested in because I was like, and it's in the video that I made. I'm like trying to figure out what type of insurance he has and asking what types they take. And anyway, that's a Blue Cross Blue Shield card. I'm so glad I happened to see that. Wonderful.
Yes.
Okay. On September 4th of 2021, did you have a conversation with defendant Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
Okay. And what did he ask you to do?
He asked me to send him a photo of the insurance cards.
And do you know what day of the week that was? And I'll go back here so you can talk. I'm sorry.
So it sucks. So she has to remember this off the top of her head. And well, like normally it's like, oh, September 4th. Well, you can look at a calendar, right? But they can't do that. She has to try to remember what day of the week it was. But September 4th is the day of the side of the road. This is really, really important because if he's asking for,
I don't remember the day. All I know is it's on my phone.
He asked you to send him a copy of his medical card?
Oh, it was on a Saturday morning because the next day was my daughter's birthday. That morning when he called me, he asked me, when I sent him the picture of the plastic insurance card, he said, no, I need the cardboard one. Well, the cardboard one was in Maggie's purse. It wasn't in the area where I usually kept the cards in the cabinet. So I told him, I said, it's in Maggie's purse. He said, well, go ahead and get the cards and send me a picture of them. And I asked him if he was okay. And he said, well, I'm just getting some routine exams done. He said, and I need the number so I could go ahead and schedule these appointments. And it was a Saturday because I was thinking, where's he going to go to get appointments done on a Saturday? But I didn't say anything. I went and I took pictures and I sent him all the copies of the cards.
So he's asking for his insurance cards before the quote unquote shooting at the side of the road, right? You guys see why that's important. So Spencer, you have a case coming up. Are you going to be a witness in a case, or is that, I guess that's what you're saying. That's insane. Twiz, I don't think he didn't. I think he did like his family. I think he did like his family. You may have fallen asleep last night. We talked about this at length about the overlap with Gloria Satterfield and the timing of when the settlement happened and how that might have affected things for Maggie and Paul. And maybe they had realized things that they hadn't realized before. And yeah, anyway, we talked a lot about it. Right. I'm not saying, I don't think he shot them because he didn't like them. I understand. I mean, I understand. Okay. If you're making a joke, like, I get it. Like, yeah, but there's some people who do kill people because they don't like them. Right. So I'm just making sure it's, that's not the case here. Although I understand that yeah, obviously you shouldn't be killing people whether you like them or not, but yeah.
That I found.
John, we'd offer say 455, 457.
First of all, he consulted with me about this as he walked up to me a moment ago. I don't quite understand the relevance. Why him asking for, I'm sorry, if he would just consult with me for a moment, tell me what the relevance is, but he hadn't told me.
Your permission?
Yes, sir.
No, he doesn't want the card coming in.
Sort of just surprised.
John, I think with that, that's 455, 455.
By the way, Poot and this prosecutor, John Metters, they have a long history of hating each other. And it comes out at certain times in the trial. It's pretty funny.
Without objection.
Preserving our previously made objections.
What previous objection? You said
The
reserving
previous
your
objection,
previous
I
objection.
apologize for so used to saying that. I apologize. I had no previous made objection to this document.
455 cards,
Yes, I was.
and that's the text, and is that his medical card you sent him a picture of?
One of the medical cards I sent him a picture of, yes.
Please listen to me carefully. Don't go any farther than my answer and ask, okay?
Yes, sir.
After this date, September 4th of 2021, did you and your husband quit living at Moselle?
We did.
Spencer, are you saying this happened to you or someone in your
A
family?
couple other questions, and I know everybody's glad I'm sitting down. In addition to cleaning the house, did you ever look at Maggie's Mercedes to try to clean it?
Oh, this
afterwards?
is really important.
I did.
What, if anything, did you find?
As I was cleaning the vehicle, removing her,
Gives a date, or at least a range of dates.
Do you remember when that was?
that was about a week after.
After the murders? Do you remember when you cleaned her car?
I cleaned the car when they asked me to pick it up from the impound sheriff's department.
And who asked you to pick it up?
Randy and his wife had dropped off Paul's truck and they were getting ready to leave to go out of town. So he asked if my husband and I could go pick up the Mercedes from the impound and bring it back to the house.
And did you clean it after that?
I did.
And what did you find, if anything?
But she still had paint for the Edisto house that she was trying to touch up some areas at the house. And she had some pillows that she was going to return. And as I moved the seat to clean, to vacuum underneath the driver's side seat, I found her ring.
Or what?
Her ring. Her wedding band.
Whoa.
Now, did Maggie, based on your time with her and experience, like being at Moselle by herself?
No.
And leading up to the murders, was she anxious about anything?
She had a conversation with me.
I remember what happens.
A few months prior. I walked in the house and Maggie said, "Hey, Blanca," she said, "I got to talk to you. I got something to tell you." And so she said, "Let me make some coffee." And she went and made a pot of coffee. She made me a cup. She made herself a cup and we went. She said, "Let's go talk." And we went into the hunting room and she closed the door because Alec was sleeping in the bedroom, which is on the other side of the house, but she closed the door. When Maggie closed the door,
Your side.
Response.
Judge, I think, was she anxious about money issues?
Your Honor. I object
Well, I
to,
know you objected, and
Look at him putting on a show, Poot. This is crazy.
but he is.
I understand your objection.
Judge Newman's trying to shut him down because Poot's just looking for an opportunity to put on a show in front of the jury.
And, well, I don't care what you're doing.
Although Matters shouldn't have said anything. This is, again, like I said, the bad blood between them is coming out right here.
Your Honor.
They're both misbehaving, the attorneys, not Blanca. Obviously.
Judge, I think, was she anxious about money issues?
Your Honor. I object
Well, I
to,
know your objection, and
but he is.
I understand your objection. Well, I don't care what you're doing. There's an objection to the previous question. The objection is sustained. While entertaining the objection, you cannot pose another question. The objection is sustained.
I apologize.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they're both in trouble. But the jury heard it, right? Think about like what we were talking about with the Zachary Hughes case, right? The jury heard the words money issues came out.
Your Honor, I hesitate, but this is a matter that needs to be put on the record.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, have you go to the jury room. Please not discuss
Judge Newman's like, yep, getting them out of here.
this case.
Okay, so now we're going to have a proffer.
I objected to a conversation. We were aware of that conversation, but I objected knowing where he was going, which was, and in that same interview, by the way, she gave about his statement where Maggie said that she was concerned about money. She also indicated Maggie was never concerned about money. Either way, it's hearsay. He said before Your Honor ruled, was she concerned about money or wasn't she concerned about money? He testified, which is to hearsay. I would move for mistrial. I think it's
I
unduly
was literally
prejudicial.
going to say, because I didn't remember this, but I was literally going to say, I bet he's going to move for mistrial. And then where this is going to end up is asking for curative instruction.
For the last 3 weeks, we've heard of financial misconduct on the part of the defendant. I would move for mistrial. I would move that it's not mistrial because I don't think, even if you give this jury an instruction, you can't unring the bell. You can't correct that. And now I've had to draw attention to it, even more so by objecting to it. He knew that was wrong. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Meadows.
That question, I don't have to say it. I'm
We're
sorry.
not here about apologies.
And I can't help.
Yes, sir.
Judge, under 803, and what I should have brought.
So just as far as this question from James here, do we honestly know what the relationship about? So according to everybody who knew them, as far as their relationship, just solely speaking to their relationship, there was nothing. They seemed to have a great relationship. I mean, everybody says that. But as far as like the money issues, knowing of his spending, again, I don't know that's not even what they're saying. I mean, which is important, right? Because we've been talking about that. Is he spending, or is money just disappearing, or what? What does she know? Like what Blanca said was money issues. And like, we're going to learn more about it though, here in this proffer as to what Maggie told Blanca specifically. Okay. But what I will say is like, it sounds like this conversation was the first time that Maggie had expressed this, at least to Blanca, but the way it sounds like it's a big deal. And again, we're going to hear more about it, the way that she closes the door. It seems like Maggie just found out at this point, but it could be that. I mean, I don't know why, if she had someone else to confide in, I don't know why she'd be telling Blanca, right? Like if this has been going on for a long time and she'd already confided in someone else. I don't know. The entire setup of this conversation and the way it took place seems like it was news to Maggie, and Maggie felt like she wanted to tell someone about it because it was shocking or something. So yeah.
To the court's attention first, 8033, we think this would be admissible. Hearsay exception, then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. A statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition. We think it.
I tell you what the defense is going to argue right there, because it's a state of mind to Maggie's state of mind, and the question is going to be, why does that matter? And then they're going to have to answer that question.
Fits under that rule. How she was, and that's all I was going to listen. That's it. I would. And hearsay was coming out a little bit there. A lot of hearsay's come out, Mr. Riley. Wasn't objected. It just was rolling. I wasn't trying to plan that far ahead. But I do think respectfully it comes in there. We'd like you to consider under 8033, Judge. And that's what I should have said before I asked the question. Again, for the record, say I'm sorry.
8033, the following are not excluded by the hearsay rule, even though the declarant is available as a witness. A statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition.
Right. Okay. But so the reason this matters is because in this case, the declarant is not available, right? The declarant is deceased.
Such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feelings, pain, and bodily health, but not including a statement of memory or belief to prove the fact remembered or believed, unless it relates to the execution, revocation, identification, or terms.
Technically, it's double hearsay because the declarant the declarant was Maggie to Blanca, but Maggie's deceased and Blanca is now relaying the statement, right?
Of declarant's will. Ms. Harpurli?
Obviously, Your Honor, I don't think that's covered by 803.
Why not?
Well, because it's the declarant's
Ha.
Maybe we need to ask her exactly what she said before we rule on it. The only testimony we've heard on that point is his.
A question, then an objection, and then another question while the court was listening to your objection.
Yes, sir.
So we'll have a proffer of this testimony and see where it's going.
Was Maggie Murdaugh anxious if anything in the days leading up to this murder that she expressed to you?
Yes, sir.
Please tell the judge what it was.
She was worried because a lawsuit had been presented stating that they wanted $30 million. Maggie was crying. Maggie said, we don't have that kind of money, Blanca. And that's what she used to call me. She said, we don't have that. She said, if I could
There you
give
go.
them everything that I got.
So
And-
it's not spending or whatever. It's like, let's listen again. That's the answer to the question.
She was worried because a lawsuit had been presented stating that they wanted $30 million. Maggie
there.
was crying. Maggie
Okay.
said, we don't have that kind of money, Blanca. And that's what she used to call me. She said, we don't have that. She said, if I could give them everything that I got and make this go away, she said, I would do it in a heartbeat. She said, I'll start over. We'll start over. She said, I just want it gone.
Wow.
This moment, we're listening to a proffer. Go ahead.
Would that be instead of that long, would that be like money issues that she was worried about?
The money issues dealing with the lawsuit.
And that's all I was going to offer. I asked
So it's good that she's being very specific, right? Money issues dealing with the lawsuit. That's what was told to her. So that's it. There you go.
money issues. I wasn't looking to even go in detail on what she said there. That long problem.
Yes, sir.
I don't quite understand how this fits into first what you allowed in under 403, 404B, and race yes no. Right. It is her perception that the lawsuit, for $30 million, putting financial stress on her. There's not any. She's not relating that Alex has any stress on him. He's the one on trial. Her perception that the $30 million was concerning her. I mean, she's not accused. That is, Maggie Murdaugh is not the defendant here. There's no connecting it to the defendant. I don't understand not only is it hearsay, it's not relevant to the issue being litigated here. Her state of mind on financial issues. I don't know how that relates.
Anything further?
No, sir.
We've had testimony elicited by the defense throughout the trial from witnesses portraying the family as a loving and happy marriage. Question posed to Mr. Gibson, I believe it was, and to the other friend of Paul's and Buster's as to whether the family was anxious or seemed to have any concerns or issues going on at the time. And I find that this testimony properly responds to that testimony, and the objection is overruled.
Okay.
Anything else? All right, let's take a 1 minute stretch before the jury comes back.
Okay. 1 minute stretch.
And the reason we will face
their problems.
Oh my God, these people. All right, here we go. All right, and we're back.
Simpson, in the days leading up to the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, based on your time with her, was Maggie Murdaugh anxious about anything?
She was concerned about the amount of money that they were requesting on the lawsuit. 30 million is what she told me.
We're going to show you what's marked 29.
You pose a question. There's an objection. The court overruled the objection. And do you want the witness to answer the question that you posed?
Yes, sir. I cheated.
Well, you posed a separate question.
Yes, sir. And I thought she had answered. You said she was worried about 30 million. Can you explain that more?
That wasn't your question. That there was an objection to. Do you withdraw the question that you posed prior to the court's ruling on the objection?
No, sir.
Or you forgot the question?
Oh my God. What? Wait, what is happening? Hold on.
She was concerned about the amount of money that they were requesting on the lawsuit. 30 million is what she told me.
And we're going to show you what's marked 29.
You pose a question. There's an objection. The court overruled the objection. And do you want the witness to answer the question that you posed?
Yes, sir. I cheated.
Well, you posed a separate question.
Yes, sir. And I thought she had answered. You said she was worried about 30 million. Can you explain that more?
That wasn't your question. That there was an objection to. Do you withdraw the question that you posed prior to the court's ruling on the objection?
No, sir.
Or you forgot the question?
To the world, yes, sir.
All right. Proceed.
What was she anxious about?
She said she knew the amount of money that they were asking, but she felt that Alec was not being truthful to her with regard to what exactly was going on with that
That's
lawsuit.
a different answer than what she gave in the proffer. Uh-oh.
She said he doesn't tell me everything.
What? Why is the defense not objecting to that? What the hell? I'm well confused. That was additional information than what she gave in the proffer, but the defense is not objecting. Weird.
her with regard to what exactly was going on with, they were asking.
What's she anxious about?
She said she knew the amount of money that they were asking, but she felt that Alec was not being truthful to her with regard to what exactly was going on with that lawsuit. She said, he doesn't tell me everything.
I'll show you what March 8th, 297. She entered as 297.
HR team. Channel video.
He got burgers now.
Hey, Bubba.
It's a guinea.
There's a chicken.
Get off that.
Ms. Blanca, had you seen that before?
Yes, sir.
And I think maybe in prior statements or something that, had you said, do you recognize voices on there?
Yes, sir.
Who do you recognize?
It's Paul, Maggie, Alec.
And then previously, have you said in a memo or a memorandum in interviews that you thought you may have heard another voice?
Yes, sir, I did. At a distance.
But having listened to it again, have you listened to it this week? I mean, it's not on TV. Have you seen it?
I have. There's only 3 voices: Alec, Maggie, and Paul.
So after hearing it several times, is that your conclusion?
Yes, sir.
Just a few more questions.
Yes.
Would Miss Maggie Murdaugh, did she go down to the kennels at night by herself?
No, sir.
And you say that emphatically. What, do you know that?
She was scared. It got dark out there.
So would she go down there by herself?
No,
Did she like to go down there when it wasn't dark?
she did.
And did she like playing with the dogs?
She always took the dogs with her.
Which dogs were hers?
Grady and Bubba were always with her.
So when she was at Edisto, where would Grady and Bubba be?
Sometimes she would take both of them, but the majority of the time, in the last few months, she was alternating. She would take one or if not the other.
Can you tell us about the defendants? Did you ever see him with his cell phone? Alex Murdaugh, did you ever see him use his cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury his habits with the cell phone? Would he have it a lot? Did he use it a lot?
Yes, sir, he did. He was always on his phone.
Say that again?
He was always on his phone.
But Paul, were you familiar with his habits regarding cell phones?
Not the times that he was there at the house, he was always on his phone. If he'd go in the shower or whatever, he'd play his country music on the phone. But that's the extent that I know from what I observed being there in the house.
And when you were on June 8th, and you talked about it, and I'm not trying to rehash that, but on June 8th of 2021, when you went to clean up the house, is that pretty much what you saw in the bathroom, the pants and the damp towel?
Yeah, so there was a rug right as you step out of the shower, and there was like a slight puddle of water, a towel, a white towel, and then a pair of khaki pants.
She didn't see any bloody clothes or anything like that?
No, sir.
Beg court's indulgence, just a few seconds, Judge.
Begging court's indulgence is probably done.
Is that individual in the courtroom?
Oh,
Yes, sir.
identifying him.
And would you please, is it Alex Murdaugh sitting between Mr. Harper?
Sitting right there. Yes, sir.
And the record is reflecting. Thank you, Judge. Have you ever seen that shirt again?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Have you ever seen these shoes again that he's wearing here?
No, sir.
And the Sperry cloth, you said the Sperry shoes, have you ever seen those again?
No, sir.
That's all, thank you.
Okay, cross-examination. I'll update the thing in the comment, the pinned comment. There it is.
My name's Dick Harpootli, and I represent the man you know as Alex, right?
Yes, sir. I've been.
I don't think we've ever met before, have we?
Yes, sir.
We've met?
Yes, sir, at the house. Maggie's funeral.
Oh, at Maggie's funeral, yes.
Oh,
I apologize.
I forgot about this. Dude, way to start off like the biggest dickhead ever. Y'all listen to this. I forgot he did this. What a dickhead. Hold on.
And my name's Dick Harpuglia, and I represent the man you know as Alex, right?
Yes, sir, I've been to before.
I don't think we've ever met before, have we?
Yes, sir.
We've met?
Yes, sir, at the house. Maggie's funeral.
Oh, at Maggie's funeral, yes.
Wow.
I apologize. A lot of people there that day.
Yes, sir.
Alex has always referred to you when people ask who you are as his friend, correct?
That is correct.
Never called you his housekeeper, right?
That is correct.
He always, when he introduced you as
So he's going for character here, character witness here. Interesting.
his friend.
That is correct.
Now, you've also, I think in multiple interviews with Sweat and other folks described, I think the words were, Maggie was his all. Isn't that what you told Sweat?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean? Maggie was his
He
all.
needs to be careful. He doesn't goddamn open every single other fucking door that hasn't already been opened. And there's still more that haven't been opened yet, but I swear, dude. Dancing on the tightrope here or whatever.
He adored her. He loved her. He adored her.
Worshipped her. I mean, just treated her
You mean, wait,
as somebody he
her? Did you think she was Lori Vallow?
adored, correct?
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Now, I think they also asked you if you ever saw them have any arguments. And
No, I did not ask that. Objection.
I mean, it's true. He did not ask that.
You restate the question,
Whose
please.
face? Jesus.
Sweat asked you if you'd ever seen them have any arguments. I don't quite understand the basic objection you're on.
Or you can.
You restated the question. You may respond.
What was the question again, sir?
Did you ever see them have any arguments?
I never saw them have arguments. It was just minor disagreement because of the remodeling.
And I think you cite specifically, they had, when you said they had arguments, it was about the paint colors, for instance.
One of them was Maggie was set on getting a certain white and Alec was saying, just get whatever white, basically. You know, he didn't care. She wanted a specific white and he just.
I mean, that sounds
didn't
realistic.
But you never saw them have any violent arguments
That sounds
or
realistic.
argue about money or argue about relationships. It was all the minor things that most couples go through, picking paint colors and those kinds of things. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. To some, they would disagree on, it wasn't that they disagreed. The only thing that I remember Maggie saying was that she just wanted him to sit still and listen to her for at least 10 minutes
Uh-oh.
at a time because he was always on the go.
An uncommon complaint between husbands and
Yeah,
wives or
also-
wives to husbands. I want you to just listen to me. Is that right?
She would get frustrated because of that
Right. You ever tell your husband that? Just listen to me. Sit, please.
all the time.
Okay. So let me talk a little bit about the morning of the 7th
Yes, sir.
and then the morning of the 8th, because I understand you left before Paul, Maggie, or Alec was on the Moselle property on the 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're going to talk about those texts in just a minute between you and Maggie, but you fixed some dinner for them.
I did.
And did you set a table or did they have to go get their own plates and put them
No,
out?
I left the food on the stove.
Right. And
I can answer this. So they have not, the defense hasn't had their case in chief yet, right? And so, the jury is told, they're supposed to keep an open mind and not formulate a verdict one way or the other. They have to hear all the evidence. And because Alex is going to take the stand. Now, they don't know for sure probably at this point. I mean, it's clear that they end up trying to, they don't want him to take the stand, it seems like, right? Whenever he has the colloquy, it's like a whole thing. But Alex wants to, but just because they probably at this juncture know where it's at, which is he's probably going to want to take the stand. They're hoping he doesn't. But basically, you always want good character evidence, no matter what, right? But especially the thing is this, with him taking the stand, right, during his case in chief, they would hope, his defense attorneys would hope that they've put him in a light that is not just murderer, right? They would hope that the jury can be open-minded and think of him as a loving father who would never kill his wife and son. That's all they really have to go off of it, is him trying to say, I would never do it. I loved them. That's really it. That's it. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons. But I mean, character always matters, like I said. But in this case, it's not like it's a third party defense or not guilty for reason of insanity. Like, in other words, that's really what they're banking on. And they're banking on also, I think, the fact that the jury would know the family name. And, that's why they didn't ask for a change of venue. They wanted it tried here. It was Alex's choice. And Alex actually picked the jury. He really thought that probably, if nothing else, his family's name would be his best shot here, or like people saying like he could never do this. I guess he's the one that says that, but everyone else says like, they had a great relationship, right? So yeah, you want to set that up as much as you can, so that way when he takes the stand, they're not only thinking of him as a murderer, if that makes sense.
Normally, the next day, the pots would still be on the stove, right?
Yes, sir.
Would they clean up their plates or leave those in the sink, or how would that go?
Sometimes the plates would be in the living room. There was no plates in the living room. They were in the sink.
Okay, but when you got there on the morning of the 8th?
The plates were in the sink. They were not in the living room.
Okay, now, are you aware of how many people were in there, how many friends, law partners, his sister, who was in the Moselle house on the night of the 7th?
No, sir.
Okay, if I told you there were 12 to 15 of them,
There were a lot.
that surprise you?
There were a lot of.
I mean,
people.
Maggie and Paul just killed. Was he very close with his law partners?
Yes, sir.
Okay, his sister, Lynn, do you know Lynn?
I met her at Maggie's, when Maggie passed.
Okay. And would it surprise you to know that the,
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I'm just going to ask her if she knows, Your Honor.
Well, the objection is sustained. You cannot testify.
Let me make it more general than this. Do you know if anyone that evening of those people moved the food from the stovetop to the refrigerator?
I don't know.
Okay. Now let's talk a little bit about the room, the bedroom, and well, let me ask you this. Let's back off just a little bit. You drove over from his mother and father's house, correct?
That is correct.
That morning, the 8th, to
It
Moselle,
didn't work.
right?
Yes, sir.
It didn't. I mean, it did. Yeah, it didn't, and it didn't work. Right. I mean, obviously, right. But it's like that was literally their best shot, I guess.
Instead of coming in your normal,
I mean, it was that, but also like they had the 5'2" assassin, 11-year-old ninja children thing. But that's even crazier, I would say, than going off of character.
way, which would have been the entrance by the kennels, where there, did you see all the police down there?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. You drove up to the main entrance that would go straight up to the house, or if you took a right on that road, you'd end up back down at the kennels, right?
Yes, sir.
And you came up that, were there police around the house up there?
Not around the house.
Okay. Did anyone question whether you should go into the house or not?
No, sir.
Was there anybody in the house other than you?
No, sir, it was me.
So did you find it strange that this was a crime scene?
Objection.
Need to hear the question.
So the question would be, did you find it strange there was no law enforcement present at the house that morning?
The question.
Go ahead.
It wasn't strange because there was law enforcement all over on the kennel side. It wasn't strange that they allowed me to go into the house.
Let me ask you this. Did anybody from SLED show up while you were there that morning?
So Poot's trying to make the point here. He's trying to show that the house was left like unsecured, right? That anybody could have gone into that house overnight and fucked with shit. I mean, the thing is, like, I understand it. This is a normal strategy to take, right? There's a lot of exceptions in probably every case, but in this case, there's a lot of exceptions, especially as it pertains to this property, right? And that, you know, and I say overnight, it was really only vacant for, I think, what they ended up saying like 2 or 3 hours maybe. But yeah, sure. In other places, maybe somebody could go in and fuck with a crime scene, right? I guess someone would have to have reason to do that, like to frame somebody or whatever, which isn't even being, no one's even, that's not even, the defense isn't even saying anything like that here, right? No one's trying to say Alex was framed. You know, so I guess then what would the other alternative be? Someone goes in just for some other purpose and like disturbs evidence. I mean, you know what I mean? It doesn't really make all, but even if you set all that aside, it's like, this is one of those properties where the only people who would go out there would be, I mean, we're talking these places that don't even, I mean, I guess Moselle has an address, but like, you know, Almeda doesn't even have an address. And it's just sort of like, they never locked it, right? Again, the perfect example. They didn't lock the house. They didn't lock the cars. They didn't have security cameras. I mean, that should tell you about their concern that people would fuck with their shit, right? Where they lived. So
I believe there was an officer. I do not recall the officer.
You remember somebody coming in to search the house while you were there?
There were several agents that came through.
Right. But you'd been there for a while before they got there?
Yes, sir.
Did they ask you about clothes you'd found, or did they ask you about anything that you found out of the ordinary, anything like that?
I didn't ask any questions. They didn't ask me. They just went about doing what they were doing.
And were they going from room to room? Were they looking for things under the bed? Do you remember?
It appeared that that's what they were doing, sir.
Okay. But that was after you got there and picked up the bathroom, picked up the towel.
No, sir. I hadn't picked up anything at that point because I was still in shock and I was still trying to process what had just happened to my friend.
So they would have seen the khaki pants on the floor.
Objection.
Did they go into the bathroom?
I couldn't tell you, sir. The laundry room sits on the other side of the house. And I had to take some time to process what had happened to Maggie and Paul. I know I saw agents that went upstairs to Paul's room. I saw them walking through the house, sir, but I don't know what they took, what they didn't took. All I can tell you is what I saw when I got there.
Okay. While they're there or after they left, is that when you went into the bathroom and saw the khaki pants, somebody taking a shower? There was a towel on the floor, khaki pants on the floor. Was that before or after they left?
Yeah, after.
Okay. So all those items would have been there for those folks to see, as far as you know.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you a couple of things and about what you saw. They keep showing you this picture by the tree of Alex, and he appears to have on a khaki pair of pants in that picture, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I mean, I'm sure he had a number of different pairs of khaki pants, but were those khaki pants similar to the ones he has on in the picture? Could they be the same ones?
They could be.
Testifying. I'm sure he had a number of pairs. Why don't you ask her? She's the one who did the laundry. Dude, I can't.
But he had several.
Right. And in terms of somebody taking a shower, it looked like there was water on the floor.
Yes, sir.
Now, did Alex take a number of showers every day? Was he a prolific shower taker?
Not that I'm aware. He would get up in the morning, take a shower, and go to work.
But did he take showers other times during the day?
I wasn't there in the evening hours, so I don't
Okay.
know.
Okay. So, but it wasn't unusual for when you got there to find it.
Again, setting it up for Alex's testimony, because when he takes a stand, he's going to testify to this. He's going to say, I'm an extremely sweaty person and I have to take like 8 million showers a day, because he's trying to explain certain things, right? So he's going to say that. So it's really funny. You can see Poot, whenever you see Poot really want to get something in, and it's clear that the witness is like, no, that's not the case, and he keeps trying, you can pretty much expect that that's going to be something that is going to be offered during the defense case in chief, either by Alex or by one of their experts. So.
Taking a shower, it looked like there was water on the floor.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Now, did Alex take a number of showers every day? Was he a prolific shower taker?
Not that I'm aware. He would get up in the morning, take a shower, and go to work.
But did he take showers other times during the day?
I wasn't there in the evening hours, so I don't know.
Okay. So, but it wasn't unusual for when you got there to find a towel on the floor and water on the floor from him having taken.
That wasn't unusual.
Okay. And I think that when you were asked about a shirt, and we can pull this if you want to go back to, whether there was a shirt there also, you said you couldn't remember. Is that correct?
Yeah, and we're going to hear
With regard to,
we're going to hear from Ellen Reamer here shortly, the forensic pathologist.
Whether there was a shirt with the khakis on the floor. You said I couldn't remember.
I could not remember whether there was a shirt with a khaki pants. All I remember is a white damp towel sitting there.
Okay, and the khaki pants.
Yes, sir.
But you don't remember whether, and I think you told the grand jury, I don't remember whether it was a shirt or wasn't a shirt, correct?
That is correct.
And that's today. You can't tell this jury there wasn't a shirt on the floor. You just can't, you can tell them you don't remember, correct?
What was your question?
You can't tell this jury there wasn't a shirt on the floor because you can't remember whether there was a shirt on the floor or not. Isn't that what you told the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we know there's a pair of khaki pants. There may have been a shirt. And those shoes, well, let me ask you this. Do you know on the night of the 7th,
Yes, sir.
Alec had left, correct? He wasn't there when you got there the next morning.
No, sir, he wasn't there.
Okay. As a matter of fact, he never spent another night at Moselle. Did
No,
you
sir,
know?
he did not.
She knows, Your Honor.
You can answer if you know whether or not he's ever spent another night there.
After the murders, did he ever spend another night at Moselle, to your knowledge?
He did not.
So when he left that night, on the night of the 7th, and went to his mother and father's house, you don't know what clothes he took with him, what shoes he was wearing? You have no idea, correct?
That's correct.
And were you aware that SWED had confiscated the clothes that he had on?
At that moment, I didn't.
Okay. Well, you are now.
Yes, sir, I do know that.
Okay. A white T-shirt, pair of shorts that he showed you, and whatever shoes he had on, some sneakers, right?
I didn't see the sneakers, but I saw the clothing items.
Okay. And so he had to put on, if they did that, other clothes to go over to his mother's house, correct?
Objection.
Would it stand to reason he'd have to put on other clothes or go in his underwear?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. Do you know what he wore over to his mother's house?
No, sir.
Do you know whether he wore those shoes?
No, sir.
You don't know. So when,
Objection to. Objection
Basis for the objection. To which question?
to that last one, shoes. I don't know what specificity he says to those shoes. I don't know what he's.
I'm sorry, the shoes that you say you saw in the Snapchat photo, you say you never saw again, right?
That is correct.
Okay, you don't know whether he wore those shoes the night of the 7th over to his mama's house, do you?
I don't know that. I wasn't
Okay,
there.
you don't know what he wore over there, correct?
That's correct. I wasn't there.
He may have even worn that shirt that you said you never saw again, correct?
Objection.
Objection's overruled.
Right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if somebody alleged that those khaki pants was what Alex was wearing the night of
I'm
the,
going to object.
I need to hear the question.
I can't finish the question. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Let me state this. If somebody were to say that Alec Murdaugh, as ridiculous as it sounds, was wearing those khaki pants when he,
Objection.
Objection sustained.
let me put it this way. Did you see any blood on those khaki pants?
No, sir.
You washed them, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you put anything on them to get blood stains out? I mean, would it be,
Are you saying that I removed bloodstains off of khaki pants?
I'm asking you rhetorically. I'm asking you, did you see any blood stains?
There appeared to be no bloodstains on those pants.
Okay. And in the bathroom, did you see any bloody footprints?
I did not.
He said, I'm asking you rhetorically. That is an oxymoron, Poot.
Did you see any blood on that towel?
No, sir.
Did you see anything indicating to you there'd been anybody wearing bloody shoes or washing blood off, or anything that would indicate that somebody after a murder had gone back to that room, changed clothes, covered in blood, took a shower and changed
Objection.
clothes? Did you see anything that would indicate that?
Objection's overruled.
Go ahead.
This is the first time that I have ever been in a situation where somebody was murdered.
Right.
I didn't know, as far as what you're asking me, if there was anything bloody in there. No, it did not appear to be anything bloody in there.
Did you clean the shower that day?
Yes, sir, I rinsed it off.
You rinsed it off. Nobody told you not to rinse off the shower?
No, sir.
Okay. And again, nobody from SWED, as that group went through, asked you,
Okay.
Did you see bloody footprints? Did you see any evidence that there was any?
Excellent. Okay. I think that you guys get the idea of what cross-examination is like for her. And now they're going to take some more breaks. And I think, let's see, that's another housekeeper. Okay, there's Matt Wild. We've watched much of his testimony, actually. Okay, so we are actually going to move on to right. He's supposed to be, so you're allowed to lead on cross in most courts. But for him to say, let me ask you a question, and then to say it's rhetorical means it's not even actually a question. It's just what that means is that's him just testifying is what that, it's like him even saying that basically out loud, which is what's crazy. Okay, so we're going to move on to day 14. This is going to be Ellen Reamer, the forensic pathologist. Okay, give me just a second. Okay. Okay, and I will. God. Okay, and I will. Okay, this is actually her taking the stand. Perfect. I must have had this timed perfectly. All right.
Yes. Hi, my name is Dr. Ellen Reamer, Riemer.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Back to Creighton, thank God.
get right to it. And if you would, just tell the jury a little bit about your education that led up to you becoming a physician, please.
Yes. Okay. Well, I graduated from medical school in 1997 with a Doctor of Medicine degree. Following that, I did a residency in pathology at New York Presbyterian Hospital, Columbia University Medical Center in the city of New York. Following that, I did a forensic pathology fellowship at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of the state of Maryland. Following that, I did an additional fellowship training year at John.
He has like all of the training. We're going to go ahead past some of her training. Oh, Wake Forest University. Hold on. Wait, I saw that somewhere. There it is. Yeah, Wake Forest. That's near where I live.
Forensic pathologist at Wake Forest University Baptist Medical Center, Wake Forest University School of Medicine in North Carolina, where I remained for almost 6 years. But before being recruited by the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston, where I've been for 14 years as a forensic pathologist.
Right. And at the Medical University of South Carolina, you said you're a forensic pathologist. Do you have any professorship or teaching responsibilities?
Yes, so I have also the title of Professor of Pathology and Laboratory Medicine. And because Medical University of South Carolina is a teaching institution, I am responsible for educating physicians in training as well as medical students. And that's an integral part of my job. So a lot of the work I do is observed by students and trainees.
And you mentioned you had some board certifications. Can you tell those to the jury, please?
Yes. So, in order for somebody, there's the American Board of Pathology is the organization that certifies specialists in different fields. And well, the American Board of Pathology certifies specialists in pathology and requires them to take very long examinations and demonstrate and pass those examinations. And you can't just sit down and take them. You have to have achieved, gotten through.
Your board exams, we're going to go past that. She's a member of all the things. Okay. This is the more important stuff.
Full responsibility of my work is to perform autopsies on deceased individuals in order to determine the cause and manner of death. And over the course of my career, don't keep exact track, but I estimate that I've done approximately 5,500 autopsies.
5,500?
Correct.
All right, we'll talk more about what an autopsy is in a minute. Over that course of time doing 5,500 autopsies, have you?
And I will tell you what, if it's going to keep this thing up on the bottom third, how long does it keep that up? Oh my God, it's just so annoying. I guess it doesn't keep it for that long. I don't know. It's just so, I find that so annoying. I'm going to play it, but I'm going to pull up the court TV feed because that I just can't stand. I'm glad they don't do that anymore. I feel like it was only for this trial and then people like expressed their hatred and then they stopped doing it. But I'm going to play this while I pull up court TV.
Have you been qualified as an expert and testified in courts of record in the nation?
Yes. So again, I'm not keeping track of every single one, but a conservative estimate would be approximately once a month for more than 20 years, which would put me in the mid 200. So about 250, but that's probably a little bit more than that.
And that's times you've been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes.
And is that just in South Carolina or there have been other places?
Yeah, the majority have been in South Carolina, but also North Carolina, where I practiced for 6 years prior to moving to South Carolina. And I've also been admitted as an expert witness in forensic pathology in federal court a couple of times where I autopsied individuals who died on tribal lands.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to qualify Dr. Reamer, Professor Reamer, as an expert in forensic pathology.
No objection, Your Honor.
She's so qualified.
All right, Dr. Reamer, before we get to your specific findings in this case, can you quickly describe to the jury what is pathology and what is an autopsy? What is it that your science and being a physician, what are you trying to do?
Yes. So the purpose of an autopsy is to obtain as much information as I can from examination of the tissues of the body and in order to come to a determination of the cause and manner of death. And the autopsy examination is basically a specialized surgical procedure. It starts with an external examination. So before any cuttings get started, I look from head to toe. I look for anything unusual. If there's injuries, I review them.
Y'all, literally, I pulled this up and I just pulled the slidey thing to a random place. And you're going to hear it literally pick up in that exact same spot with that same sentence from head to toe. And now I don't have to have this on the screen. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? So
I look for anything unusual. If there's injuries, I review them. I look at them carefully and document those findings as well as establish an opinion on how injuries may have occurred.
And obviously, because in cases where you have traumatic injury, there's no getting around the fact that it's very graphic, the things that you have to look at and the things here today that you have to describe to the jury.
Yes, that's just part of it.
Yes, and I think that's during the rebuttal case, Happy Annie. is when that happens. Although I wouldn't be surprised if that happens actually this time around too, because she does get called on rebuttal. So then I feel like that's the one where that's even worse. And I can't remember. I know I asked you, Happy Annie, did you let us know where you're joining us from? And if you you don't have to answer, but I'm just curious. I'm trying to, because in my brain, I'm like, why am I thinking Minnesota? That just could be my brain. That's why I'm thinking.
Did you have call in this particular case to examine the victims of these murders, Paul Murdaugh and Maggie?
They get used to it, guys. It's their job. Just like people who have other jobs that are like doing something that seems insane, that would be impossible for most people to relate to. You know, there's so many examples, but it's just like that. You know, people that do this, that's their job. They don't think of it the same way, obviously.
Yes, I have the name is Margaret.
Oh, right. Vancouver. That's right. Thank you. Vancouver. Thank you. Vancouver. Right. Yes. Thank you for yes, Vancouver. Okay. So cool. Now I remember, because I remember saying we've got several different Canada squirrels. And I feel like Victorine might also be in Vancouver. But anyway, we will find out next time Victorine is here. We'll have to make sure we ask her. But we do have many Canada squirrels. And North Dakota. We've got also several squirrels in North Dakota. I don't remember where in North Dakota specifically Meg is, but one of you guys might know if she's near Bismarck. But yeah, I've always wanted to go to North Dakota. Originally born in Minnesota. Well, there you go. See, maybe my brain like ESP'd that shit and like combined it.
I know she goes by Maggie, but Margaret Murdaugh as well as Paul Murdaugh. I performed the autopsies on both of these individuals.
All right. And do you recall what day that was?
Don't worry, we don't see any graphic pictures.
I'll have to refer to my.
Although I'm sure y'all are well aware, they don't usually show that in trial or ever. And she's finding the date. Yeah.
And is it typical when you're conducting an autopsy that you have assistants there that assist you in performing these procedures and that sort of thing?
Yes, so I have assistants to help me with whatever I need, and the autopsies, I do the autopsy, and any assistance I need is done under my direction.
Sure. And then is it common that photographs are taken of the various injuries and your various findings as you do the autopsy?
Yes.
All right. And if any physical evidence is recovered during that autopsy, is law enforcement present or some official there to take custody of those sorts of things?
They're not always present, but if they're not present at the day of the autopsy, they'll come back, and I seal all of the evidence up and with in secure bags, and then those are transferred to the appropriate investigator.
Well, let's go ahead and get to it, and we're going to talk about Paul Murdaugh first, okay?
Okay.
And we also, do we have some poster boards behind you?
Okay.
And the first one is marked as states
Now,
500.
as far as the autopsies go, what's really interesting here and what really matters here is the path of travel of the bullets. And why is that? Well, because that's going to give us, I mean, honestly, to try to figure out what happened, right? Like in terms of how they died, like we know how they died, they were shot, right? But like, especially because there's more than one shot, right? And two guns. It gives you an idea as to who was moving, how were they moving, all kinds of things, right? And remember, we know that Alex's defense team, what they're going to try to bring in is this like 2-person theory with 5'2", 11-year-old ninja boys. And so, or potentially sometimes Poot kind of suggests that maybe Paul shot himself and whatnot, right? So, so the path, the direction of the bullet or the wound rather is really important. And like the order of them. I mean, other things too, but basically, so they're going to be starting with Paul, and it's really, really interesting, of course, because the guns were different, the ammunition was different, and so the wounds were very, very, very different between Paul and Maggie. And so we're about to hear about Paul first.
Right. And can you explain very quickly what this is to the jury, please?
Okay, so you may have seen these kinds of diagrams. These are blank body diagrams, and so when I autopsy a man or male, I start with that diagram, and it's basically a vehicle for me to take notes during the autopsy, so I can incorporate findings into my final autopsy report. But this is not, something.
Oh my God, y'all, look at that. I feel like usually they don't have a weird looking. Anyway, I'm just shocked that there's genitalia, if you
This
will.
is really for my edification, and so I can write things down, and it helps me when I write the autopsy
I feel like that's
report
not usually
and,
there.
to make sure I've covered everything.
Interesting.
And will this assist you as we?
I don't,
as
and
we explain
I don't remember seeing that the first time. I mean, we see these all the time. Every single autopsy, when they bring in the medical examiner or the forensic pathologist, they always have these. I feel like usually it's just like gender neutral. Usually.
jury the injuries that the
Interesting.
victim suffered.
Yes.
Interesting.
Wow.
Wow.
Dr. Reamer, let's again start
I
with
bet
Paul. If you could
Twiz must be asleep because I feel like Twiz would be making some sort of joke right now.
very quickly, how many did you observe any gunshot wounds to Paul?
Well, actually, there were 2 shotgun wounds, so that's different than a handgun or so a shotgun is where there, there's basically pellets that are enclosed in a wadding, and the wadding,
Right.
after it's fired from the
Thank you.
shotgun,
Thanks.
kind of opens up and allows all these pellets to be released from the wadding. And so the features of his injuries told me.
I don't know if you're talking about me or Dr. Reamer, but I will say I've got it on 1.25 speed as well. So that can add to the chipperness, but it's really not unusual. It's really not unusual. She might seem less chipper at normal speed, but I think most of us get used to watching these things at least 1.25 or 1.5. Oh, it's nasty. All right. And if you haven't, I can't remember if you haven't watched this trial before, James, but this was a very specific, and you're going to hear about this specific. Well, there's 2 for Paul, but the one to the head.
No uncertain terms that he was shot with a shotgun.
And if I could ask you with the court's permission, if you could step down, I'm going to hold up this board, and if you
Word
could bring a
shot.
marker with you, I've got a red Sharpie right here, if that helps you. And let's talk about the injuries that you observed to Paul Murdaugh. And then if you could, for the jury, if you could draw on this board that the first shotgun wound that you observed on Paul. All right, let me put mine up real quick.
Okay. Okay, so in order to make things as clear to you as possible, I'm going to use a black marker for an entrance.
Her job is there, and you can tell also when she does this, you can tell she's a teacher, right? We know she's teaching students how to do this. So her job is to teach the jury and help the jury. Like, this is really important that they understand this, right? I feel like with this, it's really takes sort of the emotional element out of it, which is it's a good thing, right? The jury has to be able to comprehend this information from almost the same level, obviously not the same level as a forensic pathologist, but they have to be able to comprehend this from a logistical level, right? Because this is really, like I said, this is really important, and not just this for any case, in understanding what happened, because you can learn a lot from the injuries, right? And if you're getting caught up in trying to, I mean, at this point, they've already seen crime scene photos, right? But if the people who are here on this jury swore up and down, and it just that they're fine with it, right? Like that they can handle it, right? And again, they don't want jurors that can't handle it. That's why they ask the jurors that. So these are jurors who have seen the crime scene photos already, but this is completely different than that, right? From understanding how this affects the body and the internal pathway. And, I think it makes perfect sense, right? Like you need the jury to understand this information. So
Entrance wound and red for exit. Okay, so just arbitrarily. Okay, so Paul had 2 shotgun wounds. One of them was to the left side of the chest, approximately this location, and the wadding containing the pellets traveled beneath the skin through like the soft tissue of the left side of the chest. It didn't actually go into the chest cavity, but traveled beneath the skin and through the muscle and fat.
First shot.
Before exiting the left axillary region. Okay, so it's kind of a straight kind of left to right. I'm sorry, right to left shot.
She does a great job.
And,
And just real quick, when you say right to
She
left,
does a great job of explaining it, I will say. I mean, some forensic pathologists, it really is sort of like, sometimes it's just, sometimes they're explaining it, or not even explaining it. They're just saying the information like they would to like another doctor or another pathologist or something, where it's just like not, the importance of it is lost on, at least lost on me sometimes, right? Which means probably lost on the jury sometimes. She does a really great job of explaining this. And again, I think she's also probably holding the jury's attention, which is important too.
If you're talking about Paul's right to
Yeah,
life.
that's right. So I'm
Yeah,
always
I agree.
thinking about like the patient's right to life.
It's close
Like,
range.
if we look at it, it's from, would be from left to right, but we always, for consistency, it's always relative
important.
to his body.
Down here by the hands, could you put an R on one side and an L on the other, just because I know.
Right, to label it right and left. Yeah, it's crucial that there's people that can do this, both in terms of performing it, right, and seeing all the dead people, 55,500 autopsies and whatnot, but also that's like one thing. But then there's a whole second skill set to be able to explain things to other people, whether it's students or a jury. I would say especially to a jury, because with students, at least you're like, they're already medical students, right? But for a jury of lay people, right, in a way that holds their attention and makes sense, it's really crucial for these trials. And she does a phenomenal job.
I get confused.
Yeah, no, it is. And honestly, we all do this during autopsies as well, because especially we have the back, and it's very easy to make a mistake.
And also, just real quick, could you write Paul up at the top there? All right, thank you. All right. All right, so you were talking about that first shotgun wound to the chest and where it exited. Were there
Yes.
any other injuries associated with that? Please continue on.
Yes. So remember we had wadding and closing pellets. The wadding actually got stuck, didn't completely exit and continue to fly out. It got stuck right underneath the skin of the left side of the chest, like close to the armpit area. And we have a photograph of that pink wadding that remained in the
Look at this.
skin of the exit.
Look at this. Ew.
From there, multiple shotgun pellets started going through like the left arm, okay, starting from the underside of the left arm. So the wadding terminated in the skin, and then pellets kind of went out and went through the left arm. So this is the left, remember this is his left side, his left shoulder, his left arm. And then we've got a bunch of exit pellet wounds on the left side of the arm, and some also a little bit on the back. So that you can see this is going through, and then this is actually on the inside of the arm, and the exits are kind of on the left side. So
was there stippling associated with this particular wound?
Yes. Okay. So there was stippling, and I'll draw that over here. Okay. So when a projectile comes out of the barrel of a weapon, be it a shotgun, a handgun, an assault rifle, what propels that projectile, we call, projectile out of the barrel of the gun? Okay, it's gunpowder, and gunpowder is basically ignited through the action of.
She does a great job of explaining this also.
And so gunpowder is basically burning and projects the projectile out of the barrel of the gun. A projectile can potentially travel a very long distance, like many feet, or yards, or long, depending on the projectile, until it hits something. Or if it doesn't hit anything, it can eventually lose power and go to the ground. But the gunpowder that leaves the barrel of the weapon can travel not too far. It only travels about up to 3 feet, depending on the weapon. So in this case, we actually have some particles of like abrasions from particles of gunpowder. And this is called gunpowder stippling. Okay, so we have stippling, which indicates that this wound was fired at a fairly close range. We can't say exactly, but probably no more than 3 feet, because that's our standard, could be anywhere from 2 to 3 feet.
No more than 3 feet.
And interestingly enough, there was some markings on the
no more than 3 feet. Now, one thing I will say too, is just recently in terms of in this trial, as in maybe the day before, in other words, it would have come up on like the last episode, I think. So, because we're not watching every witness, we're revisiting, key witnesses, certain testimony and stuff like that, because I just missed this trial. But one of the people we didn't watch is the, I'm blanking on his name. Sorry, dude. The tool marks examiner guy, who is just absolutely delightful and does a phenomenal job. He's great. Everybody that was watching this trial at the time said it was like the best they'd have ever seen for a tool mark examiner, for doing the, for the talking about the firearms, right? And the ammunition, because remember the fact that they don't have the firearms because they didn't find them, the murder weapons, right? Trying to prove like that the shell casings and whatnot, like what came from what weapon and, whatever. So he does a great job. And I think he's from SLED, but we did not watch him. But if you guys are interested, we totally can. So just let me know if anyone's interested in watching that test. And I don't mean tonight, I mean maybe next time, but just to let me know if y'all are interested, and we can watch that too.
Edge of this kind of cookie cutter type of
No, 3
defect
feet.
from the
3 feet
wadding going
less.
in that shows that some of the petals of the wadding are beginning to open.
3 feet or less.
So this is very classic for a shotgun entrance wound, and at the autopsy shows that it went after going through the underneath the left side of the chest. It went through the left arm.
All right. And let me ask you this, and before we look at some of the pictures, which are very graphic, is that correct?
Yes, it's just the nature of the beast.
If this particular injury, was it immediately fatal?
No, amazingly enough, this really, if that was all he sustained, he would have needed medical attention and some stitches and irrigation of the wound to clean it out, make sure he doesn't get infected. But it actually did not pierce the chest or cause.
Now I'm second guessing myself. I want to make sure she said 3 feet because it ends up being a point of contention on cross. And I thought she said 3 feet. Yeah, there we go. Okay, no more than 3 feet. Yeah, no more than 3 feet for the proximity for that first shot. But crazy is here, he would have survived. Yeah.
So this is very classic for a shotgun entrance wound, and at the autopsy shows that it went after going through the underneath the left side of the chest. It went through the left arm.
All right. And let me ask you this, and before we look at some of the pictures, which are very graphic, is that correct?
Yes, it's just the nature of the beast.
If this particular injury, was it immediately fatal?
No, amazingly enough, this really, if that was all he sustained, he would have needed medical attention and some stitches and irrigation of the wound to clean it out, make sure he doesn't get infected. But it actually did not pierce the chest or cause any internal bleeding. It did, however, cause a bruise or contusion of the left lung, and that's because there's a lot of energy associated with this, but didn't actually go through the ribs, but caused a contusion of the left lung. But he would have been expected to continue to be standing after this. It would not have sent him to the ground.
All right. If you could, there's a dowel stick over by your witness stand, and I'm going to make sure the jurors down here could see what you're talking about. If you could grab that for me real quick, and then we'll look at some of the pictures here. So, well, I just wanted to show it to these jurors down here just to make sure they can see what you were doing. And then if you could just stay standing for me, I'm going to give them an exhibit to see if I can work with that room.
Look at her with her markers. Look how cute with her markers. I love her, and I love her scarf. And she's got her outfit.
All right, Dr. Reamer, if you would be very careful to keep these pointed this way, if you could. But I'm going to have you just look through states 478, 479, 480, 481, and 482, and see if you recognize those images.
Okay. So these are photographs.
And just real quick, just tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I recognize all of them.
All right, and these images that were taken during the autopsy you conducted at Paul Murdaugh?
Yes.
All right, and would they assist you in explaining the injuries to the jury?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, this time I've moved states 478, 479, 480, 481, and 482 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection.
All right. Now, Dr. Reamer, if you get the dowel stick and come around here to the screen, I'm going to put this first image up on the Elmo, and then if you could, we'll talk to you about these injuries and describe them.
Okay. So we can see, it's not great focus here, but this is the entrance shotgun wound on the left side of the chest. His left nipple is over here. So it's the left side of the chest. And there is some stippling
And
around
Dr.
it.
Reamer, I apologize.
Okay.
If you could come around and work this way so that all our jurors who are that way can see.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right. So the shotgun wound is going in this direction. Remember, it exited that left side of the chest and then continued through the left arm. So that is a photograph of that wound, to the shotgun wound to the chest.
All right. And we'll see some more close-up images here in a minute, but this is the entrance wound right here. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then we have some injuries right here. Is that where those
Yes,
petals exited?
that
into
is
the
where
arm?
the
I love judging.
yes,
Look at this
the
sucker. He can't.
the wadding, which is the plastic piece.
Here's the thing. Can you guys see right there on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen? You guys see how there's a screen and there's cardboard over it? That is what the jury is looking at. Now, why is there cardboard over it? Because normally for exhibits that are able to be shown to everybody, they would be displayed on that screen. And in fact, they're still displayed on that screen. But if that screen is also facing the gallery. So here's the thing, that is covered up with cardboard so that the gallery can't see that. But you know what that means? The pictures that are being displayed to the jury, Alex can't see them either. So it's just him totally faking it. But I was going to say also, welcome, Andrew, and couldn't agree more. I love Judge Newman. He is awesome. We were also saying before that we really like the judge in Lori Vallow's case in Arizona. I don't even remember his name, but he does a great job too. And so, yeah.
The closing, the pellets terminated in the skin. It just didn't manage to get out. But all those pellets kind of got released from the wadding and went through the left arm.
I'm going to move. That was states 478 for the record. I'm going to move now to states 479. And what is this image?
Okay, so this is a more close-up view of the entrance wound. And you can see that it looks like there's little like almost squares or pegs sticking out of the edge. And that tells us that the wadding is starting to open because it opens up, it kind of opens up, there's petals. And this is a classic. I could put it in a book to say that this is consistent with a shotgun entrance wound. Okay, and we can see the dots around here. Those are from pieces of gunpowder that have basically impacted the skin because it's within a distance of 3 feet or so.
Moving now to states 480.
Okay, so usually when I take a photo, I don't want to go too close because then you won't be able to see where it is on the body. But here, this is recognized, this is the nipple, right? His left nipple. And we saw the entrance wound over here. And so here we have the, this is an exit wound where this pink wadding is basically stuck right there. And you can see these are the petals on the edge, and that's what gave that unique appearance to the entrance wound. Now, this is basically a cylinder that encloses lots of pellets. And then the pellets here, we start to actually have some of the pellets coming through the surrounding skin and then along the left side of the lateral side of the chest, kind of below the armpit area.
All right, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 111, already in evidence at this time. Do you recognize that?
Yes, so that is the wadding that I recovered at autopsy and took a picture of it before I recovered it. So that's the wadding that was from Paul's chest.
And just again, point out where that is in that image, please.
Yeah, so here it is. It's kind of peeking out through this big hole in the left side of the chest.
All right, let me move on to the next exhibit. I'm going to put up on the screen now states 481. And tell me what this image
Okay, so this is a photograph of the same wadding, but I'm taking it from a different angle. Okay, so he's lying on an autopsy table, and I've moved his arm up to show the relationship of this wadding with the entrance pellet wounds on the underside, the underside of the left arm. And interestingly enough, a lot of times pellets just go through the skin, but here we have some abrasions around the skin, and it actually corresponds to abrasions. We normally don't have abrasions with an exit wound, such as we have here, but the fact that we have abrasions on the underside of the left side of the chest corresponding to the inside of the arm indicates that his arm was down at the time of this injury.
So let me ask you about that. In your expert opinion, having done 5,500 autopsies,
That
is there any
matters
way
a
that
lot.
Paul's hands were up when he suffered that shotgun wound to the chest that you've been talking about?
No, the autopsy answers that question, that his arm was down by his side at the time he sustained this.
Because it wasn't
Again,
someone he was afraid
highlight the
of.
specific features that you observed that caused you to come to that expert
Okay,
opinion.
so let's just say hypothetically, if his arm was up, you see all of these abrasions around this exit defect and the abrasions around these pellet entrances. We wouldn't see that because they, those are caused by when these pellets and the wadding is pressing up against the skin is very elastic. So this is just kind of logic. I think you're all going to get this. It's kind of going to push the skin before it actually exits. The skin's going to
interesting.
And if it hits up
Y'all
against
hearing that? Interesting, right? Because there's a lot of overlap here with Karen Reed. Think about this. So let me back it up a second. She's saying the skin is elastic, and then she's like, it's basically common sense.
cause
Okay.
by when these pellets and the wadding is pressing up against the skin is very elastic. So this is just kind of logic. I think you'll
There you
get
go.
this.
Like
Kind of
that's
going to push
there it is.
the skin before it actually exits. The skin's going to stretch a lot. And if it hits up against the other portion of the skin, we have kind of abrasions, which are kind of scrapes on the skin around where it exited as well as where it entered. So these are sometimes called like it's a
Can
short
someone tell this to Dr. Crosby?
exit wound. So the skin actually struck another area, and in fact, it corresponds exactly. It's like a reflection. We can see this is reflected. This one is reflected over here. So if we can only get that kind of a mark if his arm is down. Now, this is the kind of thing that it's the logical conclusion, and I'm confident that was the position of his arm at the time he was shot. And this is based on my training and more than 20 years of experience doing these cases.
All right, let me look at the next exhibit, which will be 482 for the record. And tell us what you see here, and also if you could
We're admiring our new warrior.
You were just talking about.
Yes. Okay. So these are the exit pellet wounds on the outside of the arm in this area, right? So this is kind of like his armpit here. And we can see these are kind of just, these pellet exit wounds don't have kind of abrasions around it. This is just kind of finding its way through the skin. And then this one is over here. So, and if the further the pellets travel, it kind of splays out. So after the pellets leave the wadding that is open, there's spread. So, but these are, exit pellet wounds, and we don't have a kind of abrasions to suggest that his arm was pressed up against anything at the time that those pellets exited.
All right. One other thing as well is when talking about his arm being down, of course, the wadding stopped in that wound still in his chest, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's move on. Just give me 1 second here to get some other exhibits and show them to the defense counsel. Maybe stand that way just a little bit. I'm going to show you now what's been marked as 483, states 484, states 485,
Are they getting to
486,
the
and
next?
487. And just quickly tell me if you recognize those, and then I want to go back to the board before we talk about those pictures.
You recognize them?
Your Honor, this time I've moved states 483.
Sealed.
Yes, sir. Exhibit except for the injury, but there was a second shotgun injury as well. Is that correct?
Okay.
All right. And
Y'all,
I'm going to
the second shotgun injury. Brace yourself.
go back to states 500, which is the poster board. And if you could explain to and draw on this diagram that second injury, and then we'll look at the pictures.
So there was a large shotgun wound defect to the top of his left shoulder. And there were lots of pellets recovered in the left shoulder area. And from there, the kind of just went across the top of the left shoulder and then went into the left side of the neck and face. Okay? And from there, his face actually was not destroyed from this, but there's a big exit wound on the top of the right side of the head. So this wound went from his left toward his right and upward, and with a slight front to back deviation. Now, what does that tell us? We don't really know. It's kind of going toward, it's sparing his face, it's going behind the face. Now, one thing that makes sense to me, how could that happen? If he was just standing, not everybody gets shot like standing like these diagrams, right? But if he was shot and his face was forward, it would have taken off a lot of his face. However, if he is turned toward the shooter, then it's going to go into the face here and go out towards the right back of the head. So to me, it makes sense that his head is turned to the left. Not necessarily completely, but partially turned to the left. And what happened here was an extremely severe, immediately fatal injury, because what it did was that after it went through the left side of the neck and face, our brain is basically held up through the skull. So we have bone at the top of the skull, but then we also have a bone that kind of holds up the brain. It went through the base of the skull, okay, which is kind of like this area. The brain is up there. And this wound, actually, his brain was ejected out of the top of the right side of his head and actually arrived at the autopsy in a separate bucket. So the force of this wound actually pushed the brain out of his head. There was only just a small piece of brain remaining, and that's the brain stem that was attached to the spinal cord.
All right, and real quickly, going back to the first wound to the chest, if Paul was standing when he suffered that, could he have remained standing after suffering that wound?
Yes.
All right. The second wound, the one that starts in the shoulder and goes in here and then out the top of his head, what would have been the effect of that wound?
That would have been immediately fatal, and he would not have been standing. He would have just fallen to the ground.
All right, and would he have been capable at all of bracing his fall or anything like that with a catastrophic injury like that?
No, that's instantaneous death.
All right. Did you notice any abrasions on his face or anything like that?
Yes, he did have, and it's depicted in one of the photographs. He does have a kind of a scrape on his face, and very frequently scrapes on the face that it has a slight directionality. It's consistent with a terminal collapse. So if he's hitting the ground with some movement, there's frequently kind of a linear pattern. And, all of this really makes sense. Once you see these things, you can understand that.
And I will say that where he fell, so where he was right outside of the feed room, where there's that concrete slab, right? We heard, well, we haven't heard this time around, but previously we heard, oh, what's his face? The neighbor guy who's amazing. The neighbor dude talk about how the whole the routine with the watering and anyway, we've seen tons of pictures. And so there was a concrete slab thing out there before you got to the grass. And remember, it was all wet. There's lots of water. But the point being that the scrapes on his face or whatever would be from slamming on the concrete.
He's going to fall with the force of their body, and they're going to hit their face on the ground, and we get some abrasions that correspond to that.
All right. And let me do this real quick. If you could grab that dowel stick for me, I'm going to make sure the jurors down here have a chance to see.
So while they're doing that, I will just say, Spencer, to your question.
Okay.
So that's the shoulder right there, and then.
I should have made a red mark here.
So while I haven't put a new song on YouTube, I guess in 2 years or whatever, according to YouTube, but I've made the trial related music videos more recently than that, trial songs or whatever. But it's hard to have time to do everything, right? And so I stopped writing songs a lot when there were more cases I wanted to be able to cover simultaneously, and I was probably live streaming, I don't know, maybe once a week or something, maybe, when I was writing more songs. I don't even know, maybe less than that. I don't even know. But now it's multiples a day typically. So
this is the exit wound on the right side of the body, and the brain came out of that exit.
No,
you mentioned a little bit about being consistent with Paul kind of having his head tilted to one side. If you could use the dowel stick, maybe use me as an example and show me kind of what you're talking about. You can position me however you want to.
Yeah, okay.
Let's go out here.
So we start with a different idea, okay, in order to understand how that's the case. So if a shotgun wound is entering the top of the left shoulder, and let's say his head is turned like that, it's going to go right through the face, right? But if his head is turned like that, it's going to spare the face and be able to go behind the face. So if somebody's just standing looking straight ahead, this most likely would have done a lot of damage to his face. But the fact that the face remained intact tells me that his head was, I don't know, up or down, but his head was facing in the direction.
Oh, look at Creighton. That's hilarious.
The shotgun was being fired.
Room theater.
Injury to shoulder would have been where, but you just went to the.
Yes, so it's kind of on the top of the shoulder. This also did not injure his chest cavity. It kind of went through a lot of the skin and muscle and fat of the left shoulder. And there were a lot of pellets that were recovered from the left shoulder area as well as the head.
And I'm going to show you very quickly what's been marked as states 110. And do you recognize this item already in evidence?
Yes, these are the pellets that I recovered from the left shoulder and head area.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and if you could stay on that side so the jurors can see. And I'm going to,
This side?
yeah, if you could work on this side so that the jurors down on that end can see. And I'm going to look at some of these. All right, and I'm going to show you first what's been marked as states 483. And can you tell me what's on this particular image, particularly as to some of the things you were just describing as to the abrasion and things like that?
Yes, so we can see this is basically an abrasion, is a fancy word for scrape. So there are scrapes on the right side of his face, and you can see they kind of have, you can kind of see that there's a little bit of a linearity. So if he just fell completely flat, we might just get like, you know, dots, but if there's some movement, we get, it's kind of, he's hitting the ground and then moving it a little bit as his face hits, so we get this kind of vertical direction. And this is a very typical type of injury to the face that somebody might suffer from a terminal collapse.
Guys,
so after they sustained a fatal injury.
I feel like I just also like put it in the chat when you guys, when we usually hear like a medical examiner or forensic pathologist, when they have to define an abrasion, what do they normally say? How do they normally define an abrasion? What do you guys think? Is that what you feel like they normally say? So the way I feel like they usually describe it is, I mean, usually, right? I feel like normally when it's like, what is an abrasion? It's like an abrasion is a wound that's on the surface level of the skin that doesn't go more than, I don't know, I'm just making this up. I don't know for sure, but they give a certain, 8 centimeters deep or whatever, and it's in a linear direction and a da-da-da-da-da-da, right? That's what I feel like I normally hear. That's what I feel like I normally hear. And then they might get asked after that, so is it kind of similar to a scrape? And then they might say yes. What I appreciate is the way Dr. Reamer says this here, which is almost just sort of like making fun of or like poking fun at her own profession for trying to give something that is a basic thing a fancy word or a different word that needs to actually be defined. Like, listen to this.
That's the abrasion and things like that.
Yes, so we can see this is basically an abrasion, is a fancy word for scrape. So there are,
it's a fancy word for a scrape. I just appreciate, what's the right word? What's the word I'm looking for? Like the self-awareness or whatever, if you will, for her profession, for like coming up with words that are fancier that mean the same thing as something obvious, right? And for like having the to be able to say it and like make fun of herself in a way, or her profession. I don't know what's there's like, I guess another word I'm thinking of, but anyway, I just thought that was really funny. Like, it's just basically a fancy word for a scrape. It's like, thank you for just saying it that way, right? Like, in other words, it's not that the jury's not normal for not knowing what an abrasion is. It's like they're the ones who are not normal for giving it a weird name when they could have called it a scrape, right?
Image, particularly as to some of the things you were just describing as to the abrasion and things like that.
yes, so we can see this is basically an abrasion, is a fancy word for scrape. So there are scrapes on the right side of his face, and you can see they kind of have, you can kind of see that there's a little bit of a linearity. So if he just fell completely flat, we might just get like, dots, but if there's some movement, we get, it's kind of, he's hitting the ground and then moving it a little bit as his face hits, so we get this kind of vertical direction. And this is a very typical type of injury to the face that somebody might suffer from a terminal collapse. So after they sustain a fatal injury, what are they going to do? They're going to fall to the ground. Now, depending on the surface of, if it's concrete or, grass, we might get some, but this is very typical of, I don't know what kind of surface it was, but a terminal collapse.
Okay. All right, if you would, with this image, and this would be stage 484, please explain to the jury using this image some of the concepts that you've been describing to them.
So this is the top of his left shoulder, and this is the continuation of the ammunition through the left side of the lower face. And from there, it proceeded behind the face through the base of the skull. And
okay, you guys, I'm so glad Meg is here because you missed it, Meg. You missed it. You've missed so much. We're on our third back-to-back live stream. I wanted to show you about this that I made for Derp Durable. And I explained this earlier on a different live stream. But basically, since there's not a Derp Durable yet, and there's no vacuum cleaner emoji yet, so the closest I could come up with was a broom, like in lieu of vacuum cleaner, and a devil, because Dirt Devil. And then there you go, Derp Durable. So everyone was doing that. And then also we have a new command for Lori. We were just showing this earlier, but Maggie hasn't seen it.
And it is amazing. And shout to Twiz for coming up with the wording here. Grabbed him by the storm, felt the thunder, saw the lightning flash through the portal. We took a lot of time, as one should, to pick out these emojis, and it was a lot of fun. So yeah, that should get you all caught up to speed.
Exited the right side of the top of the head. And sort of toward the back.
Glad you're here, Meg.
And those two sort of together, they are. That's kind of what you're describing before when you get positioned in my head.
Yes.
In a manner.
We got 2 North Dakotans in the house right now. And Meg, I couldn't remember where in North Dakota you're from, so I was like, huh, because James was saying he's in Bismarck. But no, regardless, it's just the fact that we have 2 North Dakotans here at the same time is pretty crazy, right? So shout to North Dakota.
No, what you
Yeah,
did.
that's right. So Maggie turned to the left like that. I think that makes the most logical sense, and forensic pathology is really logical. So when we look at these things,
You were
we think,
suggesting
how could this have happened? And
Or in North
after
Dakota.
it's not always immediately obvious, but with some thought, we can come to these conclusions with confidence.
Are you saying, wait, are you in
State
South?
485. So it's another perspective.
Yeah, so this is a same injury. This is formed by a single piece of ammunition here that went through the top of the left shoulder, tore it up, right? And then went into the left side of his face and neck. And some of these
Okay, South Dakota. Damn it. Okay. Gosh darn it. Well, I will say it's still pretty amazing, right? Because there's just not that many people, I don't think, like population wise in either of those states. Pretty close. Okay. Okay. South Dakota, North Dakota. Still the Dakotas. We'll just call it the Dakotas. That's funny.
Turn now to state 485. So it's just another perspective.
Yeah, so this is the same injury. This is formed by a single piece of ammunition here that went through the top of the left shoulder, tore it up, right? And then went into the left side of his face and neck. And some of these pellets also did a lot of damage in the neck because they kind of splay out as they go further. And some of them went actually through his airway and other structures of the neck, as well as continuing through the base of the skull and propelling the majority of the brain out the right side of the
Brain
neck.
exploded out of the head.
Okay.
And now going to the sort of the end of that particular one. Tell us what this image.
So,
represents.
you can kind of see, it looks like this piece of his head, we're not really seeing the entire thing because his forehead is basically still intact, but you can appreciate at this point that, the contours of his skull are disrupted. And that's because there's a defect at the top of the skull, but not involving the forehead. So it's kind of in the back. So we know it started at the shoulder, it's been in the back. So his head may have been like that, facing toward the left.
That was stage 486, and finally stage 487.
Okay, now this is, all right. So this is,
I can't.
Yes.
It's hard for me to see what I'm doing.
it's
but-
okay. Yeah, so this is actually a photograph of the right side of, this is his, the face area. Okay, and I know that because I usually, when I take a photograph of the number, I usually have it like right side up. Okay, so this is the top of his head. And this is,
I apologize.
no,
Maybe
yeah,
do it like that, it
yeah,
might be a
that's
little
good,
better.
right. So now you can sort of see, this is the right side of his head, and it's horrible, I know. And there's a big defect there. And we can see the inside of the skull, but his face was spared, so.
All right, Dr. Reamer, if you would. That's all the images I have right now. Excuse me.
The jury room for a few moments. Please not discuss the case.
Also, Spencer, if you're still listening, I should also mention, I should mention this because this might make you feel better. I have like probably 100 songs that are completely written, but I just don't have lyrics for them. So I have like a whole arsenal of those that are saved of songs I've written. Again, I just don't have lyrics for them. So in other words, they're like over half written. I don't know how much you would say if it's what percentage wise when you don't have lyrics, but still, So it's not quite as bad as you might think. I just need to have lyrics. Okay, here we go.
Let me ask you this very quickly. Do you see any evidence of any defensive wounds on Paul?
No, I did not.
Can you describe quickly what a defensive wound is and then explain why you see none in particular for this?
Yes, so a defensive wound is, sometimes somebody might sustain injuries that suggest that they had their hands or arms up while trying to defend themselves from from what is about to happen. And I don't see anything on his hands that would indicate, he had his hands up to his face in anticipation of the injury that was about to happen.
And the thing is if it was 2.5 to a ninja's, he probably would have, right?
Yes, so that first shot, his arm was down, and I don't see any evidence of injury to his hands from the second wound.
And then that abrasion on his face is consistent with that second shot and him just having terminal
Right,
collapse.
so falling to the ground, hitting the right side of his face on the ground with a little bit of forward movement. So we got that kind of linearity, and that would be consistent with collapsing to the ground after it's very frequently people, after sustaining any kinds of disabling injuries, if they're standing up, they're going to fall, just gravity. And so he fell and he was face down at the time. So he had a scrape on the cheek, which is the surface of his body that impacted the ground.
What were toxicology results on Paul, if any?
Yes, so
anything that he might have had in his system?
Oh, yes. So every person that has an autopsy at MUSC, and everybody gets a full toxicology testing done. MUSC does not actually perform toxicology, but toxicology was sent to a toxicology lab that tests for any possible substances that may be in the blood. And the only thing he had in the blood at the time of his death was caffeine.
No alcohol or drugs?
No alcohol or drugs. It was negative.
Were you able to reach any conclusion about the order in which Paul suffered these shotgun blasts?
Okay. Well, in my opinion, based on my education and experience, the first shotgun wound, the initial shot was to the chest, following which he remained standing and sustained the other gunshot wound to the top of the left shoulder and head. If we think about it, well, is it possible that the other one was first? It just kind of defies logic, right? So if he got that one first on the left shoulder and through his head, we know that one sent him to the ground. So he fell to the ground, hit the right side of the face. How is he possibly going to get that one to the front of the chest? So it's just hard to imagine a scenario in which the shotgun wound to the head was first.
Let's move now, if we can, to Maggie Murdaugh, and you did her autopsy as well as you described in the story. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. And how many gunshot wounds, just very quickly, did you observe on Maggie?
So she sustained a total of 5 gunshot wounds from a minimum of 4 shots. So it could have been from 4 shots with 5 wounds or 5 separate shots. And I will explain once we do that.
I have what's been marked as States 501. And again, this is another diagram that would assist you in explaining these injuries.
Yes, so this is the woman diagram. And and this is what I used to take notes while I performed the autopsy.
All right, if you would step down, please, and walk over here, and we'll do the same procedure with Maggie. You can start out by writing her name at the top, and then put the left and right on there too to aid us in understanding.
Okay.
All right. Let me do this just very quickly. I apologize.
Well, so, okay.
And going back to States 500.
So I have no problem with instrumentals. Obviously, I play the violin. But these are songs that are guitar part with vocals that have a melody where singing is a part of it, basically, right? There's a vocal part, and it would literally make no sense without words, right? Otherwise, like humming, you know what I mean? Like I'm singing it, but I'm singing it without words, but that wouldn't make any sense. And the guitar part by itself wouldn't make any sense. There's songs that are meant to have lyrics and singing, right? So that's why. Oh, y'all are talking about something in South Dakota? I mean, I've all, in terms of playing with other people, I've done a ton of that, but all of it was with violin, or singing, I guess. Never with guitar. I've only ever played guitar by myself. It wouldn't make sense. I mean, because it's all singer-songwriter type stuff, I guess, if you want to call it something, you know, it wouldn't make sense to have a band. Yeah, again, I know I said I've always wanted to go to North Dakota. I also wanted to go to South Dakota also. Both of the Dakotas I've always wanted to go to. The Black Hills are in South Dakota, right?
And this is Paul, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had an arrow right here kind of showing the direction of shot number 1. Is
Yes.
that right? Can you do an arrow for shot number
Sure.
2, please? And Your Honor, this time I'd move stage 500 into evidence for demonstrative purposes.
Okay.
So move it into evidence.
Yeah,
Is he gonna just use it for demonstrative purposes, or?
So no offense to you, James, but like the Black Hills especially is where I've always wanted to go. But I want to go to both states.
Moving into the evidence.
I'm moving into evidence, Your Honor.
Okay.
To admit it without objection.
All right, going back to 501, this would be Maggie, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, if you could start to detail the injuries that you observed to Maggie and what is the most probable order based on your review of
Okay.
the evidence?
Well, first of all, this was a different weapon. It was not a shotgun with wadding and pellets. These injuries that Maggie sustained were they're completely consistent with an assault rifle. So it's a different weapon. And I'm going to go through the 5 wounds, and then we'll think about how I'll try to explain my opinion as to the likely order, just sort of like we figured out Paul's shotgun wound to the chest came first, but we'll do the same with her. But she's got a few more wounds, so it could be require a little bit more logical thinking. Okay, so she had an entrance wound that was right over there. Okay, it's kind of right below the rib cage, not far from the middle of her midline of her body. And that wound, okay, now we're going to remember, this is right and left. It's very easy to get the right left
Yeah, the Badlands.
confused.
Is
But
that
that's
north or
going
south?
from front to back and downward.
Oh, okay.
And there was an exit wound kind of like right down here. Okay, so it entered here. Okay, so we're in a kind of downward direction. It was actually 10 inches below where it entered. So it's pretty low. Down here was the exit wound. And on the way, that projectile, that bullet, went through the abdominal wall. That's like our muscle and all that. And then once it got inside the body, it went through mesentery, which is the supportive tissues of our intestines. So it went through mesentery, has all the blood vessels and lymphatics, all that stuff that supports our intestines. The intestines take up a lot of room in there. Now it's continuing to go toward the back of her body, went through the pancreas, okay, which is kind of toward the back. And then as it's traveling left, it went through the left kidney and left iliac artery, which is a blood vessel that leads off the aorta before exiting the left side of the back.
All right. And let's go ahead. Can we do the second wound, and then we'll talk about both of those together in a
Okay.
second, if we could.
So we've got 2 that are basically completely to the front of the body, directly to the front. And there's another wound that's kind of on the front inside of the left thigh, kind of like over there. Okay. And this one is also going from front to back and toward the left and downward. So these 2 shots follow a parallel path. They're both, so this is the left, okay, left leg, right, left thigh. And the exit wound was in the back of the left thigh. And it actually, this is a little bit too high, okay, I should, but it was lower
Put that
down.
X through
Yeah.
the wrong one.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. So it's traveling in a downward direction and also with a kind of a slight right to left. So I'm going to draw an arrow to indicate the direction. Okay. So that one's going like that. And then this one is also going in the same direction, downward toward the back.
All right. And those, you said, followed kind of a parallel trajectory?
Yes, they had a relatively parallel trajectory. Another feature of each of these wounds is that, remember we talked about gunpowder stippling when somebody is shot at a relatively close range. Well, both of these wounds had gunpowder stippling around them, okay?
And
Now-
go ahead and remind the jury what stippling indicates about probable distance from a
Yeah, so
firearm?
within 3 feet. We don't usually see it any more than 3 feet. Sometimes it's within 2 feet, but depending on the firearm, I can't say exactly, but it's somewhere in that range. You know?
So fairly close range and parallel trajectories for these two
Right.
wounds.
Okay.
Is that
And-
correct?
Yes.
All right.
And they both exited the left side of the body. One was on the, this is her left leg. It's really easy to get turned around here. Okay, left thigh, and the other's on the left side of the lower back. And the one to the
James wasn't kidding. For anyone who's not familiar with the Peace Gardens in North Dakota, that is worth looking up. Those are, I'm looking at the pictures right now. They're beautiful. So thank you so much. Yeah, that is amazing. Yeah, no, I've never played drums. I don't think I would do very well with that. It's just, I hear everything with melody and harmony because just the way my brain works. Growing up playing violin and doing musical theater, like drums, there's like no harmony or melody. I mean, I guess maybe if you play drums, you hear maybe, I mean, you wouldn't hear harmony for sure, but I guess you hear a difference in pitch, but it's just very different. Drums play a different role, obviously, right? Not really the way my brain works.
The left leg actually just went through muscle and
Yeah,
soft
I know,
tissue and
it's
actually
gorgeous.
break a bone.
All right. If those two wounds, let's go ahead and do all the wounds. Can we go to the next wound that we have? And before we do that, was there a wound to the wrist in this particular instance?
Yes, there was a wound to the wrist, and it was on the left wrist. The entrance wound was somewhere around here. And, okay, so this is her left wrist. And then the exit wound was a little bit higher on the inside of the arm. So this is the kind of the hairy part, this part, and then the inside where there was an exit wound.
All right. And using my left hand, can you kind of point generally to the jury about the location of those?
Yeah, so kind of going in here and out there.
All right.
Dude, I
All right, so
love
that's
that
3 gunshot injuries at this point. Is that correct?
Correct. Defense was me.
That's
Yep.
All right. Now tell me about the fourth one, if you would.
Okay.
Please.
So the fourth one was somewhat unusual because it's going in an upward direction through the body. Okay, there was an entrance wound on the underside of the left breast that exited like the top of the left breast. Okay, and from there we have some marks on. There's like bruising on the left side of the chest up here, the left clavicle, and that bullet continued through the underside of the left side of the face. Okay, so there's a wound kind of like over there. Okay, and it's everything is kind of going up. So this was an exit, and then we have like a re-entrance. Okay, so we have a series of defects. We have this is an entrance.
Remember when she said like 4 or 5, and she wasn't quite sure. This is what she's talking about.
An exit, and then the bullet continued through the left side of the face and lower ear area and into her head. Okay, now in addition to that.
Just real quick, those first 2 wounds that you described, the wound to the abdomen and the wound to the leg, and those were both to the front of the body, is that correct?
Correct.
And they both had a similar parallel trajectory, is that correct?
Yes.
Would either one of those wounds been immediately fatal?
No.
All right. The wound you just described, and how about the wound to the wrist? Would that have been immediately
No.
fatal? What about the wound that you just described that went in near the breast and then went into the head?
Yes, that would have been immediately fatal because when it entered the left side of the face, it basically destroyed the brain.
And was there another gunshot injury, traumatic gunshot injury aside from that one?
Yes, but I'm going to, before I continue, I did want to mention that there was an abrasion, kind of a scrape below that, which indicate below her left breast.
Well, that's just
so it
gross.
indicates before it actually went through the left breast, it kind of scraped along the abdomen as it was going upward before it went into her head.
On the injury, the gunshot wound, the assault rifle wound to the abdomen and the assault rifle wound to the leg, you said there was stippling there. Is that correct?
Yes, the other wounds did not have any stippling, so they were from further back.
The wrist wound had no stippling?
Correct.
And that wound that you just described going up into Maggie's head, that did not have any stippling either?
Correct.
You mentioned there's one more as well to her head. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, describe that to the jury using this chart, please, or this diagram.
Okay. So there was an entrance wound to the back of the head. Okay, that was kind of like right over there. Okay, and it's kind of near the base of her skull, and that was going downward. Okay, now this is like automatic rifle semi, like it's a rifle ammunition. So it's not a single, cylindrical projectile that remains intact. These rifles, the projectiles fragment as they go through the body. That's one of the mechanisms by which they do enormous damage. Okay. Now, this wound was going in a downward direction. And then we have lots of exit wounds on the right side of her upper back, where all of those fragmented projectile fragments exited. And this wound, it's in a clearly downward direction. It entered the back of her head, went through the back of the skull, and through the brainstem and cerebellum. Okay, so these are vital portions at the very bottom of the brain. But it did not enter into her chest. It continued just scraping along the top of the back. So we know this is going in a downward direction. So how do we reconcile? How do we make sense of a wound that's going upward and then another wound that's going downward? Okay, you'll recall this wound that went through her left breast.
So this is
and
really,
into the
this
left
is really
side of her.
important, and you can see how much time she spent thinking about this when she probably didn't really have to. This is really more of like an accident reconstructionist's probably purview. Like this is going above and beyond, but it was bothering her that it was not, that she couldn't explain it, right? I love it.
Okay, so these are vital portions at the very bottom of the brain, but it did not enter into her chest. It continued just scraping along the top of the back. So we know this is going in a downward direction. So how do we reconcile? How do we make sense of a wound that's going upward and then another wound that's going downward? Okay, you'll recall this wound that went through her left breast and into the left side of her face injured her brain, right? She's not going to be standing anymore. Now, how would this even go upward? Okay, those first two shots, right? The one to her, or we'll say the one to her, the right side of her abdomen, that went, remember, through her pancreas and the left kidney. Kidney pain is very painful. We can imagine this did not
in a good way.
but she may have been bent over straight, and that puts her in a position, if someone's bending over, leaning over to get a gunshot wound that goes along. So when we look at her body in an upright position, and she's got a gunshot wound going upward, we know it's going upward because it ended in her head. Probably her body was bent over, and it may have been that she just sustained this very painful wound to her abdomen, not in addition to her thigh, and she was most likely, in my opinion, bent over or even possibly on the ground, but not completely lying flat. At the time, because then it would never have been able to go through the front of the, you have some like skip areas here. So if she's bent over, we have some skin fold. And then a skip, plus it went through the underside of the left
Makes
eye,
sense.
and then the top of the left eye. So that would indicate that her breast may have been sort of, like pain all over there.
All right, so do you have that dowel stick anywhere? Unless if you would, just, again, use me if you could to describe some of the concepts you're talking about. And let's start with those first
Right,
two shots
and-
of the abdomen, and then just kind of
Oh my
position
God.
me as we move on to the
Right
shots.
inside me, a
Alright,
couple
so,
boobs, though.
one
Well,
wound.
sit over here if you would,
Okay,
so that you're-
absolutely. Okay. Well, now I have to kind of, I'll have to, I can't show this. Yeah, I'm going to show that the entrance would be about there, right, top of the abdomen. And it went through the body, exiting on the left side of the lower back.
Mhm.
And while it was in the body, went through the pancreas and the left kidney and a blood vessel nearby.
All right, and then the wound to the thigh.
Okay, the thigh was kind of on the front, but a little bit toward the inside area. And that exited lower down on the left thigh, in the back of the left thigh.
That went to the abdomen, but that's been very painful.
Yes, I mean, kidney, if you ever knew anybody that had a kidney stones are some of the worst pain medicine. People who aren't get a kidney stone have to be on very high doses of morphine just to control the pain. Well, she had like projectiles, ammunition going through her left kidney. You can imagine that was a very painful wound and may have caused her to like fold over in pain.
Something like this.
Yes.
All right. And could it even been that she went to the ground and she's on her hands and knees, something like this?
Yes, that's also possible. And she could have had her head bent down or like sort of touching the ground at that point as well.
This shot, this one right here that you described right there, is there any way at that point in time she could have been completely prone flat on the ground like this?
No, because then how, well, it's not just going to go up. So she has to at least have been, I can't say for sure, but it makes sense that after receiving those first two shots, she's going to be bent over at least, or possibly, even lower to the ground. enabling her to get a wound.
If you did about
Yeah,
over,
like
could you
that.
do
That's
this?
perfect. Okay, going through the front of the left side of the chest. And if your head is bent over even further, you can imagine it's going to go into the head. Okay, so when I first look at this, I'm like, what? It takes a little, but in retrospect, now that I've made sense of this, it all comes together. So,
So far at this point in time, we've talked about the abdomen and the thigh wound. In your opinion, are those two shots the first two shots she suffered?
yes, I think she
Yeah,
was
I know.
standing upright at the time. And then she only could have gotten the wound to the left side of, through the left side of the front into her head if she's horizontal, but not completely on the ground. But after sustaining that wound, okay,
She could have been down on her hands and
she
knees
could have been
too.
down on her hands and knees or just bent over, right?
So Creighton's probably on the
It went
floor
into
right
the
now.
ground. She's going to fall to the ground completely. And that puts her in a position to get the gunshot wound to the back of the head. I can't really,
All right.
you might not, you're too far away for that.
Sorry, I'm gonna go over here. But show me
Yeah,
that.
he's falling around on
So
the
last
floor.
wound
Amazing.
was
Love
going
it.
in a
Good job,
downward
Creighton.
direction, entered here, and it's kind of
Guys,
enough to
the way that
track
she's like, you're too far away, and he starts crawling around. I love it so much. No one else would or should even attempt.
it went into her brain. She's going to fall to the ground completely. And
Right.
that puts her in a position to get the gunshot wound to the back of the head. I can't really, you
All right.
might not, you're too far away for that.
Sorry, I'm gonna go over here. But show me that.
Yeah,
last wound.
okay, so the last
Falling,
one
you
was
guys.
going in a downward direction, entered here, and it's kind of, enough to fracture the skull and go through the back of the brain.
When we finish here, it would be worth checking the law and crime one because they have the 3 different cameras on to see if they've got that on camera of him crawling around. I bet they do.
Like a brain
I
stem,
bet they do.
and then have just a bunch of exit wounds there. So that's, that actually is then kind of a downward direction.
Right,
So
I
we
know.
have
I
something
feel you
going
on
upward,
that.
we have something going downward, and it only makes sense that the one to the left side of the front occurred first, because if the one to the back of the head she basically was already had injury to the brain sufficient to have killed her. The one to the back of the head that went down was, an additional wound, but the one that entered the left side of the brain was only sufficient to have killed her.
If she had not suffered this wound right here, the one where she's hunched over her hands and knees, if she had not suffered that one, would this one to the back of the head also been immediately fatal?
Yes, either one of them would have been immediately fatal. That one went through the brain stem and the cerebellum. Those sections of the brain, their whole job is to keep us alive. They keep us breathing and set the cardiac rhythm. And without that, none of us would be here.
But in your opinion, abdomen and thigh is first. This one that went through her breast into her head is after that, and then this one is when she's prone on the ground to the back of
Yes,
the head.
so I
This is the
do
last one.
think this isn't something that I immediately realized, but after thinking about it, how this gunshot wounds to one person, how do I make sense of this? And this is the most likely logical sequence of shots that she sustained. I also want to mention, remember we had this wound so we have 4 we know about, right? We've got right side of the abdomen, left thigh, the left side of the head in the front. We have breast first, and then we have this last wound while she was prone on the ground, okay, to the back of the head. We also have this additional wound to the left wrist that exited a little bit higher. Now, is it possible that her arm was just somewhere and got shot? Yes, but remember, we know that she must have been in a lot of pain in her abdomen from that shot that went through the abdomen. And if she is bent over, where would her hand likely be? It makes sense she might be bent over with her hand right there. And so if her hand is bent, she's got her hand on her belly, the wound entering the left wrist could exit there before actually going up. So if she's got her hand on her belly, I don't know if that's actually happening.
It's great.
That's why I described 5 individual.
I appreciate her
but it
so
could-
much for doing
because
that.
the left
Putting
wrist
that
could
thought
have
into
moved, it could have happened before another one.
And what you just described there with her wrist kind of close to her stomach after suffering that abdominal and thigh wound, that is consistent with the evidence what you just described. Is that correct? That having her hand right there, like you
Yeah,
just described?
that it would be consistent. I can't say 100% that that's what happened, but that is a gunshot wound to the left wrist, and it may have been sustained while she had her hand on her abdomen, possibly.
Give me 1 second. Reamer, I'm going to show you some images, and if you could stand back that way, just so we can again try to protect these as much as we can. These again are very graphic. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, if you could, and I'm going to kind of give them to you this way. States 488.
You're just going to get these in
489.
evidence.
488.
That I took of, yeah.
Admit it.
Okay.
Starting with 488, tell the jury.
What? Okay, thanks. Okay, so.
Just stand on this side real quick.
Yeah,
So that,
oh, got it. Okay, that's good. All right, so this is a photo of her left thigh. Okay, this is the knee area. And we can see this is kind of on the inside area of the front of the left thigh. And we do have the stippling around it, which tells us that it was shot within a certain, like, relatively close range.
and we have the stippling as you've described. Moving on to
Okay.
state 489. What is
All
this right here?
So you can kind of appreciate this is like the curve of her knees. This is the back of the left thigh where we have an exit wound.
Going on now to states 490. What is this?
Okay, so this is the entrance wound on the right side of the front of the abdomen below the rib cage, close to the midline. And we do have stippling here. It's a little sparser and a little further spread. So that was also close enough within 3 or so feet to deposit the stippling, probably a little further back than the one to the left thigh because there's more tightness of the stippling on the thigh. So if we think of it as kind of going outward, it covers a wider area and it's more sparse on the right side of the abdomen.
We go on to the next one. What is this right here?
Okay, so this is the exit wound to the left side of the lower back.
Just very quickly, you mentioned that there's stippling on both the abdomen and the thigh, but there's a little bit of difference in distance between the two. Is that correct?
Yes, a small amount. There's stippling on both, but the wound to the thigh is a more tighter, more closely packed bunch of stippling and doesn't appear as further away from the actual defect. So that was a little bit closer than to the barrel of the gun was a little closer to her body than the one on the right side of the abdomen, but both of them were within 3 feet.
And those were the only two wounds that you observed with stippling of the ones that you've described. Is that
Yes.
correct? All right. Going on now to this next 492. Tell us what this is, if you would, please.
Okay, so this is a wound to the left wrist.
Who's
and
on
we
the
can see
phone?
this is her left thumb, so it's kind of right over there. And it's going
Welcome back,
through
Susie.
the left wrist, exiting on the soft side of her left forearm.
Moving on now to 493. What does that look like?
Yes, so there it is. That's the exit wound. So she had the entrance wound to the part of her wrist near her thumb, and it's going through the left forearm area, exiting at an angle. Right, we know it's kind of exiting at an angle because this defect is oblong. Right, if it's going straight across, we would just have a hole, right? But if something's exiting in an angle, we have more of an oblong exit.
All right. Moving on to the next one, and again, this is graphic, but can you
Sorry,
tell me what this is, and I'm going to move the picture down as you describe it, please.
Okay, so here's her belly button, just to give you a reference point. And this was that entrance wound on the right side of the abdomen. This is another injury that kind of grazed, kind of abraded the left side of the abdomen before going through her left breast.
And then moving down.
Yeah.
Is that
Okay.
sufficient? I can't really see.
Yeah, so it's fine. Okay, this is a very large destructive hole in the left side of her face, including parts of her left ear. And this makes sense to be a continuation of the one through the left breast. I was confident that this was all the result of a single bullet, single fired shot. And what we see over here is basically a bruise from, it didn't actually go into the left shoulder, but as it's coursing upward through the breast before it kind of goes, and if she's bent over, then it's going to bruise this clavicle area, right? That's that bone right here, before going into the left side of her lower face.
All right, moving on. now, and I'm going to go out of order just a bit. I'm at 499. And can you explain?
All right, I'm having trouble seeing what this, oh yeah, okay, yeah. So at the time I did the autopsy, and I have a wound to the left wrist and through the forearm, and a wound that's going along the left side of the abdomen. I can't be certain, I can't say with an absolute certainty that her hand was up against her abdomen at the time that the gunshot wound to her torso was going upward. But if her hand was on her abdomen, which she may have had there after getting shot through the abdomen and bending over, this would be a perfect line through the through the wrist, out the left forearm, and like continuing in an upward direction before fatally injuring the left side of her head.
All right. So I know it's rough. It is rough. So Need Some Z's asked a great question about if there will be this much detail for the wounds. And I know, we don't even know how many times the victims were stabbed, right? And I will say that for the stabbing cases that I've watched, well, okay, let me put it this way. For the stabbing cases that I know particularly well, they vary. So like, for example, for Ezra McCandless, were any of you guys here for the Ezra McCandless coverage that we did? I don't know if any of you guys were, but with Ezra McCandless, with that trial, with those stab wounds, they went through in very thorough detail with each and every single wound, the depth, the dimension, the angle, and then trying to figure out which ones were first and which ones were. And I think there were, I can't remember exactly. There might have been 12. Maybe there were more. Maybe there were more than that. There might have been more than that. And then, like, for example, in the Zachary Hughes trial against South Carolina that we just covered, for that one, now the prosecution in that case was very unique, shall we say, and they skipped a lot of things that normally you see them do in trials. And for that one, it was like, yup, a bunch of stab wounds, check. And they didn't go into any detail about the stab wounds. It was very weird. I don't know why. I think the most that maybe they had was offering what was like the most fatal, but that was about it. It was very, the medical examiner was on the stand for a very brief period of time. It was just, that case was weird in every way. So I think it varies, but I think it also will matter, how many stab wounds each victim has. Like, there's rarely, but there's some cases where a victim was stabbed like, 100 times. And in that case, it's probably a lot harder to determine the order, but I don't think that would be the case here. But we just don't know, so yeah, so we will find out at some point though.
For how the wrist and that gunshot could be related.
So I took a photo of the wrist and the scrape along the left side of her abdomen together because it occurred to me, based on my experience over decades, that this may have represented a single inflicted shot. Maybe the one to the wrist was a separate shot. And in my
Spencer, that's hilarious.
report, I described it as separate because unless I'm absolutely certain that it's from the same shot, I'm going to describe them separate. But I'm able to tell you, so we have 4 wounds to the body, and it made 5 wounds, but if we count the left wrist as separate, but if the left wrist was connected to the other one, to one of the others, then it's there's only 4
Yeah, that's
shots.
right.
And then finally, states 498.
Okay, so this is also
think so, James?
a very
Why do you
oblique
think that?
shot, and this is the back of her head, and is a routine matter. She had hair there, but it wasn't apparent what kind of wound she had back there. There was blood, but I'll cut away the hair and to display the entrance wound. And you can see how long it is. It's long. It's not just a hole going from back to front. It's going in a downward direction like that. And this ammunition breaks up into fragments, and we have like these fragments basically coursing along the top of her back, going through the skin and the fatty tissue in her upper back. So, and this one, before it actually hit the back, it went through the skull, at the back,
So,
right side of the back of her head.
I couldn't remember. I knew Carla was thinking about her command. I couldn't remember if she'd chosen one. It looks like she hasn't chosen one yet.
Was the brain stem.
So let us know.
Thank you, Dr. Reamer. We're almost done. If you could have a seat real quick, and we will conclude the examination. Honor, also at this time, I would move in to evidence states 501, which is the diagram that Dr. Reamer did of the injuries to Maggie.
Defense.
No
I
objection.
They're admitted.
I don't think it's going to get pushed out, the trial date for Idaho.
Dr. Reamer, you mentioned that there was a slight difference or a difference in the stippling between the abdominal and the thigh wound, and which one seemed to be a little bit farther away according to your review of the evidence?
Yes, the gunshot wound to the abdomen was slightly further away than the gunshot wound to the left thigh.
And that could be consistent with Maggie and the shooter changing their positions in relationship to one another.
Yeah, people aren't completely just standing still. It could be that the shooter was moving closer toward her or moving a little bit back or she could have been moving, or a combination of the two. So I don't know what happened there, but I do know that the barrel of the gun was closer at the time it struck her left thigh, because the stippling is more tight concentrically and doesn't cover as wide an area as the one to the right side of the abdomen.
You described the injuries to the front, and then the injury to the breast and to the head, and then this final injury to the back of the head. Could that be consistent with the shooter circling his victim?
Yeah, I think that only makes sense if there's some movement on the part of the shooter.
That's
one
just horrifying.
gunshot wound to the front of the body that's going up. If Maggie was bent over, either in air or on the ground, the shot would have been fired from behind her. Right? From behind her, that's the only way it's going to go up and through the base of the chin area into her head, right? She's bent over. That's the way that it logically makes sense. Nobody's sitting on the floor and you couldn't do that. And after that shot was sustained, the one that went through the front side, the vertebral one, okay, it's vertical through her body, but most likely occurred while she was bent over, or then that's going to be an incapacitating shot because it went through her brain and caused her to fall to the ground. She's bent over, she gets that shot, she's going to fall face down, and then the last shot to the back of her head is going in the other direction. So that's going downward. So we have one going, so that only can occur if the wound to the left side of the front is somebody shooting from behind her, and then the gunshot wound to the back of the head is going downward while she's on the ground, indicating somebody's standing at at the top of her.
Was there a lot of blood accumulated in Maggie's abdomen?
Not that much. The thing about these wounds is there's so much tissue destruction that blood is just basically in all the tissues. So it's not like sometimes with even a small caliber bullet, there's a single clearly defined wound path, and I can take out blood from the abdomen. But in this case, there was so much tissue destruction. There was a lot of blood in the soft tissues, but not necessarily something I can scoop out and measure.
Did the lack of a lot of blood in the abdomen tell you anything about how rapidly these all occurred together?
Yeah, so if the wound stopped there to the abdomen and somebody walked away, she would have had more bleeding out of those tissues into the abdominal cavity.
In both Maggie and Paul, did you make any observations about their stomach contents?
Yes, so part of the autopsy, I'm not just looking at the wounds, I'm examining all of the internal organs. And this is how I knew it went through the pancreas and the kidney, because remember, I'm not just looking outside of the body. I have to do everything, look at all of the internal organs and dissect each one. I
will say Dr. Reamer, she's a forensic pathologist, which means she doesn't work for the government. So anybody can hire her as an expert. And we skipped over her credentials because they're so extensive, but she's testified as an expert like 50 bazillion times. So for example, in Idaho, the defense could hire her as an expert, or in any other case, they could hire her as an expert. And if it were me, I would.
When examining the stomach, it's I will document the contents of the stomach, and they each had a lot of recently digested food fragments. So they had a full stomach of food.
Are those stomach contents consistent with one another?
Yeah, they looked identical to each other. They were kind of gray tan. Couldn't tell exactly what it was, but it may have included meat. I didn't see any corn or green beans or anything like that. But whatever it was,
she's describing is his
they were identical to each other. And I believe she had 600 mLs, which is it's 450 mLs is a pound, so it's almost 1.5 pounds of food. And he had 500 mLs, which is a little bit more than a pound. But they looked similar, like they may have shared a meal together.
You testified that there was no defensive wounds on Paul. Did you observe any defensive wounds on Maggie?
No, nothing that would indicate any kind of a defensive wound.
Did you observe any damage to her fingernails or anything that indicated that she had been in a fight with her attacker?
No, that's also part of the autopsy. In addition to collecting clippings from the fingernails, I look carefully to see sometimes there's a fingernail broken, sometimes there's obvious tissue or blood underneath fingernails, and she didn't have any evidence of, material visually evident underneath her fingernails.
What about her toxicology? Did she have anything in her system? Any drugs or alcohol?
She had caffeine only, same as Paul, and no alcohol or other drugs other than caffeine.
Dr. Reamer, in your professional expert opinion, what was the cause of death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty for Paul Murdaugh?
For Paul Murdaugh, shotgun wounds. Let me see what exactly I said. I said shotgun wounds to head and chest. Shotgun wounds of head and chest.
And what was the manner of death?
Manner of death is homicide, which means death at the hands of another.
Dr. Reamer, in your expert opinion, what was, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, the cause of death for Maggie Murdaugh?
Maggie Murdaugh died of multiple gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner of death?
Manner of death is homicide, death at the hands of another.
Death at the hands of another. One final question. Did you recover any fragments from Maggie Murdaugh during your autopsy?
Yes. So this kind of ammunition breaks up into fragments. That's the nature of that ammunition. And so I recovered multiple fragments of projectiles.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence at States 112, and do you recognize that?
Yes. So those are fragments I've recovered from Maggie's autopsy.
Thank you, Dr. Reamer. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor, I'm going to have an extensive cross-examination. Do you want to begin that tonight or first thing in the morning?
You want to begin it in the morning?
I think, I mean, it's 5:45. It could go easily to 7. And I don't think.
So they do. They believe. So before we go to that real quick, what we're going to do is take a look at the law and crime one where we were talking about earlier, where Creighton must have been crawling around on the floor, to see if we can see that, because that is amazing. And Creighton loves crawling around on the floor. So let me just see where that would be. Let's just take a look with it.
Used to take notes while I performed the autopsy.
All right, if you would step down, please, and walk over here, and we'll do the.
So,
She could have been down on her
yeah,
hands and
she
knees.
could have been
too.
down on her hands and knees or just bent over, right? It went into her brain. She's going to fall to the ground completely. And that puts her in a position to get the gunshot wound to the back of the head. I can't really, you
right.
might not, you're too far away for that.
Sorry, I'm going to go over here. But show me that
Yeah,
last wound.
okay, so the last wound was going in a downward direction, entered here, and it's kind of, enough to fracture the skull and go through the back of the brain, it's like a brain stem, and then have just a bunch of exit wounds there. So that's, that actually is in kind of a downward direction. So we've got something going upward, we have something going downward, and it only makes sense that the one to the left side of the front occurred first, because if the one to the back of the head she basically was already had injury to the brain sufficient to have killed her. The one to the back of the head that went down was, an additional wound, but the one that entered the left side of the brain was already sufficient to have killed her.
If she had not suffered this wound right here, the one where she's hunched over her hands and knees, if she had not suffered that one, would this one to the back of the head also been immediately fatal?
Yes, either one of them would have been immediately fatal. That one went through the brain stem and the cerebellum. Those sections of the brain, their whole job is to keep us alive. They keep us breathing and set the cardiac rhythm, and without that, none of us would be here.
So that's disappointing because it's not showing him crawling around on the floor. So, yeah, and so I'm going to pull this up. So as far as pleading the fifth, as it pertains to the roommates for Idaho, so remember, pleading the fifth is only something that you do if you are going to, by answering the question, you would incriminate yourself. Now, if somebody's been granted immunity, which we don't know, I mean, okay. If that happens in any case, we probably wouldn't know that. Like the public probably wouldn't know that unless they've put something out there already in a court filing. But that normally would come out when they take the stand, when they say, okay, and you've been granted, like great example, Wendy Adelson, right? Qualified immunity. So therefore she by definition can't plead the fifth. And that's why they offer that, right? Is because that way you have to answer the questions. You can't plead the fifth. And why can't you plead the fifth? Because remember, like I said, pleading the fifth only happens when you can self-incriminate, and you can't self-incriminate if they've given you immunity, right? So that's one thing. But also, regardless of that, even if they haven't, again, they being the roommates, just hypothetically, even if they haven't been given any type of like qualified immunity or what have you, they would have to think that something that they are saying might incriminate them. So we're back for the next day for cross-examination here. Okay. Nice little cardigan or something she's got there. Yeah, I don't think they will plead the fifth at all either. I agree with that. Meg, whatever people are saying that, I don't know. People say things, right? Interesting. Yeah, I don't think they'll plead the fifth at all either. So this is cross. And remember, she comes back again for rebuttal. And I don't remember which one is the more scathing one. We will find out.
Say, we're going to be, yesterday as we went through the rec, we saw some very graphic images. And I apologize, we're going to have to do that again today. You, of course, this is what you see every day. But I'm sure you understand how other people may.
It's annoying because by definition, he doesn't have to show it again.
Especially people related to the deceased might react to that.
Of course.
Now, let me also explain at the outset, until I read your autopsy report, I had never really considered the mechanics of a shotgun or an AR-15 or black.
I agree also. I know there's a lot of people that go on about I don't really know where that came from, but I agree with you there, Meg.
Impact on a human body. So I'm learning even as we speak, and I hope I can learn some things today that help me understand your opinions, and also help me understand what may have happened or didn't happen. Okay. So if I ask you questions that seem simplistic, understand my understanding of this process is somewhat basic. So I'm going to try to walk through this in a way I can glean what the evidence is and what your conclusions are. Okay.
Absolutely.
So tolerate my somewhat sophomoric approach to this, if you would. Okay.
Of course. I'm sure you'll be fine.
So let me understand, first of all, let's talk about Maggie for just a minute. And were you shown photographs of the back of her thigh that were taken at the scene?
No,
the back of her calf, I'm sorry.
I did not.
Okay. So let me see if I can find these.
See if you can find it.
Just a second. I thought I had them laying right out here. I had everything sitting right here.
Oh my God, why?
I noticed in your autopsy report, you remarked that there is a bruise on the back of the leg in that similar position, correct?
Oh, I don't recall.
Could you look, please? Thank you.
This is really dumb. This is where he tries to suggest that somebody stepped on her, and it's just not the case.
So no one asked you to opine about any issue on the back of her left calf?
No, and I did not observe that at autopsy.
And by the time it got to autopsy, had her body been washed or
No,
okay, but if this is mud, you wouldn't necessarily expect to see it.
it could have fallen off, correct?
So you were not asked to opine about whether this was whether there was bruising on the back of the left calf, which would have been consistent with somebody stepping on her calf.
No, I was not asked about that.
Okay. And you were not shown this photo.
Correct.
But
Okay.
she said there wasn't any bruising.
And just to deal with Maggie a little bit further, you testified yesterday that the shots were consistent, I think, with someone circling her.
Well, I didn't
Said it
actually
may
use
have
that
been.
term. I said that she was shot from at one point from behind her and at one point from above her. So that could mean that there was it could mean that she was turning before she got the first one and then fell, because she could have also been moving.
Well,
So
So we know that the shooter was moving because some wounds have stippling, stippling and soot. Am I saying that correctly?
well, there was no soot, but
Now,
just
what
we
does
have
soot indicate?
soot is a contact wound.
Okay.
So she had stippling, which is not quite contact, it's further back.
3 to 4 feet?
Well, usually, we don't see it more than 3 feet away. So it's somewhere within 3 feet.
Okay. And so she may have been turning. The shooter may have been moving straight on. I mean, that's as good an explanation for what you saw as somebody circling her, correct?
Yes, I mean, from my perspective, based on the autopsy, that is a reasonable explanation.
Okay. So the reasonable explanation is she's moving, trying to perhaps avoid being shot, turning around, trying to run, whatever, right?
Well, she could be turning around after getting the initial shots.
Right.
And then if the shooter was still stationary, then she could have gotten that one. So it doesn't imply that she could have been moving, not just the shooter.
Okay. And the ones without stippling were the barrel of the gun would have been more than 4 feet away from her.
Well, it's
More than 3
kind of a
feet.
rough estimate, but I would say, it would be more than 3 feet,
Right. New York keeps trying to change it from 3 feet to 4 feet.
possibly more than
And that would be the barrel, the end of the barrel of the gun.
That's right, because that's where the gunpowder starts coming out.
That doesn't mean the shooter was 3 feet away. or 4 feet
Absolutely
away.
not, just the barrel of the gun.
Right. And you testified about why there was a wound that would appear to be parallel to her, and your indication is that the shot that would have hit her kidney or pancreas or whatever, she might have been bent over.
No. The injury to the pancreas and kidney was on the right side of the abdomen,
Right.
and that went from front to back and exited the left back. The one that was kind of along parallel to her body was on the left side of the body going.
So why did you testify that one of the shots would have been so painful she would have bent over? What was that consistent?
Yeah, that was the one to the right side of the abdomen. And
She's very
the reason
consistent.
I believe it's probable or quite likely that would have caused her to bend over is because a subsequent shot was going sort of upward in the body. And it's hard to imagine that wound going upward and then into the head unless she was bent over. So it's a possible explanation of how she was in a position to actually get that.
So she bent over and it would go upwards. Why?
Because if somebody is standing behind her and there's no close range here, but at least a few feet away,
So she got shot, turns around, bends over, and then you're saying,
she could have turned around or not turned around. Or I don't know if she turned around or the shooter's moving.
okay, did anybody ask you to look at the pattern of ejected shells from the blackout?
Why
Why the fuck would she do that? That's not her job. She examines the body.
I wasn't asked to look at those.
Okay. So
Yeah, and
your
that's normal.
conjecture, opinion is based on purely the wounds and trying to figure out how that happened.
Yes, so I basically, I do the autopsy, I have everything to do with the body. And at the time, I never heard anything about, I composed my autopsy reports without any reference to the scene.
Okay.
Which is a good thing.
So
right? That is a good thing. Sometimes there are forensic pathologists or medical examiners that do look at crime scene photos or whatever. I personally think the way she does it is correct. And she testified to this on direct, although we skipped over some of the initial testimony because getting the background and all that. But what she does testify to is like, that's the whole point, right? Is they examine the body and they on purpose, or she on purpose does not look at crime scene photos because she doesn't want it to influence her opinion of what happened to the person, right? Her job is to examine the body. And by doing that, you can see how it's so much more neutral and objective and not influenced by anything else. And I just think that gives it so much more credibility and trustworthiness to her opinion. And if then
it aligns with what the crime scene photos show and all the other crime scene evidence shows, then great. If it doesn't, then great. But either way, you know that the autopsy is what it is, right?
Let me move along to Paul for the moment, okay? And you indicate that the first shot would have been buckshot to the chest.
I believe that was most likely the first shot.
Well, because the second shot
We agree. It's
is basically
excellent.
executed.
He would have fallen to the ground.
Right. And clearly he was upright when that first shot was made.
Yes.
Okay. And it goes in his chest. And would he have to be turned diagonally to the shooter for it to come out his left armpit?
No, not necessarily.
Well, if he shot straight on with
Yes.
that buckshot, and if that was a
Yeah.
contact wound or
No, it's a close range.
close
There's
range?
no contact wounds. He really wants, dude, he really wants to try to put this whole contact wound thing in there to change for a number of things, to change potentially the height of the shooter or the size of the gun. And then also he will suggest here that Paul could have shot himself. And it's just really gross.
Closer than 3 feet.
Yes,
Okay. Can't estimate how far.
I can't. You'd have to testify.
Okay. So the chest shot, if it's straight on, wouldn't it just go right through his lungs and his heart?
Yes.
Okay.
So this was shot at an angle across. So
The
that
agent
might
does
indicate that his body was positioned
Or not back.
perpendicular to the shooter. Now, the shooter could also shoot from the side, doesn't necessarily shoot from the front. So we can't be 100% sure
So
about these things.
if you're the shooter
Yes.
and I'm Paul and you shoot me with that buckshot, if I'm faced to the side, would the results be consistent with your autopsy examination?
Yes,
Okay. And we know that some of those pellets, you think his arm was down by his side.
I feel confident about that.
Okay. And the reason for that is
That's another thing he's going to try to do is probably suggest that the arm. Well, we heard it in opening statements, right? When he was doing opening statements, he held his arm up as he was talking about Paul. He didn't necessarily say the arm was up. He was just talking about the shot that held his arm up, which is interesting. It's like a way of getting around the you can't misstate the evidence, right? So he didn't say an arm was up that I recall, but he was talking about that shot to the chest and he held his arm up. It's really interesting. Wanting, again, because that matters, right? An arm going to be up if they're like, don't shoot, right? Because they don't know, but if somebody doesn't see a threat, they wouldn't put their arm up, right? Potentially. So, but he's going to try to now, as we go through this, suggest that possibly the arm could be up and she won't have any of it.
there are pellet holes in his arm, right?
No, that's not the reason. The reason is because there's bruising around the exit wounds. They're kind of shored exits, and then we have corresponding bruising on the underside of the arm. So it indicates that they were in close proximity at the time the pellets exited and then re-entered. Because if there was a distance, we wouldn't have the bruising around those wounds.
Okay. And do the pellets go through his arm?
Yeah, there were pellets that exited through the arm.
And so there's little pellet holes
Correct.
on his arm exiting.
Yes,
Did you see a corresponding entrance wound with the pellets?
yes, the entrance pellet wounds were on the inside of the arm.
Right. And then they go out and I think they struck things after that, as far as you know.
I don't know what happened to them after they left the body.
So either the shooter
How would
is to his right,
Yes,
shooting across.
yes.
Okay. And you think he was, that shooter would have been closer than 3 feet, but you can't say how
Right.
close.
Right. He could have been to his right, or Paul may have turned his body in that perpendicular manner yes.
But either way, there would have been almost immediate bleeding. Well, not a fatal wound. There would have been immediate bleeding from that wound, correct?
There would have been
Spencer, that's
bleeding.
funny.
It's hard to say how much, but certainly I would expect some bleeding.
But if there were footprints found halfway into that feed room, and those are Paul's footprints, would that indicate to you that he had stepped in his own blood?
Oh, that's certainly possible.
Okay, not inconsistent with what you have.
Correct.
And that second shot would have come, I mean, as I understand it, Mr. Barber?
Oh, God.
Come here, please.
Here we
I
go.
can do this to him, but
More courtroom theater.
I can't really
Mr.
do it
Garber.
myself.
I think he's trying to
So,
like one up Creighton because
if
Creighton
you would-
himself, but now he's using Mr. Barber.
Step down
Oh
here.
my
With
God.
permission, Your Honor, make you step down.
Oh dear, y'all.
And what I'd like to have you do is we need to not block these folks over here. Let's see how we do this.
Here we go with the dowel stick. Get ready
That would
for
be
the
good.
theater.
And he's fine. They're fine. Well, unless I get in their way. Let me see if I can avoid not falling over. Okay, so we've already talked about this wound. Yeah, left side. Okay. This wound, which goes in right about here. Show the jury where the wound went in.
Yeah, it was like between the sternum and the left nipple, so kind of right over there.
Right over there. And Mr. Barber's a little bit taller. He was, I think, 5.
Yeah, I measured his height. I don't recall.
We'll talk about that in a minute, but I believe Mr. Barber's a little bit taller than he was. But I think we need to know that because I'm going to ask you to sort of chart things out. So the entrance wound is here, and it's consistent with him being, Mr. Barber, turn just a little bit that way. So
Yeah,
the
Mr. Barber.
shot would have gone like this.
Yes.
Good point,
That's
Happy Annie.
correct, and it's
Good
slightly
point.
front to back.
Slightly front to back.
Right,
about
but
like
mostly it's right to left. It's
Okay.
right to left.
How about raise your left arm for me, please? So, and his arm is not raised, but I want to point out, it comes out, I'm going to see some pictures in a minute. Okay, turn a little bit this way. So it would have come out right under his arm,
Yes, we do have the exit pellet wounds there.
and we also have wadding, do we not?
Yeah, we have wadding stuck in the underside of his
Okay.
leg.
And then it goes through his arm,
Yes.
still coming front to back.
Well, it's left to right, but there's a slight front to back because we have some exit wounds on the back.
Okay, so if I told you this is a narrow room, have
Okay.
you ever seen any crime scene photos?
From here? No.
From,
Oh, yeah, from this case, crime scene photos in my career, yes.
in this case?
I really didn't, I may have been shown a very small photo, like a couple of weeks ahead of trial, but I didn't have any form any opinions
Okay,
based
so
on
if I told you that small room, the gap between some stacks of dog food here and the wall and the little thing over here is maybe 3 to 4 feet. And this buckshot goes through the back window on this very narrow.
Oh my God, so pointless. One thing I'll say too is that even though it defies all the evidence that Paul could have possibly shot himself, but even if you take that away and just go theoretically, why the fuck would he? It's not plausible that someone would be trying to shoot themselves, as in to kill themselves, right? But shoot themselves in the chest first, and then shoot themselves again in, like, well, not even in the head, like in the shoulder area, and it happens to go up through the head. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. That is crazy because look at this. Spencer literally summoned Cain here. That is insane. Did you guys see this? Spencer said this command because he was saying just the rat part, like for Alex or for Poop, probably both. And like now here is Cain. That is insane. Wow. Squirrel call for real, yo.
Very small. So that would be consistent with what you're saying. Some of the buckshot comes through, and that was buckshot that you shot with in the chest.
yeah, it was shot. Buckshot is usually
Told me.
Okay, assume I'm not
Amazing.
right, some shot.
Buckshot goes through and hits the back window.
That is
Actually
amazing.
leaves holes in the window and hits in the door, the window frame. It goes out. One of them embeds in a tree back behind. So that is consistent with your findings, correct?
Yes.
That first shot. I'm sort of intrigued. Is there anything about
Are
the
you
exterior of this shot? What's beveling? You know what a bevel is? Beveling?
Yes, of course. Beveling is a pattern of defect in bone. So when there's a gunshot wound that, for instance, goes through, let's say we get an entrance wound over here and an exit wound over here. We're talking about handgun wounds generally. The way, when there's basically a hole in one side of the skull, I can tell which is an entrance and which is an exit, even without looking at the skin. Okay, so for instance, if I got skeletonized remains with a hole through the head, I can see which is the entrance and which is the exit because the bone bevels in a characteristic way, depending on the direction of the bullet.
What is a bevel?
Yeah, bevel is like an angled chipping away of a hard surface.
So if a bullet goes through, then I guess the head is the whole bone, right?
Well, it's like a solid bone.
Right. So you can tell this is the entrance because, is it like,
It's the entrance, on the outer table of the skull, it's a smaller hole. On the inner table of the skull, it's a bigger hole. So the bone is beveling outward as the bullet goes in.
so it would bevel in on the entrance and bevel out on the exit?
Yeah, well, bevel in, meaning sometimes people don't always use these words consistently, even forensic pathologists. But there is a inward beveling, but means it's kind of beveled outward. So
Bevel
the
outward,
entrance-
inside the wood, you see something that indicates.
wider, yes, it's wider on the inner table of the skull than the outer table.
And when it exits, you have a narrower bevel, if you will, or defect on the inside than on the outside.
Yes.
That's a lot. Okay.
Oh,
So
God.
was there, since this didn't enter bone, is there beveling with the flesh?
No, it doesn't bevel because there's too much elasticity and also just shredding. Frequently can't see
Shredding.
beveling on long bones either. The skull is kind of a flat bone, so it has that characteristic.
Okay, and the second shot, as I understand it, you indicate is, well, first of all, I assume that he is. So maybe we should forget about the feeding for just a minute, okay?
Oh my God.
So show the jury, please, where the initial, there's a shot, it's shot with a shotgun,
Yes,
and it is more than, since there's no stippling or sud or anything that would indicate a close shot, correct?
correct.
So more than 3 or 4 feet away,
More than 3, yes.
more than 3.
More
And
than
where's
3.
the initial shot?
Hear it again. More than 3 to 4 feet away. He's trying to shift that, but she every time she catches it, right? She's more than 3. Yes. it's incredible because it'd be really easy to just say yes and to not correct the part where he adds the 4 feet part in.
On the top of the left shoulder,
She's paying
You say
really
the
close
top.
attention.
the apex.
Okay. Are there pellets in here?
Yes.
In the apex?
Yes.
I'm going to show you next one in a minute and have you demonstrate on Mr. Barber, where that hit, and it's shot in here.
Yes.
And you indicated you thought his chin was bent.
Yeah, this is something that I believe not necessarily have to be bent, but I do think it was at least tilted in this direction. The reason being, if this is in a horizontal direction and then goes through his
No,
cheek, let's say
and
he's just,
It's so funny because this just now dawned on me, even though I've watched this trial so many times. I have to wonder if the head was tilted. Well, it could have been tilted downward a little bit because he was looking at his phone. We know he was looking at his phone. It could also maybe have been tilted to see who was shooting him. But if it was already tilted, it would make sense that it was because, we know he was on his phone. So
just your head, I'm sorry, your head up. And let's say it's just going
what was that?
let's say he's just, your head, I'm sorry, your head up. And let's say it's just going through here and it would just kind of hit like over this side of his head. Okay. But meanwhile, it's kind of over here. So, and then the exit wound is back there. So at least we have a little bit of directionality. But, you know, if he was completely turned to the left, it would have gone through his face. But I think it makes the most sense knowing that a wound travels in a straight line, basically. Of course, these are pellets, so there's going to be a lot of destruction. But the fact that his face was spared from damage indicates to me that he had his head somewhat turned. I don't know exactly how much, but that it kind of coursed the top of the left shoulder into this left, neck cheek area, and then exited the back of the head on the top.
Okay.
While you're standing up there,
So who's going to fumble around for things again?
where you're standing right there on these pictures, and see if you can identify them and identify them.
At the commencement of the arm.
Okay.
I've got you.
Let's see. Okay, let's see 113, please. This is his left arm, correct?
Yes.
And this material up here, we see these little dots. What is that?
Yeah, those are the shotgun pellets.
And they are, yeah, that's perfect. And so we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, along that line, 20, along these would be pellets that would be along here, correct?
Yes.
And they begin at,
Remember, in that bird shot, if memory serves, it's around 150 pellets in that bird shot. So the one bullet, if you will, right? But it's got like 150 pellets in it.
it's a shoulder, the shoulder bone.
Yes, it's the soft tissue of the shoulder.
One
Soft
piece-
tissue of the shoulder.
Okay, I'll give you
Sorry.
a point.
Okay.
I guess I should say one projectile, I guess. Or yeah, I guess I should say one projectile. That'd be the right proper term. Or well, I'm sure one of you guys in the chat will know. I'm not a gun person, but the thing that I know that matters here, right? Not necessarily the terminology of is it a bullet or it matters, but the point that I was just making, and I'm just trying to correct myself, is the 150 pellets. That's because he's counting, right? He was counting, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. He got up to like past 10. So
You're doing.
Yeah, this is the humeral head.
Which
Humeral head, which
to
is
show on Mr. Barber where
Yeah,
that
this
is.
is the bone of the humerus. So our humerus is that long bone from the shoulder joint to the elbow joint. And we can see that this is basically, it's not really perforating the bone. There may be some defect at the edge of the bone, but it's pretty much on
I guess
top.
shell
in
is
the
the right
soft
term,
tissues.
right? Yeah, shell. I guess it should be shell. So like one shell, right, for bird shot, but 150 pellets. There you go.
Okay, and it goes on for a ways, and then if you would show me exhibit number 112. Okay, and would you focus on the upper right-hand corner, please? There you go. Now, that corresponds to this large picture, that orientation.
Yes.
Okay, so what is this showing us?
There are significant numbers of pellets also in the left neck area.
Show us on Mr. Barber where that would be.
Yeah, so the entrance is here, and pellets are basically spreading. So they're included. There are pellets in the left side of the neck area over here, and then there's also some going into the brain.
Okay, and let me see if I can count those. So, are these part of what we looked at before?
Yes.
Okay, and how far down did we start?
It's a different view, so may not include all of them.
Okay, so, but a number of them.
Yeah, the purpose of the X-rays is basically to show what kind of ammunition remains in the body of any.
Did you remove these pellets?
Not every single one, a representative number.
Okay, so there's an exhibit that was shown you by Mr. Waters of some pellets that you
Yes.
recovered. That's not all the pellets you recovered.
That's all the pellets I recovered. I don't stay for days to recover each pellet. It's actually a lot harder than it looks. Here they look like you know exactly where they are, but you can fish for like an hour to find one pellet. It's fairly small and there's a lot of tissue, and
So you
so
got-
I get a handful of them, and that's sufficient.
Did you keep the buckshot separate from the birdshot? Because this is birdshot.
I don't think any of it was actually buckshot. Buckshot is very large. So they were all, I believe they were all collected together.
Okay, so you thought they were all birdshot?
No, I didn't make that conclusion. They're some kind of shot. I didn't make a
So
determination.
you didn't determine this?
Yeah, that's really the firearms, the pathologist. It's
Of course.
the firearms expert.
Her job is
What
to
kind of
examine the
shot.
body.
So,
They said shotgun pellets, and that's
Right, so-
sufficient.
If previous expert testimony was that the chest was a buckshot and the head was duckshot or some sort of birdshot, you're not going to disagree with that?
I really didn't, it all looked similar to me.
Okay. Now, let me see Exhibit 111, please. And can you, I guess the lower left, well, maybe not. Let's start with the lower left of this, his left, lower right there, okay? This is the total picture.
Okay.
And so what does this represent?
Yeah, we can see his upper and lower teeth here, upper teeth, the lower teeth. And so he actually did not have any fractures of his teeth. So the projectiles were going behind the teeth. His teeth were not all fractured out.
So would you show on Mr. Barber where these pellets would have been?
Yeah, this is just a two-dimensional image. So they're anywhere between here and here.
Okay.
It's hard to say based on a two-dimensional image.
Okay, and I think, show us where you think the exit wound was.
The right side of
The back of his head.
the top of his head,
The top of his head.
toward the back.
Towards the back. And if you were to extend out the shoulder wound, the neck, the path of these pellets, and then the exit wound, I mean, did you actually see an exit wound? Was there?
Yes, it was a blown-out exit wound of the skull, and that is how the brain left the skull.
Well,
It had
actually, the
to-
skull exploded, basically, correct?
Well, the skull, and there was a defect there. I could not reapproximate the skull, so there's a piece of skull missing.
Was there a bevel around that piece of skull?
We don't get beveling when there's shattering of the bone.
Okay, we'll pursue that a little bit later.
It's not a typical feature. You could potentially see something that you can say, well, this looks like a little beveling. In my experience, that's very difficult to assess because there's so much damage and fragmentation of the bone.
Take that pointer, please, using Mr. Barber as a mannequin, and show us the path of that shotgun blast.
So it was going along here and into the left side, I believe, makes most sense like this, and out the top of the right side of the head.
So if you, and that's what you say, at least 3 feet away.
Yes.
Okay, let me have that pointer again, please. And you step right over there. And just turn over this way. Okay, so your testimony is, and correct me if you need to step over here and correct the angle.
No, I don't like that.
Okay, well, show me what you like.
All right. I like this straight.
Right.
And then, because this is basically not, it doesn't look like it's going upward. It's going straight and then entering around there. So we have two distinct defects, a defect here and a defect there. So I believe the head was at least angled a little bit like that in order for the corresponding continuation of that defect to go in there. But I don't think it's going upward. I think looking at the left shoulder, it looks like it's kind of and if it was going upward, we wouldn't have as much in the neck as we do. So I think it's more like straight on.
So that would still be coming upward at some angle, right?
No, I think it's more straight. I really,
How does it come out the top of his head?
well, that's because if his head is like bent like that,
Right.
then it's going to go in that direction. Yes.
If it's straight, it's going to go here and then out the top of his head?
Well, it absolutely could. The thing about the neck, heads can twist and turn, so it's not at all inconsistent with that. It's most reliable that we can look at the shoulder wound and see that it's kind of, it's very difficult to assess the angle from where you're standing, and that's only because the head can bend and twist, and so we can only know where it entered and where it exited, and it's possible that the head could have been twisted or turned to correspond.
Would it be more consistent if he turned your head the other way, Mr. Barber? Like that to get it out the top of the head?
That could be. However, we have a defect over here. So how did that happen?
Pull your head back and keep it over in that direction. In other words, let me adjust him. Back and then over that way.
Yeah.
Is that consistent with it coming in here?
Who's just hoping that
Going
everyone's
this
gonna
way
laugh
and then
at
out
him?
the
I think that
For acting stupid.
head tilt to the right, as you've just demonstrated,
Right.
is perfectly consistent with that. However, because the hole here is here, I think even if his head's to the right, it would still be turned like that. Okay, now that makes sense to me.
So,
Right.
so the shooter would be at least 3 feet away from that right there, right?
Yes.
And would he have it up or would he have it down? Or
It's hard to say, and that's because the head can, we only have one area of an entrance wound here that seems to be approximately horizontal, but it's impossible for me to say whether it's the entrance is kind of below him or at his level, or potentially above him with falling it over. It's hard to know, and that's because people aren't necessarily standing up straight. And they also, the thing about injuries on the head and neck, there's so much twisting and bending possible.
Okay, Ms. Barber, stand up straight. You get right there. Okay, I'm sorry. So now what you tell us is basically from here back on his skull. Let's see. Why don't you stand over there? So you don't fly. From here back on his skull, and I looked at your autopsy pictures. All this is gone.
To the right side.
To the
Yeah,
right
and
side.
there were fractures on the left.
Okay.
So we know it's going in a right direction.
You have a seat for a moment, please. Thank you. I may be done with you, but don't put your coat back on.
Maybe done with you.
Okay, if you go ahead and take a stand again.
But don't put your jacket on. Great, too. Great.
Okay, let me ask you a couple preparatory questions. Are you familiar with this book?
Yes.
Okay, and it is like a definitive, I mean,
So-
I told most pathologists have read this.
Yeah, it's a
So you can
It's a
probably
high-
guess it's going to be a book that his expert's going to rely on.
highly respected book on gunshot wounds.
Okay, so if you go to page 228 in this book. Sorry. Can you identify this as page 228 in this book? It was in-
Yes,
Oh,
28.
showing, state a copy of page 228.
Poopy Putin. Look at him wandering around like he's lost. Put him in the
Show
nursing home.
screen, please. What's written there? Okay, so the caption on this is show the sequence of events that occur at the muzzle on the firing of a shotgun. Note the large gas cloud that is partially responsible for the severe nature of the wounds in the contact range.
And this
So-
is where he's in the contact range. Did you guys hear it? Remember what I said? He's going to try to make this seem like this could have been self-inflicted. When you hear contact, right, guys, that's how you know. The only, contact wounds are going to be self-inflicted unless somebody else has got a gun with the muzzle pressed right up against somebody. But this is going to be in the context of self-inflicted, right?
Okay, so the caption on this is show the sequence of events that occur at the muzzle on the firing of a shotgun. Note the large gas cloud that is partially responsible for the severe nature of the wounds in the contact range. So the first A is the shotgun being fired, correct?
Contact range.
That's what it looks like, yes. I didn't read the captions.
But now,
There's captions at the bottom.
are there
Yeah,
captions at the bottom?
so-
Okay, no, I don't think there are, but I'll show you the book.
Oh, Lord.
Okay. Okay, so I imagine that's sequence.
I didn't write the book.
No, that's fine. Okay.
So the sequence of a shotgun shell being fired are, the first one is it being fired. The second one, note the large gas cloud that is partially responsible for the severe nature of the wounds on contact. And the third one is at contact range. And then you see on the last one,
I don't see them on my screen.
I'm sorry, okay, go down to the last two. There you go, C and D. You see I guess at the front end would be the pellets and the gas would be preceding the pellets. Is that correct?
No, I don't think that's correct. This is depicting contact range. It specifically says
Good for you,
contact
ma'am.
range.
Right.
So
Good for
pellets are not
you.
yet released from the water.
Okay, we're going to go further on that. in a minute.
Thank you, Carla. Thank
referring-
you.
Referring again to, well, let me
Thank
ask you this
you.
question. If this book says
Look at
contact
him.
shotgun wounds of the head are among the most mutilating firearm wounds there are, you would agree with that?
Yes,
Contact, dude, this is so stupid.
Extensive destruction of bone and soft tissue structures.
Like, sure, yeah, I agree with all that. But that's not what happened here. Ugh.
Structures of the head are the rule rather than the exception.
yes,
Your
These
mom
are the wounds in which an
people
individual is said to have had blown his head off, right?
yes.
In some cases, this is almost literally true. The skull may be largely fragmented and the brain pulpified. Large fragments of cranial bulb and cerebral hemispheres are often ejected from the head.
Yeah, and the brain
Scalp
is not
is
pulpified here
Extensively
either.
lacerated due to two factors: the charge of the shot entering the skull and the gas from combination of the propellant.
That's a formal question, Your Honor.
What is the question?
Does this one
He's just
pathologist
reading
uses
from
the
the
Bible of gun wounds for pathologists? Is that correct?
Well, there's a lot of literature, and this is a highly respected primary source.
He's trying to
Something-
read the book.
But what are you asking me about?
Not
Does the
proper.
shot? Well, are there two factors which contribute this thing we just talked about, the shattering, perhaps even the ejection of the brain? Are there two factors charge of the shot entering the skull and the gas from combustion of the propellant.
Okay. Well, he's actually discussing contact shotgun
ma'am.
wounds, and that's not what we have here, but we have similar destruction.
Right. Well, we're going to talk about that in just a minute. But this is about a contact wound. I agree.
Okay.
You have not indicated it was a contact wound.
Correct.
We're going to talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
The shot directly, does the shot on a contact wound from a shotgun directly fracture the skull and shreds the brain while at the same time producing pressure waves that increase the severity of these injuries as well as ejecting the brain tissue?
Yes, it frequently happens.
Okay. The gas entering the closed chamber of the head expands rapidly, I'll make this a question so we don't get ejected. Does the gas entering the closed chamber of the head expand rapidly, adding to the pressure waves, acting on the bony framework of the skull? The only way for the skull to relieve the pressure produced is to shatter.
I would agree with that.
Okay. So it's your opinion that, well, let me ask you this. If the shotgun muzzle was 3 to 4 feet away.
Stop dude, again with the 3 to 4 feet. We could have been making a counter. How many times does he say 3 to 4 feet? Or he's trying to sneak number 4 in there.
Gas have entered the body.
Well, it's still a very destructive wound. In my experience, there is still a huge amount of energy that would enter the head from a shotgun wound, even if it's not contact.
Okay. And perhaps I misstated the question. Would gas, just a yes or no, fine, from 4 feet away, enter the body and be destructive?
Yeah, I don't know if it's gas that's causing the destruction, but there must be some amount of energy that's causing this destruction because the shotgun wound to the head, no matter what the distance causes, but whether it's due to gas or not, I really can't answer that question. This is not something I've done, not experiments like this as in the book.
But this is a book you check for reference, correct?
Well, it's a good source, but I don't know whether gas would be responsible for the destruction of the skull from a few feet away. There is destruction of the skull. I don't know if it's attributed specifically to gas or to other factors. So I really can't answer that. And if he says that, that's fine. But I don't know. He's talking about a contact wound. I cannot not necessarily extend that conclusion to what would happen a few feet away. But there is frequently destruction of the head.
I understand there was massive destruction of the head. I'm just trying to get my arms around the definitive work on one of the definitive works indicates that the most instances, the vast majority, that kind of destruction is caused by gas on a contact wound.
Well, this is a mechanism that he's describing based on experimental data. And I'm a forensic pathologist. I've not performed this kind of experimental data, and nor would I extrapolate.
What she's saying is this is experimental. It's theoretical and perfect. She says I would not extrapolate. She goes off of what literally happens in real life from experience versus the theoretical approach, like in a textbook. Makes sense.
It's a mechanism that
or
he's describing.
Book. I don't know if it's it's a book, right?
Based on experimental data. And I'm a forensic pathologist. I've not performed this kind of experimental data, and nor would I extrapolate from his conclusions about a contact gunshot wound to whether the same amount of gas is produced at a distance.
Well, ma'am, and Dr. Reamer, we can walk through this, but these are based not on some experiment, but actually on people that typically shot themselves in the head, contact wound with a shotgun. Would that surprise you?
Well, these are depictions of shotguns being fired. Contact shotgun wounds to the head cause massive destruction, and a lot of that is from.
What she was shown was the shotguns being fired, not what happens with the body after.
Gas buildup.
Okay, now we're on the same page.
Gross.
So it's your position. There's a lot of energy when it's fired from 3 or 4 feet away, hits the shoulder, hits the neck, comes through and hits the head, and the head explodes. Correct?
Yes.
And have you had a number of autopsies you've done of victims whose heads have exploded as a result of a shotgun?
Yes.
Okay. And many of those were contact suicide wounds?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had one, and we can talk about the details of that, where someone was shot from 3 or 4 feet away, no initial contact with the head? You would agree, no initial contact with the head?
Correct.
It goes to the shoulder, the neck, and then the head explodes. Have you ever had one of those?
Yes, these are very dynamic, and he still actually had a lot of his head there. Sometimes with the shotgun wound, the entire head is basically, you don't really see very much.
And I'm glad she's making that distinction, because I was going to say, so he's trying to keep sneaky-doling this in. So he had just said, the previous question, he said the whole head explodes or whatever. And I literally was going to pause it and say, and then I was like, I bet she's going to follow up on it. So I didn't pause it. I waited, and here it is. His whole head did not explode. His entire face was still intact. Much of his skull, if not the majority of his skull, was intact. It's just that the brain was ejected from the skull because of the buildup. Well, yeah, because of the buildup of the gas pressure. That's really what it is. And again, when we hear from Kenny Kinsey, who's the best expert of all time, he explains this as well. He's amazing, but yeah, it's the brain was ejected, and that is very different if you imagine a contact wound or whatever, where where it just everything explodes versus the face being intact is what really sets this apart. I feel like, right? Because it gives you you can totally imagine the difference between everything's all blown up versus the brain is ejected, but the face is intact. And apparently even from some of the autopsy photos where it's from that one angle, you can't even tell. You can't even tell he had a shotgun wound to the head because the way that some of those angles are taken, you just see the entire face and it doesn't look like there's anything out of the ordinary. Just wild, right?
Up above like the teeth. So this was, there was obviously horrible destruction of this skull, but it was, his face was intact, and frequently a contact causes fractures of the face. So, I don't see any evidence of contact range discharge on the left side of the neck. So it was not my conclusion. That was not my opinion that this is a contact shotgun.
Right. It was
Let's
not.
talk a little bit about this. Your position is the energy by a shotgun blast that went through the arm, through the neck, and then up to the brain still had enough energy. Is it energy caused by, is it pellets going into the brain?
Yes, well, not just pellets, but there's also fracturing of the base of the skull, which is a bone
good point.
folds underneath the skull, and that fracturing with sufficient force can actually push the brain out.
Okay.
So it's a variety of mechanisms.
Wow,
that
that's
contribute
wild.
to the
You imagine the 150 pellets, but then you imagine, that's a good point. Also the small pieces of bone that are fractured, you get 150 plus however many other projectiles, like that becomes more projectiles. That's insanity.
Wow. Loss of brain tissue.
It's not only pushes, it fractures the skull. In this case, the brain.
Y'all see that female? Okay, if you look at the prosecution table there, see how there's the two dudes and there's the pieces of paper on the computer screen, and then see how there's a lady in the red shirt and the suit jacket thingy in between them, but like sitting behind them. She's one of the prosecutors. She doesn't take a whole lot of witnesses. She's one of the prosecutors. Watch her face when he asks this question.
Tissue.
It's not only pushes, it fractures the skull. In this case, the brain was brought to you in a separate bag because it ended up laying at his feet. It went up in the air and then popped down.
He's like, what the fuck are you talking about, Poop?
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. The entire brain.
Most of it, yeah, except for the brain stem.
It exploded out of his head.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the skull was at least almost destroyed around where you say the exit wound is, correct?
Yes.
Now, you indicated the state did not show you any crime scene photos, correct?
Here we go again.
I really didn't look at them. Yeah.
And also what Kenny Kinsey testified to is like because again, he's the crime scene reconstructionist expert. He testifies that he like asked her if she wanted to look at them, and she's like, no, I just examined the body or whatever. She didn't want her opinion to be influenced.
I mean, they might have said, oh, here, this is a picture of the wall, but I didn't look at them, and they were thumbnail size. So this is a couple of weeks.
Like, in other words, they were presented so that she could look at them if she wanted, but she did not want to, is what it is.
Okay, now we
back up. Sorry, and that last part's important. And it was a couple weeks before trial. So in other words, it was not before her autopsy.
Oh, this is a couple of weeks before trial.
Yep.
Okay, now if you would put back up.
That is probably, I would imagine what she's talking about there is the same exact instance I was mentioning with Kenny Kinsey, because that would make sense.
Exhibit number 112, please.
What are you browsing for this time, Meg? Meg likes to browse.
No, I don't think, is that 112? That's the chest. I apologize.
Oh,
113.
get it together. I apologize. I don't have the right thing.
As it comes in, is it 2 inches, 3 inches, 4 inches, 5 inches, that wound?
I didn't measure the spread of the pellets.
Okay, so how about, I apologize to the jury, this is pretty graphic. How about pull up 109?
You don't have to pull up.
Typical appearing shotgun entrance wound.
Okay, and could you come down here for just a second, please?
Oh, here we go. More courtroom theater.
109.
Oh, look at him popping the Tic Tacs. Look at that. Look at that.
What's this exhibit number? I'm sorry. 109. 109.
I mean, you'll not ever see a trial where a defendant is just like has their free reign of access to candy and shit. Like, it's insane.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, grocery list, huh? How far away are you from the grocery store? Are you far away?
I'll take 2 seconds.
Iowa, who most of you guys know, Iowa's backyard fam. He's saying they're 100 miles away from the closest grocery store.
Defense exhibit number 109.
I mean, literally across the street from me, I have the Harris Teeter, which is the grocery store. I have Target, other things, but like those are the places that I'm frequenting most often. I can't even fathom like 100 miles away from a grocery store. Like I can't even pick, like how long of a drive is that? 100 miles. Was that hours? I cannot even picture that in my brain. Like the furthest away I've ever lived from a grocery store is probably 20 minutes. But like that is very manageable still. Although the literally walking distance across the street is extra convenient. But like I can't even picture 100 miles.
Have you seen that before?
But Iowa's amazing, so that's why she can do
Covered
it.
in evidence, Your Honor.
Submitted.
You put it up the screen, please.
Iowa and Mr. Iowa.
Now, if you look at this photo, we see this is the entrance wound,
Yes,
and then it goes in here, correct?
that's correct.
So, but this is a much larger wound than the next one in line, is it not?
That's nice.
Well, that's okay.
That's not
Well,
bad.
let me ask you this, in terms of understanding a shotgun pattern, as we saw in the photo, starts out basically the size of the shell, right? But if you just answer the question and then you can explain. Doesn't it start out
Oh,
as the
and
same?
now he's gonna start really being a dick because he's not getting any headway with her. So now he's gonna start being a real dickhead. I think this is the turning point.
Gun pattern, as we saw in the photo, starts out basically the size of the shell, right? But if you just answer the question and then you can explain. Does it start out as the same size as the shell?
Sorry, Meg.
And as it
Sorry,
goes
Meg.
forward, the pattern expands,
No, you don't like
correct?
the joke.
Yes.
I had.
Okay, and it continues to expand even after it hits something, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so now please explain to me why this wound, and it looks like it's, I mean, if you use me on my left shoulder, what is the,
Yes. I'd be delighted to tell you why this entrance.
I'd be
is
delighted to
larger
tell
than this, even though what you said is correct about the spread. And that's because the entrance into the left shoulder, it's not straight on perpendicular. If it was straight on,
I find it interesting here that he, instead of asking Mr. Barber, he wants her to use him. You know, and I have thoughts as to why that is. Now, she's not doing it. She's using herself. But I think that his goal there is because he's going to try to manipulate the situation somehow with how he's standing, where he couldn't tell Mr. Barber to do that without people hearing. But he can try to. We saw him do this as well with Kenny Kinsey, right? When he was trying to be like, how would you be holding the gun? And he like did this in some really awkward, crazy way that was not at all what was being described or whatever. And he made it. I mean, in other words, he's using himself to try to change things, basically.
perpendicular, then we would have a smaller hole. But this is going.
Yeah, his real name is Dick Harpootlian, but people call him Poot. I think that was even like a nickname he had from college days back 300 years ago for him, probably. So yeah, so Dick Poot, but yeah, we're used to calling him Poot. Yeah, sorry, yeah, goat.
In a tangential manner across. So we're not really looking at a perpendicular, entrance wound that's going to make a round hole.
Right.
So as it's coursing along the top of the left shoulder, we get more of an oblong hole. In contrast, its continuation into the left side of the cheek is kind of straight on at a 90-degree angle. So that's why that is smaller. So there was nothing about this that was inconsistent with what I would expect from a shotgun.
so tell me, so you're saying this second hole was made in this direction. Is that what you're saying?
I just said that was a continuation of
He's like, literally, I just did not say that.
logical sequences. It went through here. It's causing a lot
And
of
the thing is, you have to imagine, right? This is a common strategy. He's trying to misstate her testimony over and over again, among other things. And like some witnesses, right? And eventually, she does get a little bit rattled, understandably so. She's held her own really well with him, but that's part of the strategy because eventually it gets really tiring to correct them over and over and over again, right?
destruction and then entered the left side of the neck.
So that big wound is because it's in a different direction than the small one, is your
At
explanation?
a different angle
Right.
along the surface of the skin.
Okay, and there's no pellets in his face, are there?
There were some pellets that we saw in the x-ray,
But not in his face?
not in the front of his face,
Right.
right?
So as it continues on,
Mhm. Yeah.
is there any evidence that it expands even more?
Well, it did cause,
Accurate.
there's so much destruction, we can't exactly, have a single, easily tracked path. Because when the skull is involved, there's so much expansion, usually either from gases or just from the blast of the projectiles, that it caused, we can't really track, it caused an exit on the right side of the back of the head with loss of the brain and lots of skull fractures, predominantly on the right side.
Okay. But you would agree with me, that wound appears to be much larger than the next wound.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And one explanation, you have an explanation for that. Could the other explanation be that this is an exit wound and that is an exit wound? Could that be a reasonable explanation? I'm going to show you something in a minute that may assist you in making that decision. But is it a possibility?
That is not, I do not believe this is consistent with an exit wound from a shotgun. There would be a lot more destruction because, it would be coming, it had to be coming from somewhere, right? Somewhere else.
How about a contact wound on the head, on the back, right back of the head? What would you expect to see on the bone structure of the back right of the head if that was a contact wound on the head?
Well, I would not expect the brain to come out. We would have had opening of a lot of skull. We would have had a path through the brain, which is not at all what happens here.
So if there was a contact wound, and we saw a moment ago, and you agree that the gas would enter first, explode the skull, the brain would pop out. Did you find any pellets in the brain?
I don't remember if they were from the brain, but the brain was basically intact. A contact went to the top of the head would cause, a huge defect of the brain.
Right, because the gas going in on a contact wound would create such a pressure, as we just read, that the skull would explode and the brain would pop out.
As we just read, nothing from that book was applicable here because it was only as it pertains to contact wounds, Poot. But look at him trying to gaslight the fucking jury. As we just read.
Going toward the brain from above. I think we would have just certainly destruction of the brain, but it wouldn't just pop out because it's in the path of fire. There's going to be massive destruction of the brain. It may end up on the floor, but it's going to be in multiple fragments. So in my experience, doing this for a long time, I do not think that the brain would have popped out the way it did from an entrance wound on the top of that.
Okay. Now, let me ask you to look at.
Trying to find his shit again.
And I would put, defense disagree with me, that's a photograph of, it's been testified, Paul Murdaugh at the scene.
Yes.
And the way he was found. You've
I
never
don't know
seen
how
it?
he was found.
Okay, but this is a photograph you've never seen.
I've never seen this photograph.
Okay, let me
Good
get-
for you, ma'am.
before I ask
Why
you
would
questions
she have?
about it. Okay.
Oh, wait, what did he say there?
Make it a little bit, can you make it a little bit bigger, please?
That's what she said. Woo!
So you see a sort of semicircle defect in the skull right here. You see where I'm looking?
Do it again.
Right here?
I do see a defect, yes.
Right, in the skull,
Yes,
semicircle.
it does have a semicircular.
Okay. Can you determine from looking at the photograph, any beveling?
As I said earlier, beveling is not really too reliable when we have so much destruction of the head. But if you're asking me if that could have been a contact shotgun wound to the top of the head with a kind of curved entrance, I would expect to see soot. We always get soot from contact wounds, and it's deposited on the outer table of the skull. So there is no burning, no soot on the outer table of the skull.
Did you take an autopsy photo of this area of the skull?
Well, when he came in, I do believe I took an area of the skull, but it may not have caught that.
Okay. Did you shave his head?
No, I did not.
You did shave Maggie's head for a head wound, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And why didn't you shave his head? To examine this, you would agree with me, had his head been shaved, you would have had a better look at this wound.
Well, I believe that my assessment of it was correct, and without usually shaving is along an entrance wound, not an exit wound. So I determined this was an exit, and shaving is not done on exit wound. I shaved Maggie's because that was an entrance wound, and it gives me an opportunity to see the margins of the entrance defect.
I guess what I'm asking is, you decided that was an exit wound without shaving the head, without looking for stippling, without looking for, so, because you would agree with me that to do that, effectively, you'd have to shave the head.
To observe marks on the skin, yes, but
Okay.
also there would be soot on the outer table of the skull.
Saying
Well,
there
did you
wasn't
look for it?
any.
You apparently had already decided.
Yeah, well, I did look. I didn't take a picture from this angle necessarily. I did take a picture after from the top of his head.
He's trying to say you decided without looking. She's like, no, I did look, and that's why I decided what I decided. Jesus Christ.
My determination, based on my experience, was that the entrance wound was over here. Doesn't mean somebody else cannot disagree with me. But that's my opinion.
Somebody can disagree with you, and that would be a reasonable
This is
disagreement.
awesome.
Well, I would say that people can disagree, but that doesn't mean that doesn't change the truth.
Let's listen to that again. That is epic as fuck. What a moment in trial right here.
Based on my experience, was that the entrance wound was
What
over
a-
here.
what a thing.
Doesn't mean somebody else cannot disagree with me. But that's my opinion.
Somebody could disagree with you, and that would be a reasonable disagreement.
Well, I would say that people can disagree, but that doesn't mean that doesn't change the truth.
Incredible. Now, here's the thing. Had he left it, listen, guys, had he done this?
Based on my experience, was that the entrance wound was over here. Doesn't mean somebody else cannot disagree with me. But that's My
Somebody could disagree with
Well,
you.
so if he hadn't followed up, if he had just left it at that, it would have at least just left it with somebody can disagree with me, which is fine. That's normal. That's what experts do in trial. That's expected. But he couldn't leave it. He couldn't just let it go. And he's like, somebody can disagree with you. And what does he say?
And that would be a reasonable disagreement.
well,
And see his problem. Then he says that would be a reasonable disagreement. He took it a bridge too far. Nope.
I would say that people can disagree, but that doesn't mean that doesn't change the truth.
Beautiful.
But you would also agree with me, though, that
I love
your
it.
notes contain no mention of the lack of or presence of stippling or soot on that part of his head. You never looked for it, did you?
Well, I look for it. I look at all of the wounds, and if there was, I would have documented it. But I don't document the absence of soot or stippling on what I determined to be an exit wound.
And I don't see any note of yours where you examined that exit wound in detail. I mean, shaved his head,
Oh,
looked for
fuck's sake.
some distortion that would be inconsistent with the conclusion you'd already come to, correct?
I came to the conclusion based on my examination of the entire
So
area.
I'm thinking it might be the rebuttal one where she doesn't do as well on cross, because so far she's just owning this, right? And I remember thinking that with the rebuttal, I remember thinking when, like, this is my recollection from the time of like that she seemed really rattled. You know what it was? So there's no witness exclusionary rule here in South. In fact, they kind of expect everybody to have been present for the entire trial or have been watching it. And if I remember correctly, right before she testifies again on the rebuttal, there's whichever witness is before her, I think, who basically is really, really rude and stuff to them. And I remember thinking it rattled her, right? And it was like, I remember thinking he did that on purpose, knowing she was watching, because again, she was there in the gallery waiting for her turn to testify. And the other thing is that even if that wasn't the case, I was thinking to myself, you could see how having to come back again and knowing what his style is, how you could be rattled. But then I remembered, I think there's also this thing where she saw him. Who was it? Was it with Mark Ball? I think it was Mark Ball. It was one of the lawyer friends, and he was really fucking rude. And it was either Mark Ball or Ronnie Crosby. But anyway, and she was there seeing it, and he put on a show knowing she was watching and that she would be next. But because you can see she's totally she's doing, it's phenomenal, really. So.
Okay, and as this book indicates, the vast
Oh my God,
majority
back to the stupid book.
kind of damage, the vast majority, I mean, they say most probably, almost certainly, is a contact wound to the head that injects the gas, which explodes the head. Is that not true?
No, I do think that you're kind of you're extending his statement. He's describing he's describing gunshot wounds to the head.
You could see how she thought about that, trying to be polite. I think she probably wanted to say like misconstruing, but she's like, you're, and then she like takes her, and you're extending his statement. Oh my God.
Actually, a contact gunshot wound to the top of the head like that, like I told you, it would have caused fragmentation of the brain, not ejection of the brain, based on my experience. And then there would be a lot more, we would have a lot more fragment. It would never have just left the rest of the skull intact. We would have had fractures of the face. There's massive amount. I don't believe that the fractures of his skull are consistent with that being a contact shotgun wound. I understand that is a massive destruction of the head from shotgun wounds. But in this case, we do have the brain basically left intact. We don't have a path through the brain. It's a very dynamic, there's gases, there's pellets, there's fractured bone. But in my opinion, based on my experience, that was not an entrance wound and that this was not an exit.
Yeah, I will just say, like, for all, in terms of trials that I can think about, a lot of these forensic pathologists, like the ones that stick out, like there's some that they're just, they don't really do a whole lot, right? Like I said, they don't explain things very well, or they don't really go into detail, or whatever the case may be, or they're just clearly biased, right? And clearly not objective, whether it's for one side or the other, doesn't even matter. Like for me, she is the epitome of like just an excellent forensic pathologist. And I do think that it's hard to find someone who does so well. And like, I don't know, I think that she's really worth watching for people who didn't watch this whole trial or any of it or whatever. I think she's really worth watching just to see like what it looks like. You know what I mean? When somebody is really thorough and is a really, really, really good expert. And so I'm glad we're watching it again anyway, because again, we were just coming back to this trial key testimony, but in preparation for there's like so many upcoming trials, right? And it's really nice to have this fresh in our memories too as we go forward into, you know, we've got Lori Vallow coming up, and we've got Karen Reed coming up, and others, but those are really soon. And it's nice to have a refresher on like what it looks like when it's done correctly, you know? Well, both the autopsy and also in the ability to testify.
You indicated, I looked at your autopsy report, that well, first of all, do you believe this was caused by pellets entering the brain cavity?
I think it's a combination of different things. I don't think it's from pellets specifically.
What was it?
I think it's from the gas buildup in the brain and fractures of the skull, and that just basically a lot of gas buildup.
So where did those gases come from?
Yeah, it's a huge amount of energy from a shotgun.
I'm sorry, if you'd answer my question.
It's in an enclosed space, right? That's the thing. The skull is an enclosed space. So you have all that energy in an enclosed space. It makes perfect sense.
The gases you just testified that caused this destruction come from?
From the shotgun wound.
A shotgun wound you testified was created by a weapon that was more than 4 feet away. The gases traveled through the air.
With the 4 feet though, Poot.
Shoulder wound, traveled through the neck, and then exploded his head.
It's not just gases, but it's a combination of gases and the pellets as well.
But there would have been a significant amount of gas involved to explode his head.
Yes.
And there would be pellets. Would they be present in the brain after that brain exploded?
The brain, the pellets may not have reached the brain. The brain may have been ejected just by virtue of the skull fragmenting and base of the skull pushing it out. It's not possible for me to say exactly why the brain came out here.
But you would agree with me, based on the literature, it's much more common for a contact.
The literature, as in the book, his one book.
Explode the head.
Well, in my experience, a contact shotgun could cause this type of damage, but it would frequently cause even more damage. Like a lot of times, there's just massive destruction of the entire head. At least the front of his head was
massive destruction. That's what I was trying to say before, right? Like she's talking about again when it's a contact wound. Yes, massive destruction to the entire head. That's what I was trying to articulate earlier. Yeah, there we go.
The bones were intact.
I hear what you're saying is that it would have produced massive destruction, but it would have always included massive destruction of the face.
Okay. Well, let me tell you, there are other reasons why I concluded that the entrance wounds were here. Okay? We have basically a bunch of tight pellets over here.
Right.
If they would be more spread out if the entrance wound was here. By the time it got to here, there were a lot more pellets over a wider area.
That makes so much sense. This is where with the shotgun project, right? The wadding. Remember how she explained this earlier about how it spreads out, and Kenny Kinsey's going to talk about it as well, but it spreads out like over time, it spreads out and becomes and expands, right? So that's such a great point that that the wadding, the shoulder area, had the shot come from the other direction, it had the shot bend through the head, and then those pellets had come from there to the shoulder, that they would have expanded a lot more. But because they were still tightly wadded, that's how you know that's where the shot originated. Yeah. Yep.
Well, I'm not saying more pellets. I'm saying there would be a wider spread of pellets. This was still in a relatively narrow range. It was along the top of the shoulder. So
from my head to my shoulder on a direct line.
Yes.
How far is that?
Well, honestly, the spread would not, I don't believe they would have been as tight along the shoulder. I think we also would have had a larger defect probably on
a larger defect.
Yeah, look,
between here and here.
Every single shotgun wound and gunshot wound, they're each a little bit different. So a lot of this is judgment and assessment at the time of the autopsy.
Well,
and it's not theoretical whether there's gas buildup or not gas buildup. I can see this as a shotgun wound. We have pellet entrance defects around this large defect.
What's pellet? You just told me you couldn't do a bevel assessment on skin. How do you know their entrance rather than exit on skin?
Well, I'll tell you. And the reason is if pellets are going through the shoulder, we wouldn't have a big, large, oblong defect. We would have holes from the pellets, not an oblong, ovoid defect.
So here's the thing. She's slaughtering it. And so this is why you can see why he must have been stewing this entire time, knowing she's going to be called again on rebuttal as to how he can rattle her some other way. Because her testimony and her findings are so solid and they make complete logical sense. And he can't trip her up. Like she's just killing it. This is amazing.
It's not theoretical whether there's gas buildup or not gas buildup. I can see this as a shotgun wound. We have pellet entrance defects around this large defect.
Pellet? You just told me you couldn't do a bevel assessment on skin. How do you know their entrance rather than exit on the skin?
Well, I'll tell you.
I do.
And the reason is if pellets are going through the shoulder, we wouldn't have a big, large, oblong defect. We would have holes from the pellets, not an oblong, ovoid defect. So you'll recall on his arm, Paul's arm, those pellets, they came from, and then along here, we just basically have pellet exit wounds, and we don't have that on the shoulder. We have basically a larger confluent wound that's not caused by individual pellets.
Okay, well, let
When
me
he
ask
turns, look at that. That's so rude. He's trying to be like, what you're saying is just, he's ignoring it. Watch this.
Those
For the
pellets,
jury.
they came from, and then along here, we just basically have pellet exit wounds, and we don't have that on the shoulder. We have
So
basically
defensive and rude.
a larger
Yes.
confluent wound that's not caused by individual pellets.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. If you can take that picture down, please.
It's not my opinion that that is the entrance wound is to the top of
And
the head.
could you put up? No, we don't even need to do that. I don't need to see the picture. The chest shot goes through his chest, comes out under his arm, right?
Yeah, on the left side, yes.
The left side comes out under his arm. And what do we have? What do we have on the inside and outside of that arm?
We have pellet,
Coming in and out. We have a pattern of pellets.
yes.
Just like the pattern of pellets that you're talking about on what you say, the exit wound here. Exit wound from about the same distance, pellets.
Oh my God, Poop.
From the same distance, pellets, correct?
Well, there are pellets on in the shoulder, but we
Yeah.
have like a ovoid defect at the top of the left shoulder. They're not a bunch of individual pellet wounds. We have pellets embedded in the tissue, but the actual defect, we don't have a defect like that on his arm, even though it may be the same distance. And the reason is because the pellets are exiting, but each one is going through the left arm individually. Okay, whereas if this was the entrance at the right side of the top of the back of the head, it's a good thought. Let's think about this. And it was come through the head, regardless of what happened to the brain, and then exited here and then went along here. We would have a lot more individual pellet wounds on the shoulder as opposed to a large, like huge, big area of skin and subcutaneous tissue loss. Pellets don't cause that type of damage on their own.
So you and I both counted something between 30 and 40 pellets in that shoulder wound with the Blanca, right?
Yeah, there were something like about that.
Do you know how many pellets are in a duck shot or bird shot 12 gauge?
Not her job.
No, I don't remember.
So you don't know whether that was 90% of the pellets or 60% of the pellets or 50?
No, I
Does
do
that
not.
make a difference to you? How many of the pellets that were fired?
Why
into
would
the-
it? Oh my
No.
But you're saying just because the wound here is bigger and the wound in his chin is smaller, doesn't mean the shotgun pellets spread out, right? They spread out and they don't contract. You would agree with me? Just
I don't
please
really know
answer.
whether to agree with you because I'm not understanding your
No.
question.
Okay, let me rephrase it.
Listen, he's saying
If you-
please answer, but he's like, please agree with me. He's just, dude, listen.
Pellets spread out, right? They spread out and they don't contract. You would agree with me? Just
I don't
answer.
really
Please
know
answer.
whether to.
Right there. He actually almost says, please agree with me. And then he corrects himself.
Right? They spread out and they don't contract. You would agree with me? Just
I don't
answer.
really
Please
know
answer.
whether to agree with you because I'm not understanding your question.
Okay,
Oh
let me
my
rephrase
God.
it. If you view that wound on his shoulder as the entrance wound, and I believe you have,
Yes.
you would agree with me that it is, whether it's coming across the top or whatever, it is a bigger wound than the wound in his chin. In other words, are you saying that those were so focused that as they went through or across the top, they actually contracted?
No.
Okay.
I explained that this was larger because it was tangential across the top of the shoulder. So that's the kind of.
You agree with me that reasonable people could have a difference of opinion about these facts?
Oh
Yes.
my God.
Okay. Pardon me.
Oh my God. You got
2 seconds to
somewhere.
make sure I put everything in the evidence on my end.
Make sure you got it in the evidence too. Oh my God. He's gonna have another question.
Your job is to do
Right.
what? What
Reader.
do you do?
I do an autopsy in order to determine the cause and manner of death.
And when you're asked to do an autopsy, are you
Reader.
told any sort of conclusion to come to, or you just look at the evidence in the body before you and come to whatever conclusions that body tells you?
Yes, and I examine the body and I come to a
Yes, ma'am.
conclusion based on reasonable medical certainty, based on my education and experience.
So is it part of your job to look at crime scene photos and that sort of thing, or are you relying on what the body tells you?
My job is to look at the body. That's my job. Crime scene photos, crime scene evidence is somebody else's project. That's not incorporated into my conclusion.
I want to talk a little bit. We've gone into a long examination about the top of the head, and you talked about soot and stippling. So I want to make sure the jury understands the difference between the two. You saw stippling on the chest wound to Paul. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Explain to the jury the difference between soot and stippling and what that tells you and what it doesn't tell you.
Okay. So the stippling is like the pieces of gunpowder that deposit on the skin when something is fired within 2 to 3 feet from the barrel of the gun, not the shooter, from the barrel of the gun. Soot is like real burning powder, burning marks from very hot gunpowder that's still basically burning, and it causes like a burning wound. That's the soot, and we don't see soot except within a few inches, depending on the gun. But we would like not expect to see soot further away from 6 inches. So the fact that we have stippling but no soot, we can fairly say it's not closer than 6 inches, even though I know it's most likely within 3 feet.
All right. So you observed stippling on the wound to the chest for Paul, correct?
Yes.
Did you observe stippling anywhere else?
No.
Did you observe any soot at all on Paul's body?
No.
And did you, particularly on the top of the head, did you observe any soot there?
No.
You were asked a little bit, and you testified yesterday about the tilting of the head and the manner in which the shotgun blast went through the chest, through the shoulder, into the neck, and then out the top of the head.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable conclusion.
And that still is your most likely conclusion, is that
That's
correct?
my most likely conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
So
Doesn't mean it's 100% the only thing, but that's my opinion based on my experience.
All right. And how many autopsies have you done?
Approximately 5,500.
And how long have you been doing this?
20 plus years.
Okay. Dr. Reamer and Professor Reamer, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about the book, and all that discussion that the defense counsel was talking to you out of the book, that was dealing with a contact wound, correct?
Yes, I mean, I'm not going to disagree with a book, but the discussion is regarding a contact shotgun wound.
All right. And when your expert opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you saw no evidence of a contact wound in this particular case with Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you were asked a lot, and let me ask you this. A lot of what was in that book, when they're talking about those contact wounds, they're exploring someone using a shotgun to commit suicide, correct?
Well, frequently contact wounds do indicate a suicide, but potentially people can be shot by another also at contact range.
All right. And your manner of death that you determined for Paul to a reasonable degree of medical certainty was what?
Homicide.
Homicide, which means?
Death at the hands of another.
All right. And did you see with this shot to the chest or the shot that went through the shoulder into his head, any evidence whatsoever that this could potentially be a suicidal wound?
I did not believe that it was at all consistent with a suicide wound.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
In your expert opinion?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit more about the head wound. And you've been asked a lot of questions about the possibility that this was a contact wound from the top of the head. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, is that it is not.
It was not.
Okay. Now let's talk about, just very quickly, without belaboring the point, some of the reasons. First of all, you saw no soot, correct?
Correct.
And then also with the damage inside Paul's head, did you see any evidence that would indicate that the force? Did you see any evidence that would indicate to you the damage that Paul suffered, that the force of the shot was going this way as opposed to that way, going down from the top of his head as opposed to going?
I don't believe that it was going from the top of his head down. I don't think the damage to the head was consistent with that.
Okay. And with the brain, you said that the brain came to you in a separate container. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
most of it.
All right.
Yes.
And did you, in examining the brain, did you see any evidence whatsoever that would have been consistent with the force of the shot, including the pellets and everything else going into the top of the head and into the brain that way?
No, I did not see any evidence of that.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Did you find any wadding in Paul's head cavity?
I don't think there was any wadding.
You were asked a lot about the shoulder and how it was, in the picture you were shown, it was more, in that picture at least, it was kind of a gaping sort of wound. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And his shoulder was it kind of squinched up in that picture a little bit? I don't know if that's a technical term, squinch, but
You mean the photograph?
the photograph that you were showing.
Well, I took a picture of his the shoulder area.
Mike, did you get your
yes.
shopping list
And just so I
together?
understand, as opposed to a direct on wound and sort of the size of that, and then a wound that goes along the side of the shoulder, like you identified in this case, explain to the jury again how those are going to create different shapes of wounds.
Yes. So
Not in response. He's asking her to explain again. That would be repetitive.
I sustain the objection.
Was the wound to the shoulder, was that straight on or oblong to the side?
yeah,
All
it was- it
right,
was-
hang on. I just have to correct this. You guys, let's just have a little lesson here. Hold on. Let's listen to his objection.
Side of the shoulder, like you identified in this case. Explain to the jury again how those are going to create different shapes of wounds.
Yes. So
Not in response. He's asking her to explain again.
He said objection non-responsive. Huh? Poot, do you need to go back to law school or not even? I mean, non-responsive, you say when the person's answering the question and the answer is non-responsive to the question. That's the wrong objection. The actual objection is asked and answered.
Again, that would be repetitive.
I sustain the objection.
Great point from Spencer.
Was the wound to the shoulder,
Yeah.
was that straight on or oblong to the
So
side?
what happened
Yeah,
there
it
was Judge Newman sustained the objection, even though it was the wrong objection, but because he judge, again, we've talked about this a lot because it's an interesting point for Karen Reed and how they don't ever see the grounds for objections. And we talked about this. And I said, one of the reasons that I think it's super important, and it's something that most people haven't really considered, I don't think that I've heard anyway, is that shit like this, right? Because sometimes the judge, if it's the wrong objection, even if it's objectionable, if it's the wrong objection, sometimes the judge will not give them the objection. And here, Judge Newman sustained the objection
because he knew it was objectionable and he was doing, I mean, maybe he's just, trying to throw Poot a bone, but like basically, and others, sometimes we'll see judges give the attorney a hint, like try again, or then you have like Elaine in Deputy Heard, where she'll just rattle off like 15 different objections and hope that one of them is correct, right? So, but anyway, I just think it's hilarious of all things that of all the objections that Poot was going to make, he says non-responsive because she hadn't even begun to answer the question yet. So it's, of all of the objections, that one is impossible. That's the thing.
It was a tangential type of
Oh,
shot.
With that shoulder wound that you've identified that as the entrance wound, the initial
You say
wound,
you had a
Yes.
target in your
you still
body?
expect to find the pellets in that wound consistent with what you saw in Paul?
Yes.
Target's the best for those ticket orders, man. I'll tell you what.
Thank you, Dr. Reamer.
Yes. Questions. I want to make sure I
Oh,
understand
great. So now we have a recross.
a couple of the answers you gave to the Attorney General.
Here he comes.
We previously established you did not see any real crime scene photos in this case.
Correct.
For
In
fuck's sake.
Many crime cases or some crime cases, do you look at crime scene photos to help you or assist you in your opinions concerning certain things?
You're smiling.
No, honestly, I don't. It's my job to examine the body.
There you go.
And, I come to my
Yeah.
conclusions and I don't really, look at the
Yeah.
crime scene photos. I could potentially ask for them if I saw something
Right.
very unusual and I'll say, wow, how did that happen? Or sometimes I'll see an entrance gunshot wound that has, I'll assess it. There may be a lot of, glass around it and I'll say, well, did this go through a window first? And I'll ask that
Right.
question. I don't necessarily have to look at the photos. So there is information that I might ask, but, looking at the crime scene photos is really, not something that I do to help
No.
me come to a conclusion.
Thank you.
Whatever's on the body, I
Yes.
will rely on what I see on the
Yes.
body. And if it fits with the crime scene photos, fine. But if not, I have my conclusions based on the body.
But you just conceded you do occasionally ask to see crime
Oh,
scene
for
photos.
fuck.
Occasionally.
No, I don't ask to see the crime scene photos. I will ask to see, ask if something, like I just recently had a victim of multiple gunshot wounds. I thought she may have been sitting in a car. Nobody told me anything like that because there was a bunch of glass fragments. All the entrance wounds were to the left side and all the exit wounds were to the right. And then there were fragments of glass and kind of car parts, banging into the skin. So I was like, was she in a car? But I don't ask to see the photos. Really, I don't.
Brilliant.
It's not part of
She's so
my
smart, too.
evaluation of the cause and manner of death. Doing an autopsy
But like in this case, you had conversations with investigating officers, did you not?
at their request.
Did you have a
Interesting.
conversation
I mean, it's
with
very
Sweat Agent
clear,
Owens about
it's very clear that her personal philosophy is I don't want any of that information to cloud my judgment. It makes her literally the best possible expert, right? Like she almost had a face of like, I don't even like, I wish they didn't even say anything to me, right? Like she really wants to stay completely objective. I mean, watch her reaction to this. Oh, look, YouTube is
but like in this case, you had conversations with investigating officers, did you not?
At their request.
yeah.
Did
See?
you have a conversation with Sweat Agent Owens about the bruising on her calf?
Well, I did not actually observe that at the autopsy, so I really couldn't come to any conclusion.
There
And it's
was no bruising on her calf. Oh my God. I'm going to try to not go again for Meg's benefit.
very possible that that was dirt from a shoe that was already gone by the time it came to me. I'm not autopsying the bodies at the scene. There's, there's transport, there's movement into a body bag, but yeah, it may have been asked to me, but I don't,
Dirt
I
is not bruised.
distinctly said I didn't see that.
But you did have a meeting with, after the autopsy, with, and your report, with, I believe it's Lieutenant Owens with Sweat, the chief investigating officer, and discussed the, did he show you the muddy print? Picture?
Objection beyond the scope.
Your
Objection
Honor.
is sustained.
All right. So we hear about this. We get it, this whole thing with the stupid ass quote unquote shoe. We learn about this when Kenny Kinsey testifies, right? Again, the accident reconstruction expert. And we learn about what that mud, the thing about the mud on the leg is unclear until his testimony. But, it ends up being the tire print from when she backed into one of the ATVs that was there at the kennels. But until then, Poot really wants to try to suggest that somebody stepped on her, which is why he adds the part about the bruise. But I just wanted to clarify for anyone who's unclear about how it works when they say beyond the scope. So when you have direct examination, you ask your questions, right? And on cross, generally speaking, I'm going to give you guys an example of an exception in a second, but generally speaking, there's a wide latitude on cross. And what that means is when you're cross-examining, you can ask questions that go beyond what was asked on direct. And there's a number of reasons for that. And without going into all of that right now, well, I will say this, there's a strategy involved because it's essentially like, you might be giving yourself enough rope to hang yourself, as they say, right? Because on redirect, they can only redirect on what was asked in cross. Okay. So the more you ask in cross, especially if you've gone beyond what was initially asked, you're giving them more they can follow up on. Okay. So again, well, you've got your direct, and on cross, there's a wide latitude. And then you have redirect. They can only redirect on what was asked on cross. When you get to recross, which is what we're on right now, they can only recross on what was asked in a redirect. You see? Now, the exception I was going to give is in the Casey Anthony trial. It's the only time I've seen this where, in any trial, only time I've seen this, where on cross-examination for every witness, there are objections constantly throughout the entire trial of while somebody's crossing, right? So whichever party is, because right now we're in the defense's case in chief, so everything is switched. So whichever side is not their case in chief, during a cross-examination, they will object and say beyond the scope, and they mean beyond the scope of direct. And so with that particular judge, I call him Judge Belvin, what that means is he has a rule in his courtroom where on cross-examination, regardless of who it is, regardless of anything on cross-examination, you can only cross on what was asked in direct, which is like normally how it works when it comes to redirect on cross, right? So that is the only time I've seen that, though, where literally every single beyond the scope of direct objection is sustained. Unusual. So normally you can go well beyond, and there's a lot of reasons for that, like I said, but Creighton was paying attention that this was not, this is, and you could hear how quick Judge Newman was to sustain this. But look at how mad Poot gets also.
Owens with Swed, the chief investigating officer, and discussed did he show you the muddy print picture?
Objection beyond the scope.
Objection is sustained.
Before you can start talking again, right? Wow. Because he was going to try to argue. He's going to say, Your Honor, let me, and then Judge Newman shuts it down. Because Poot will do that. Look.
Well, I think that's probably all I have. Thank you so much for being here today. But an opinion is an opinion, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Like, look at how he finishes this. He's trying to make the jury think, and I don't think they're buying it, that Judge Newman that has put him at such a disadvantage and it's being unfair or whatever. And look at Alex looking at him.
Well, I think that's probably all I have. Thank you so much for being here today. But an opinion is an opinion, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
I just don't even know. I just don't even know with him, dude. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she's amazing. So that'll be it for this episode, guys. So next time we will have, who will we have? I believe Maggie's sister's coming. Oh, here it is. I'm forgetting his name, dude. This is one of my favorite witnesses of the entire trial. This is the neighbor with the dogs. Who's before him? I don't even remember. So that's probably someone just getting in chain of custody. So the neighbor right here, he is amazing. So we have him, dude. That's one of the best. I'm so fucking, now I just want to, oh my God, I'm so excited now. And then we have Maggie's sister. And she goes probably for the rest of the day. And then I don't know who else is. And then it looks like they're arguing at some point. And then we'll see what happens the next day. But yeah, that is going to be awesome. Really exciting to look forward to that. Yeah, for sure. So I hope Meg is having more luck with, or more success with her list and gets all her groceries done. I think Spencer's saying that was a masterclass. Yeah, it was excellent. And again, there's so many phenomenal experts in this trial that's why I love coming back to it. Like, like Britt Dove when they're talking about the cell phones, and Matt Wild when talking about the cell phones, Kenny Kinsey, Ellen Reamer. I mean, I feel like this trial, of all the trials, we probably learned the most about what you can get from a cell phone, and like especially as it pertains to like the health data and the location data and things, and even the cell towers, everything explained in such a thorough way. And same thing here with like when it comes to the gunshot wounds. I never knew what the fuck a shotgun was until this trial. And like I feel like it's like, in other words, I feel like this trial educated us just in general, like the number of times, I mean, every case that I'm covering, right? And every trial, or even just in pleadings, whatever it is, how many times am I like, oh yeah, And it's like, when I say in Murdaugh, I'm not necessarily talking, it has not, might not have, well, probably doesn't have anything to do with the facts of the case, right? But what I'm about to reference is probably something that we learned from an expert that's like knowledge that is like in general, like general knowledge, right? Where you can take it going forward and apply it to all these other cases, because you don't usually have this type of expertise that you can benefit from in the same way. And that's one of the things that's so interesting about trials, right? Because it's like, depending on each case, the type of expert that's needed runs the gamut. And I feel like when you have good experts, then us that are watching, we're learning a lot about a lot of different things, right? Things that we maybe never thought we would ever learn about, which is really cool. That's one of the many reasons I love trials. And you never know what you're going to end up learning about, which is awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Spencer. That's awesome. Yeah. Okay. So, because Spencer has less trial experience, this is awesome. I'm glad you're here watching these trials. Yeah. And so, and with Amber, and he's talking about Debbie Heard. Yeah. It's a little bit different because like that was civil, right? So like, you know, most of the experts there were dealing with mental health, basically. Mostly Amber's mental health, but yeah, I mean, and I mean, Dr. Curry was awesome, right? Everybody loved Dr. Curry. And then you had the experts that talked about like, you know, social media and like, you know, how much money they lost. But yeah, this is, you know, she's a phenomenal expert for, you know, as a forensic pathologist. And, you know, again, just to reiterate too, like a medical examiner is a forensic pathologist, but they're employed by the government, right? So in places that don't have a government official, like a government position of a medical examiner, they use a forensic pathologist. So that's the situation here where they use the forensic pathologist, they use Dr. Ellen Reamer, but she's not, I think it's a great situation to be in, because then automatically you have an expert who's not a government official and who is unbiased by definition, right? Anybody can hire her. So thank you for the super sticker as well, Spencer. You're very, very welcome. So hopefully you'll be able to join us as we continue on. Tomorrow we'll be doing, hopefully, fingers crossed, some Brian Kober, but you know, we'll probably do both. See, the thing is, I just love Murdaugh so much that what I've been doing is like, no matter what I'm covering, it's like, I'll just like end up being like, let's just watch some Murdaugh to finish it off, because I just love this trial so much. But hopefully we will get some documents out of Idaho as well. And then on Thursday, we have a Karen Reed hearing. So anyway, I just love you guys. Y'all are the absolute best. And well, I appreciate it, Spencer. And you guys, you know, I don't ever ask people to spend, you know, money on anything, but I appreciate that you guys, you know, that do feel so inclined. So yeah. But you guys are why this is amazing. And I just love you guys so much. Y'all are hilarious and so insightful. And, Squirrel Crew is the best, as I always say, but I mean it every single fucking time. You guys know I love y'all. So, but with that, I will roll the outro and I'll see you guys next time.